and welcome to the Saturday edition of America's Day at the Races. As we are live with you for on FS2 coverage from Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park, Queens, as well as Oaklawn Park and a little Turf Paradise a little later on too. Hello and welcome. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Greatest Stakes winning trainer Ray Handel. Don't laugh.
How we doing?
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
As we are so glad to have you with us. And Ray, we do see a nice allowance race coming up in today's card and the 7th race here at Aqueduct with Irish Maxima coming back in action.
Yeah, Irish Maxima looks a pretty loaded race. Even though there's 2 scratches in the race, I still think it's shaping up to be a nice one.
And the venerable New York bred Sweet Brown Sugar, it felt like she was always an overachiever last year. So we'll take a look back here at Irish Maxima. Now, they experimented with the turf thereafter this effort, which was a winning one in the distaff last year.
Yeah, it was a good performance here, and I'm sure she'll be looking to use her speed and try and assert herself early on and try and repeat this effort.
Now, her trainer, John Service, citing that she's a 5-year-old now, and the ones that are able to stick around as 5-year-olds is often when you'll see their best performances. Do you find that to be true?
I absolutely agree. I always think that horses, unfortunately in our industry, when they reach a top stake level, that they never get to give that 5-year-old season because they're so valuable. But I actually think horses personally come into their prime in that late 4-year-old and 5-year-old season.
Absolutely. It's when they're physically mature the whole way. And another 5-year-old making the first start of the season is Sweet Brown Sugar for trainer Paul Barrow. Now, she'll actually get Lasix for the first time in her career, and she has won more than half of her career starts, going 8 for 14.
Yeah, real cool filly. Paul Barrow, you know, he doesn't get a lot of opportunities with these types of horses, so it's really cool for him. She's 8 for 14. And he's done a tremendous job keeping her in great form for year after year. So I'm sure they're excited about this spot today.
Yeah, he said after the last race that they were just looking to give her a little bit of a break. There wasn't anything necessarily coming up. She had some hiccups when they brought her back into training, so hence the somewhat longer layoff than one would expect, as that is just part of the coverage today. Today's races, as always, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Of course, we have the cross-country Pick 5, which will start in that featured 7th race here from the Big A. We have 9 on the card today. We have 10 over in Hot Springs. We'll also take a look at a few from Turf Paradise as well as a stakes race too. And as always, if you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account, where you can play any track, anywhere, anytime. And of course, new members get that $200 deposit match bonus when you use promo code BONUS200. We do see horses in the paddock for today's first race at the Big A, but we're just getting things rolling because we got to head out to Hot Springs and welcome in Megan Burgess and Richard Migliore. Guys, big day there out at Oaklawn.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. It is a big day here. Beautiful day here in Hot Springs. A little bit cooler than it's been, but brilliant sunshine and a little bit of a breeze. But we got 10 races on tap, including the no double.
We've been celebrating Arkansas breds this weekend, and that continues with those older dirt sprinters. We mentioned horses getting better with age, as you've heard Maggie and Ray allude to, and that's exactly what these hard-knocking Arkansas breds have been doing. We'll see Bohemian Bow and Navy Seal kind of renew that rivalry that they have been they've just been so game against each other, and it feels, Meg, as if they've kind of been taking turns beating each other in a sense.
Yeah, I think they're old friends at this point. They probably look over in the starting gate and give each other a little wink and a nod. But, different styles. Styles make races, right? Bohemian Bow has the speed. Navy Seal wants to be a closer. And you can see he's cutting into the margin, not quite getting there, but slowly grinding away. But this is the way Navy Seal really wants to run. Just make that one run and be just comes up a nose short here.
Julian Leparoux will get back aboard his old friend, who he, of course, won this race on last year. And trainer Nancy Knott, this is the only horse in her stable. She has mentioned in reports that she just does everything for this horse, and that she does, as she's such a kind person, kind lady. But the number 8, Touchdown Arkansas, is kind of a new face, second off of a layoff, maybe one that could creep up as we take a look at his effort last time on February the 6th. And Mick, I thought he was incredibly game coming off of the layoff here.
He was very game. He lacks a little bit of seasoning compared to Bohemian Bow and Navy Seal, but he feels like a horse that's got a chance to step forward. He's well drawn outside. And what I liked, I thought at one point, well, he's just going to cave, and he just stayed on resolutely. It took him a long time to get to his right lead, and that's when he found a bit more. If he could be a little bit more professional and change leads earlier in the stretch, I think he'll be more effective.
We saw last year, it was second off of that layoff in the form cycle where he reached his peak effort there with that 86 Beyer speed figure. And while he's going to have to bring his best, I think he's got an opportunity to hopefully creep up on those Arkansas breds that we know so well.
Well, he's the one that's going to have to improve a little, but he's more lightly raced than his rivals, but a really good group of Arkansas breds. Well, let's head back to New York as the horses are making their way out of the paddock.
Right, Meg. Yeah, looking forward to Touchdown Arkansas taking on some of those veterans of the Arky bred ranks as we'll check out and meet the field here for race number 1 at the Big A. Number 1, Ray, is Airborne Elite.
Yeah, I think he's pretty out of form. Wayne Potts is taking off the blinkers today, probably trying to shake things up.
Quick turnaround for Tabazar's Temper.
Yeah, exits some stronger dirt races, but hasn't done much in recent form.
Here's one that loves a wet track, and that's number 3, Collect for Mike.
Yeah, he does like the wet track, but he's pretty out of form. I think he's going to have to do a lot to get the job done today.
I always mispronounce this name, so I'm just going to go with my incorrect pronunciation probably. And number 4, Panagiatis.
I think this one exits the best of 4 similar horses coming out of the race. Chased a hot pace last time and ran pretty well.
Number 5 could be the Speed in Ari's Magic.
Yeah, speed definitely. I just don't know about the finishing part.
As number 6, heavy favorite at 1-2, drop down for Linda Rice, last man standing.
Yeah, I think this horse is going to be pretty tough today, hence the 1-2 favorite. Outside, Linda, Pratt, they can control things and, dictate how the race unfolds. Yeah,
the public usually can't get enough of horses like this, but to be fair, he has been the favorite in all 5 of his starts for trainer Linda Rice, in which he's only delivered on that backing twice.
Yeah, I get that point, but he's been pretty consistent, and I think he's facing a pretty hungry field today. I think if he comes up with any of these 5 performances, really aside, well, maybe not the first time when he was voided and ran a bad 5th, but I think all 4 races since then would probably get the job done today against this group.
Right, watching his last race, now this was the start 2 back in which he won quite comfortably as the heavy favorite. Last time, watching him, and it was over the same sort of racetrack that we're dealing with today, around the turn, it looked as though he was kind of wanting to lean out a bit, and you watch his races, and he's always just kind of out in the middle of the racetrack. Now, he does draw favorably, but is that at all a detriment to his performance today?
Again, I think the competition has a lot to do with today, and that's probably why he's such a short price. I hear what you're saying about him, kind of maybe his antics and wanting to lean out, but Flavien knows him well. This is his 3rd time getting on him. He is 2 for 3 when he rides him as well, so 2 of his wins did come when Flavien is riding him, and I think he'll be able to negotiate. Well, listen, if they want to go slow, he can put the gas pedal down and be right up on the pace. And if they are hot and want to kick on with it, he has all the options sitting on the outside there to kind of, be in the passenger seat.
Yeah, and last time out, look, he was wired by Carvelian Quest, who got I don't want to say an easy lead, but, he secured the lead, and that's where he wants to be overall. And I just thought last man standing was a little bit even, and it feels like kind of what you're saying. I think their best probably decision to make in this race is to at least put him in a forward type of position. I think that's when he does kind of deliver some of his better efforts, at least just get him in the game.
Yeah, I would imagine that Ari's Magic's going to kick away from there and go on with it, especially with Chris on him. He's pretty aggressive. This horse was really forward last time, took a lot of heat. You could see when Manny started asking him, though, he folded up. He looked like he might have lost his action behind, and they kind of wrapped up on him, which you might expect for, a lower level type of horse coming off of the bench. He might be able to take a step forward today, but I would imagine that they're going to be dictating the pace.
Now, if Andy Serling was up here, I'm going to save you. I'm going to prep you for this. You've got to look at his track trends, Ray.
Track trends. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because, and Andy's going to be up here with you later, so I'm just warning you. Ari's Magic was on a dead rail last time.
Oh, God. Dead rail was his biggest problem.
That's true.
I mean,
he did stop pretty
holy
badly.
moly.
Yeah.
Manny was pretty much just sitting up on him from the 3/16 to the wire. I don't think the dead rail had much to do with that.
It's fair warning. Fair warning.
But it's well noted.
Race 3. Number 3, Collect from Ike, purely just I picked this horse from a track standpoint, and I've always kind of liked him a little bit. You know, he always is well turned out in the paddock, and I have been able to jump on board with Collect from Ike when we've come up with tracks with moisture in them.
Listen, it's my barn mate, Greg DePrima. We've been in the same barn
Good
for like
guy.
5 years now. I love
really?
Greg. Yeah, he's a great
and
dude.
Jesse Iglesias,
Jesse,
co-owner.
and actually have horses for Abby as well in partnership.
Cool.
So it's a
Okay.
great group of guys. So if we can get this horse home, nobody would be happier than me.
Now, you went to number the 6.
I picked the
you went
chalk.
6.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just couldn't get by. I thought that the 4 was interesting, Panagotis.
You said it differently than me.
He chased a hot pace last time out, and I thought he hung around pretty well late. I thought if there was anybody to give the favorite a run, it would be him. He's got a better position. He should be forward. And
he does get a rider switch to Ricardo Santana,
Exactly.
which I find interesting as well. Now, he, however, on January 15th was with the track, chasing 3 to 4 wide kind of throughout. So they are heading into line. There is Pangiotis. We'll find out from Chris Griffin here momentarily how to say his name, because I can never remember. Going into line, and like I said, we head up to Chris Griffin for your call of race 1 from the Big A.
And last man standing. Last to load to the outside. Start of the early pick 5 on this Saturday afternoon. All set. And they're off. Ari's Magic is flashing speed to the outside and right to the front. It's Ari's Magic. Last man standing is a close-up second. Here's the gray at the rail. That's Airborne Elite. They're followed to the outside. Red Silks now reclaiming third is Panagotis. In the center of the racetrack, the 2 at the back. It's Collect from Ike, who's on the move, and Tapazar's Temper. The leader, Ari's Magic at a number, is up by a half length. Last man standing, no excuses. Stalking second, Panagotis 3 wide is in that group as they went 23.76 for the opening quarter mile. They've got to catch Christopher Elliott and Ari's Magic, who approaches 4 furlongs left to go. Last man standing, Flavian Pratt is now within range, within ahead of the leader, starts to make a move, and last man standing is ready to pounce on Ari's Magic, who's still there. Panagotis trying to pick it up is right there in third, is now a length and a half and losing some ground on these leaders. From the back, it's Tapazar's Temper who's taken fourth. The rest are far, far back. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go, and Ari's Magic, a stubborn long shot, is still there. Last man standing now gets the cue to put this race away, and last man standing is opening up. Last man standing, Ari's Magic. Panagotis starts to rally on as a furlong left to go, and from the back, Tapazar's Temper. Last man standing, the heavy favorite, is up by 2.5. Panagotis is going to try one final time. Last man standing, Panagotis. Last man standing wins the opener. Panagotis second, then came a photo. That's Ari's Magic trying to hold on over Tapazar's Temper in 1 minute 26.48 seconds.
The heavy favorite delivers here at 2 to 5. Last man standing under Flavian Pratt, who had him in a perfect position throughout. Yeah, sometimes you're the best horse, but ride them like you're the best horse too.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought the race unfolded very formful. Ari's Magic went to the lead. Definitely hung around a lot later than I thought he would, but Pratt had dead rail. Pratt had last man standing in a perfect position all the way through, and when he asked, he gave. And you know, I thought the race ended up running pretty formfully. Patagonis ran off for second, and pretty straightforward.
And it looks like the 2 was able to get up over Ari's Magic. So unofficially, it's 6-4-2-5 in the opener. 2 to 5 here on Last Man Standing. Think anybody went in for him?
I was thinking about it myself personally. So yeah, I mean, for 12-5, I think you know, you can't get hurt too bad. You come right back in something like this, and then probably get another win in the claim.
Yeah, exactly. And two, well, the only problem is that this is
This is a
still
never
a
win
condition.
3. Oh my gosh, yes.
So now he's
Maybe
got to
that
play with the
isn't why.
bigger boys.
Yeah, maybe that is why I didn't go in, because he's a high 60 buyer horse. He's going to be in steep waters after this.
Yeah, around this circuit for sure. As we will bring you official prices when they come in. Unofficially, it is 6-4-2-5 in the opener from the Big A. Stay tuned. So much more to come, including a live draw for this coming Sunday's Rebel Stakes. We'll see who's in the field and where they'll break from a little bit later on the program. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Live racing from New York's racetrack, Aqueduct. And as always, the only way to play is Naira Bets. With your Naira Bets account, you can play any track, anywhere, anytime. Today's first, it was pretty formful to say the least. His last man standing, he was just that, and delivers on his 2-5 backing here for Linda Rice, who's co-owner with Ray Morton Jr. and Flavian Pratt, who is undefeated with this horse in the irons.
Yeah, he lost the one time, right?
He did?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, last time. Sorry.
But, yeah, 3 for 4.
Not
I
too
think
shabby.
He has all 3 of his wins, that's for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, so, and he did a great job today, putting him in a perfect spot. And when it came time to run, he opened up and got the job done. Very workmanlike and not breaking any track records here.
No. 126 and change, pretty pedestrian for the 7 furlongs. As we are awaiting official prices still here at the Big A, 6-4-2-5 in the opener, like I said, with that 2-5 shot on top. So an easy way to get things going here as we will start live racing coverage from Oaklawn after the break. Their first race coming up. It is a maiden. I want to say unfortunate scratches. I was actually looking forward to the first time started for Eddie Keneally here, Ray. But we do see 6-5 on number 3, Farrell, who has possibly the best name for a racehorse. More on him and the rest of the field coming up after the break.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000, now bid, now 650, $1,650,000, anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000, $1,600,000, thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
Off the turn, Decode has a quarter mile more to go. Butane right behind him. Soldier and Diplomat on the grandstand side, gradually wearing down Decode, and Soldier and Diplomat has gone to the lead. Now here comes Silent Tactic. Silent Tactic flying down the outside, and he's going to get them all. Silent Tactic. Christian Torres drawing away to win the Southwest Stakes.
Well, welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we see Silent Tactic get it done in the Southwest. He'll be entered in the Rebel Stakes when we do that draw a little bit later on today after race 8. But every time I see this race, Megan, I'm more impressed with the way Silent Tactic finished the deal.
I would agree. That late acceleration is so just impressive to see, and did so, when he was compromised by a slow pace in the Smarty Jones, his first ever start on the dirt. He was campaigned on synthetic up in Canada, but he has really blossomed here at Oaklawn Park as he actually did his final piece of work yesterday morning, and Connections were very pleased with it. He's not the best workhorse, but they were very happy with what they saw, and according to them, it was his best to date.
Well, it seems like a horse that is steadily improving, and there is Oaklawn Park's road to the Derby. Started out on January 2nd with the Smarty Jones, the Southwest, which was pushed back a little bit because of weather. Now the Rebel Stakes coming up. Like I said, later today we'll have the draw for the Rebel, and then the Arkansas Derby with $1.5 million purse. A really lucrative and comprehensive road to the Derby here through Oaklawn Park.
So we'll take a look at Silent Tactic's morning work yesterday. That is Christian Torres, his pilot aboard. He's been aboard this horse in the morning, has really gotten to know him. And I love that. When jockeys really are able to get a feel for their mounts in the morning, that's exactly what he did. He loved this horse going into the into the Southwest and the Smarty Jones. And he's just a cool customer. Worked 5 furlongs yesterday. And again, just really not all that emphatic in the morning, but he really ran. I thought, just looking at him, he's taking a step forward. Each time I see him, he's really growing into himself, a progressive 3-year-old, and we can see that from his races. Meg, I know you're a big fan of this horse. I think he's going to get some pace right back here in the Rebel to work with, as we will obviously see the field come into picture in just a few hours.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's got a long stride. Looks like he's handling everything beautifully, and I think he will continue to get pace in the races, particularly in the Kentucky Derby. You always get too fast a pace for the distance. But we got to jump into our live card here with the opener. We got maiden optional claimers starting out, and we're down on the inside, a name that I kind of found amusing, especially because the horse's dam is Cheesecake. Number 1, fat guy in a little coat.
Yeah, if those Tommy Boy SNL fans out there taking some of that money. But this horse, if he gets back to his debut effort, he's strong, gets Lasix here for the first time, but he has to wake up off those dismal performances as of late.
Is taking money under Luis Saez. The 2-horse is No More Kings.
Maybe the blinkers will wake this horse up, and the Lasix. He's just been kind of a plodding closer. Did some running on debut when he took money that day.
And the 3-horse taking all the money from the Kenny McPeak barn, Farrell.
I just find this horse to be, to me, overbet, but his pedigree reads more dirt-oriented as he gets back to the surface here off that turf effort.
The 4, Special Ops, also main contender.
His dam and his pedigree reads much more sprinting. I like him coming right back to going short after he did try some some of those route tries earlier on.
And the 5-horse Camino finished with some interest last time, moving slightly up in company.
Just keeps moving up. He's one that I did find interesting, and you're getting a healthy price on him.
And then to round out the field, the 6, Rochester was scratched, the 8, General Graham was scratched, but the 7, Halo Music, he is the main speed here.
He is. I think he's going to be sharp and right there forward, as you can kind of see him sharp there on the track, as he was bet down to favoritism last time out for $50,000. I do find this is a bit tougher of a group, but he stacks up well in here.
He's got so much gate speed. Sometimes a horse has natural speed, but their first steps out of the gate aren't their best. This horse leaves the gate like a rocket. He'll be the last one in, most likely the first one out. And here we are looking at him from 2 back, where he was a game second.
He was so unlucky to lose this day, in my opinion. I mean, he showed that early speed. He got away, he traveled well, he was home free. He is clear here, the number 6, Halo Music, in this video, and it is just so... I mean, there's no reason this horse should have lost, and all of a sudden, SS Radio comes off of him. The number 1 comes to run him down. That field did produce 2 next out winners to race from that maiden, but man, Meg, that just kind of breaks my heart looking at it back.
Cough up, more than what was a 2-length lead inside the 8th pole, but he was 9 lengths back to the 3rd place finish, and he came back with a flat effort. Maybe that was a byproduct of just running so hard last time. I just think he's going to get lonely on the lead here, making a nice impression on the track.
He is. I think that we both kind of agreed in how we saw this race. And, it's just interesting to me as well, just visualizing maybe horses that get equipment changes, Lasix and blinkers. If they're going to show a little bit more speed, it's always sometimes an unknown.
Yeah, exactly how they're going to react to it. There is the 2-horse No More Kings, ridden by Christian Torres, who is your leading rider, but he's in a pitched battle already with a long ways to go with Ramon Vasquez, Francisco Arrieta getting on track, back to Luis Saez. But a lot of guys are riding well here, including Rafael Bejarano, Manny Esquivel, Eric Asmussen, I think, is taking his game to another level.
Christian Torres has been the first call a lot of the times to Mark Cassidy, other than, of course, Jose Ortiz, who ships in to ride. And he is, I believe, the fastest to $2 million, I believe, in Oaklawn history, if I'm not mistaken. And he has just been on a tear. He is just heavily supported by Mark, who he began, galloping horses for back in 2018. He's got a long relationship with Mark and his team, and he's just been riding excellent. He always shows up here at Oaklawn Park, and he's kind of an Oaklawn Park homer. And this year, Meg, it was there were some shifts in the jockey colony. To me, it's a much tougher colony. We've got Louis. Joel rides here, is meant to ride here full time. We haven't seen him as of yet this week, but he is here full time, and it's a stout group.
It really is, but the usual suspects, the same names up at the top of the leaderboard as at this juncture. But Christian Torres, a professional, was replaced on Sandman last year, handled it with class like a professional, and now he continues to ride. Pretty much first call for Mark here. So it's a good lesson for young riders. Don't burn any bridges. The 3, Farrell, taking all the money. What stands out to me, Megan, his first start in Saratoga, Soldier and Diplomat won it, who we just saw as the runner-up in the Southwest.
And then he was up against a Breeders' Cup participant in Botas. That was a very strong group of turf juveniles back in Saratoga on August the 23rd. He's framing up beautifully there on the racetrack. He certainly looks, honestly, to me, like he wants more distance, though on paper is damn. Love this kitty. One sprinting on grass. It was a 1/2 to 4 winners, mostly on turf, or excuse me, on dirt. And then his sire, Volatile, is just much better on dirt. So I think that this is cutting him back in distance. Hopefully, maybe he'll be a little bit more tactically placed. And he is coming off a pretty long layoff there and just a steady, very steady work tab down at the fairgrounds. He's been working well, and he looks fantastic on the racetrack. I just think that 9 to 5 is a little hard to swallow on this horse. But then again, Kenny McPeak's maidens and some of those juveniles have kind of proved me wrong here at Oaklawn and over the summer at Saratoga, especially being overseen by Jimmy Jerkins, who I know we have a lot of respect for.
Yeah, I mean, I think we both agree the race goes through 3, 4, 7. I think you wound up on the 4 special ops. Nope.
I think I'm gonna.
You went on the 7
I
as
think
well?
I'm gonna go on the 7 as
Okay.
well. I just looking at the tote board and looking at just his 2-back effort, I'd agree with you, Meg. I thought this race was 7-4 to me, and also including the 3. But I just think the speed there for the 7, as you mentioned earlier on, is going to be key in here.
Yeah, you know, especially from that outside post, the rider has the liberty then. You just break, put your hands down. You don't have to ask them. You don't have to take a hold of them. Just let them find their rhythm with his natural speed and his gate speed. He's been leaving the gate as quick as a horse can. If he continues that vein, he should just sneak into the race the right way, and I think they're going to all have to catch him.
Something to just watch today that I know we were discussing on the show yesterday is the inside. As far as it was really playing well and favorably to horses down on the rail. We saw horses do well there yesterday. We'll keep an eye on that for you guys today, as this is the first race of this 10-race card. But Mig, I mean, we saw multiple horses use those rail skimming rides to success yesterday.
Yeah, the inside, it just seemed like a good inside flow. Now, sometimes people will mistake that for a speed bias because speed horses have the ability to get over to the rail, right? They clear.
But there were horses closing and doing it on the rail.
But as long as they were inside, it just seemed like they were getting the best of it. Now, obviously, you get to save ground, and then if that portion of the track is really good, it's kind of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, I mean, I kept mentioning this yesterday. There was a 15-to-1 shot. He was dead last, rail skimming trip. I mean, just floated through, no traffic. When does that ever happen? And won the race by open links at a huge price. So, again, was a nice place to be yesterday. Maybe the #1 fat guy in little coat with the addition of Lasix could wake up. You're getting 9-2 on him, but, I mean, wow, he's just not shown up whatsoever coming off of that debut run at Keeneland.
His first race was so good. I'm sure his connections had to be disappointed in the next 2 efforts, but they've had a chance to regroup. He hasn't been seen since December and does return with Lasix, and he's taking interest as well at 9-2 as the field starts to load up. We've got a field of 6 going gateway here with the 2 scratches of #6 Rochester, the 8 General Graham, and both Megan and I landed on the 7 Halo Music. Well, good luck, everybody, as we send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the call of the opener.
Camino coming up. And we get Farrell second to last. He's 6-5 with Manny Esquivel as he loads into the outside. Halo Music to round out the field. Waiting for Halo Music to come up. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. The favorite, Farrell, was away last, was off slowly. Fat guy in a little coat, sent for speed, has the lead with Halo Music there on the outside. Special Ops easing off of them, running in third. Gap of 5 to No More Kings. Camino second to last, joined by Farrell at the back as they head down the backstretch. Speedy tempo on the lead. Fat guy in a little coat is setting it. Leads a length from Halo Music on his tail. Special Ops in third in the bridle now. 2 lengths off the pace as they go into the forward turn. He's opened up about 5 lengths on Farrell, the favorite, who's in fourth now, passing No More Kings and Camino, who is at the back as they round the far turn. Fat guy in a little coat, 3 parts of a length ahead. Halo Music under some pressure. Here's Special Ops making an eye-catching move. Special Ops on the outside, challenging Fat guy in a little coat, and ran right by him. He's going to be tough here. Special Ops, there's no dangers in sight at this point. He's just got to finish here. He's off the turn, leads by 1.5 lengths. Now make it 2. Special Ops as he goes for home. Camino from the back of the field is unleashed. He's coming with a surge, but it's for a minor award because Special Ops has run away from the competition. Special Ops by 6 coming to the finish. Special Ops, Ramon Vasquez to break the maiden easily by open lengths. Good battle for second. Tight between No More Kings and Camino. Fat Guy in a Little Coat was 4th.
Well, it was one of the other logical contenders in the 4, Special Ops, who's just sat the perfect trip. The 3-horse Pharaoh, your favorite, missed the break when he kind of hopped. They decided to try to rate Halo music off of the 1, Fat Guy in a Little Coat, but Special Ops, he got the trip and everything came together.
We are really seeing these Independence Hall progeny just run so much better now as 3-year-olds. Really got off to a slow start with some of those 2-year-olds last year, but I believe we saw another first-time starter by Independence Hall run this weekend and win on debut for Kelly Bainham. Again here for Rob Atras in the number 4, Special Ops. And wow, I mean, this horse has just been getting progressively better. Much more of a sprint pedigree on paper. The dam was actually, this horse is a half to that graded stakes winner, the Adirondack winner, Pure Silver. So very much a sprint meant pedigree. 20-1 last time out, and now you got a much more a cheaper price on this horse, but was much the best in this group.
Well, I think they found maybe what he wants to do, and that's be a sprinter. With that win, Ramon Vasquez draws into a tie on the top of the standings with Christian Torres. So again, a lot of the local talent really shining here at Oaklawn Park. Well, talk about shining. Let's head back to the desk at Aqueduct.
Special Ops there, guys. Never looked in doubt, breaking his maiden in style as we have race 2 in the paddock. Horses searching for their second win of their career. 6 furlongs here for the 4-year-olds and upwards. And Ray, we do see a pretty wide open board of 5 of the 6 horses at similar prices. Favoritism just bouncing back to hard to say, sorry.
Yeah, I thought this was a very interesting race. There's some different dynamics going on. I thought that Red Miller was interesting on the outside, coming back after avoided claim last time, back in here for the 30 again today. Had some trouble out of the gate. He seemed like he lost his action, but then kind of got into it, made a big middle move, and then just got a little tired. So I like him. I think he's interesting, and I think also Rule 62 on the outside, very interesting horse. I feel like he's a wild card type. He had been breezing great, and it seemed like they were, he let New York Scrappy kind of dictate the race last time.
Right.
And he played a little bit more of a passenger.
And certainly before that last race, he would be a heavy favorite in here. But the fact of the matter is we have the same racetrack as we did last time. Was that the reason he ran so poorly?
I feel like he was being a passenger and letting New York Scrappy dictate. I think he probably thought that, I can beat this horse. I bet you we see a little bit more of an aggressive ride today. Jamie knows the horse now. You can see Horatio. He must have been a little disappointed. He's come back with 2 bullets for the horse since that race and really tightened him up. I would imagine he'd probably take his best foot forward, and he's taking a little bit of a drop in class as well.
Yeah, it does have that minute coming back, and the Bullet 47 flat best of 121 horses back on February 14th, as we will meet the rest of the field here as they are on the track for today's second race. And kicking off the middle, pick 4, excuse me. As the first horse with those winning move silks on is hard to say. Linda Rice looking to go back to back.
Yeah, ran pretty well first off the claim. Steps up a little bit today, but should be within his grasp.
Good Bally has not had too much experience sprinting on the dirt.
Yes, he was pretty soundly beat as the favorite last time out, stepping up in class first off the claim today.
Number 3, Math Tutor does possess some speed.
Yeah, drops into a conditional claiming race for the first time. Has some speed. There's some things to like.
As number 4, Redacted, he is going out with Ricardo Santana back aboard.
Yeah, I thought this horse I didn't really like this horse at a short price. He's been pretty out of form. Taking a little bit of a drop in class and has some speed, but I'd be looking elsewhere.
Red Miller had trouble at the start in his last.
Yeah, like I said earlier, he had some trouble at the start, and then he was kind of out of his action, and then made a middle move and ran on okay.
I know, it was a weird race for him. Continuity, I think he could run better here. Number 6, rounding out the field, is Rule 62.
Yeah, like I said, I think that they'll be looking to be a little bit more aggressive in this spot. I think they played a little bit of a passenger too much in the last race.
Well, Linda Rice, as she looks for the early double here today, she is running away.
Wow.
Needless to say,
Yeah.
with the training title. And I mean, she just seems to dominate year in and year out, especially here at the Big A. But also, you know, she does not get too far out of it up at Saratoga either.
Yeah, she gives Chad a run every year almost. I mean, she tied with him, was it 2 years ago?
Yeah, it came down to the last race, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he beat me. He beat me.
Yeah.
He nailed me on the wire.
That's right.
With my Sharona on the glass race of the last day to tie
with her. To tie Todd last year. That was last
I'm
year.
Sorry. Yes.
2 years ago,
Linda.
it was time with Linda. Yeah.
That's
so
right. That's right.
man, but there is hard to say on the racetrack as we'll take a look back at his last race back on February 6th, and it was a day where you wanted to be kind of inside speed, and he was kind of in the 2 to 3 to 4 path the entire way around there, just chasing the eventual winner in Gypsy Dreaming, who weirdly wasn't on the lead this time.
I got to get those notes from you guys with the track biases.
They're right there on the Naira website.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, man,
you
I
just
got
have to go to the racing tab and Aqueduct track checks.
Got to step my game up. But yeah, I thought this horse ran a bang up second last time, and totally within the realms of improving and getting the job done and winning this type of spot.
So ultimately, who did you land upon here? Are you going to chalk it out and go for the early double?
Yeah, the early. No, I'm actually going to the outside. I think Rule 62 would be my pick in this spot. I just think that I think they're making some changes here. They were harder on him from the last race to this race in his training, and I think Jamie will put the horse in the game and be more aggressive, and I think he'll run better.
I, however, am going to chalk it out with the favorite. Trying to be creative and going with a long shot did not work out too well last time out. Though I think, you know, one of the things I don't like to do is handicap, you know, and I even did it in the first race, but his wet track races were exceptionally better than his dry dirt. But it's hard if you get too much in the weeds of, is this track, you know, detrimental to some horses, then you just get too far in the weeds. Like, you can't, you know, decipher. Sometimes you just have to decide which horse is best, no matter what the track condition. But with that being said, both of your favorites are horses that, you know, haven't necessarily shown an ability to, you know, handle or be as effective on wet tracks.
Visually, for me, I thought that the 6 was handling the track perfectly fine, and I think even when Jamie asked him to go in the middle of the turn, I think they had gone too slow. But when he asked him, you could see him accelerate, and you could see him going after him. And when he got next to him, man, he turned him away on New York Scrappy, and it kind of ripped the heart out of the horse a little bit. But I thought he was handling it visually, and that was the only replay I watched on him.
And to be fair, I mean, before that race, he was facing horses that are like heavens better than the horses that he meets here, such as Life and Times and BU. So I get it. He's definitely one that deserves another shot here at this claiming level of 30,000. Interesting race here. A lot of horses you could make cases for, as we see number 5, Red Miller, head into line. Hopefully he'll break better. Manny Franco getting aboard for the first time. And there is Rule 62. See if he handles the wet track a bit better. With Jamie Rodriguez back in the irons, Chris Griffin has your call.
All set. And they're off. Math Tutor sprints right to the front and flashes early speed. It's Math Tutor who's up by a head. Here to join that leader and now surpass is going to be Rule 62 to really push up the tempo. Rule 62 and Math Tutor, they go at it early. Math Tutor wants to come right back in a pace duel on the front end. Math Tutor is back up by a length. Back to second is Rule 62, less than 4 furlongs to go. It's been a nice journey for Red Acted, is right there in third off of a 22.29 opening quarter mile. So they zip through that opening quarter, and Math Tutor is just winging up front. Hard to say as they're in fourth. Is tracked to the outside by Red Miller, and far, far back the trailer, Good Bully. Can Math Tutor keep going? Has a quarter mile left to go, still has a comfortable enough margin. Math Tutor 45.79 for the half-mile time, but here comes company. It's Red Acted down the center of the racetrack, and Hard to Say is picking up this leader too. Inside the final furlong, and Math Tutor has been passed. Hard to Say to the outside, Red Acted to the inside, a 16th left to go. Hard to Say wins it. Hard to Say will win it over Red Acted. Then came Math Tutor and Red Miller in 1 minute 11.94 seconds.
Fast-paced, right setup for your heavy favorite at post time. Going off at 7-5. Hard to Say runs them all down late.
Mags, you chalked them up.
Hey, you know, if you can't beat them, join them. I tried in the first race. That plan didn't work.
This looked like 3 different races. I was like,
did.
all right, the 6 is gonna own this race. Then the 3 goes on. You're like, oh my God, the 3 is gone. And then it's like, well,
I kind of felt bad for the 3 because he just blitzed him early and was going pretty well at the quarter pole, and then at like the 3/16th pole, he's like, yeah. White flag.
I don't know if the track, I mean, we thought the track, because the race is so slow the first race, but they did go 22:45. Right,
that's pretty fast, I'd say, over this track.
It seems like it. Yeah, I mean, I know that the first race wasn't much, but still, there was a very slow final time.
Right, as they completed the 6 furlongs in 1:11 and 4, and Linda Rice does go back-to-back here with Hard to Say. Sahin Savachi in the Irons 4 winning move stable. They get the win over Redacted here, running well, but just second best.
Yeah, no, he ran on super. I think they both kind of got a good setup. Obviously,
absolutely.
Hard to Say capitalized most on that, but both ran very well.
Unofficially 1, 4, 3, 5 here in the second race at the Big A. We'll get those official prices to you with more live racing from Aqueduct as well as Oaklawn Park here on America's Day at the Races.
So how does one qualify for the Kentucky Derby?
Good question. The horses that qualify for the Kentucky Derby have to earn points. And there are points races that are dictated by Churchill Downs about where and when you can get points for the Kentucky Derby. You better bring a really good horse for those kind of races, and then you typically have to have a minimum of 20 to 30 points would be the bottom number of points it takes to get in the Kentucky Derby. And you have to keep track of the points, which is always interesting because you're trying to figure out who's going to get in.
Well, thank you, Kenny McPeak, for that insightful information as we are fully into Kentucky Derby season, as we will have a Kentucky Derby 50-point race coming up, 50 points to the winner, I should say, coming up this Sunday in the Rebel, as well as the Gotham here on Saturday at Aqueduct, as we see Hard to Say getting his picture taken with Sahin Savachi aboard for Linda Rice, who goes back to back. And wow, I mean, I really don't think anybody will be able to catch her at any point.
It's Linda's world. We're all just swimming in it.
Exactly. I mean, she's so active in the claim box. She just has the numbers that fit incredibly well for the program that we have here at the Big A. And Hard to Say got quite a quick pace set by Math Tutor to close into.
Yeah, I mean, Savine was very patient. I don't think he had much of an option. I think he just kind of settled his horse and got him in the right spot, tipped him out down the lane here, and the horse responded when he asked him.
Yeah, and we see number 4 as well, running well. That was redacted. And yeah, Matt Tudor, I mean, good on him. He completed the trifecta as he dropped down in class. This is the problem with being up here, right? I can't keep tabs on who's gotten claimed.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
Yeah,
you know when you're downstairs.
Yeah, this race, there were some interesting horses. I thought Horatio's horse is interesting.
100%.
He's got good pedigree, drop in, being aggressive. That horse has got some, and even Linda's horse, I wouldn't surprise me if he got claimed as well. Hard to say.
Yeah, even though he was stepping up a bit, but definitely ran the numbers last time to fit quite nicely. As race 3 coming up, it's not like claiming 30. This one open though, going a mile as we see 8-5 on the drop down, commuted in here for Rob Falcone Jr., Ricardo Santana, Flying P.
Yeah, I thought this horse was really interesting. He's kind of no-showed in some higher level allowance races. Takes a drop down today, and he made a lot of sense on paper. Last time he was in a claiming race, he was in Never Win 2 for 50 back at Saratoga, and he won that day.
Yeah, possible speed too, taking some money on the outside with Sagamore Mischief, as we will take a quick break here on America's Day at the Races, and also bring you today's second race from Oaklawn as they are getting ready in the paddock, a full field. We'll check in with Mig and Meg after the break.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First Mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. The horses are on the racetrack for race 2. We're going a mile and a 16th here for 12-5 claimers. And we both thought this was a difficult race to handicap, but number 1, Texas Cyclone, who will break from post 2, starts off the post break.
Yeah, Texas Cyclone. As far as he's concerned, will need to get a bit better to face the likes of these, along with the entry mate who has just done no running.
Well, the 1A, there is the entry mate,
Yes.
Skibbity Riz.
Skibbity Riz, I believe.
Skibbity Riz, okay.
It's like a TikTok thing. I don't know. But that horse has just shown speed and completely stopped in his latest.
The 2, classically, Contender.
Is a contender. Drops and tag here as well.
The other part of that entry, 2B, Tis Charming.
Lots of entries in here as I scroll through my iPad. With Eric Asmussen aboard, 1 paced. I wonder if he's going to be able to wake up today.
The 3 horse, Parmesan, is a horse we both think is the horse to beat.
He's the horse to beat. I'm not trying to beat him today in this group especially.
4, Heavenly Deacon.
Also ran against the likes of Permissione, who beat him decisively last time out.
And the 5 Win Rider, kind of a makeover, getting gelded and blinkers off today.
Hasn't done a lot of running, drops and tag, and also the ultimate equipment change could wake him up.
The 6, Phenomenal Dream, lacks speed.
Lacks speed, comes right back to the level and winless in 13 tries at Oaklawn Park.
The 7, Point Blank, big price.
Flat coming off the layoff, maybe second off. He's also an Arkansas bred against open foes in here.
And then the far outside post for the 8, Tarps Storm.
Closer, last out off the bench, was well beaten by Permissione and Heavenly Deacon, who also re-emerge in this group. Maybe second off, he'll show us a little bit more of form.
Yeah, we both landed on the 3, who has post 1 with the entries. And this was the last effort where I thought he made kind of an aggressive brush to the lead, if you will.
I'd agree with that. It seemed as he made an early move, which cost him this race in the end, as we'll see Brilliant Man, who beat him, come back to run later in the card, I believe the 6th today. But I just think he's better than these horses. He and Brilliant Man were kind of just above, just a neck above everybody else that they beat behind him. Many of those horses returning, and as you mentioned, Mig, a premature move that I do believe had cost him. We shall see. That 77 Buyer speed figure is a bit of an outlier, but even if he runs a little bit of a mark below that, I still find he's better than everybody else in this group.
And he's going to get to save ground early from that inside draw. Walter De La Cruz maybe, had that experience now with him. That was the first time he rode him. And sometimes when you don't know a horse, you ask for a response, and they give you a little quicker response than you were looking for. And it's not like driving a car where you can take it back.
He is sort of, though, kind of a yo-yo horse. So I wonder, he ran such a good race last time out. Does he run a dud here again? His 2 back. He was stumbled at the break. So he just needs to get out of the gate, and I think he will be ultra competitive, as you can kind of take a line through that race last time out to me, where he just was taken out early. And I will say this race is at a mile and a 16th. He bodes certain route consistency, and I find a lot of the others in this field do not.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to find any consistency within this group. You have 2 Steve Asmussen runners here, and the 2 classically ridden by his son Keith, and then the 2B Tis Charming ridden by his son Eric. They're both owned and trained by Steve. I prefer classically of the 2. I just feel like last time he was in over his head, and I thought he could be fairly forward here.
Obviously getting the same price on each of those. As far as classically is concerned, I'd agree. Last time out, he was kind of boxed in and then showed that early speed and was flattened late. But that was, to me, against a much tougher group there in that allowance spot at Sam Houston, as he drops in for the 12-5 tag. He was really no menace 2 back there at Lone Star either, where he was way shuffled back. So hopefully he can get into a nice rhythm, be forwardly and tactically met with Eric Asmussen aboard, and he'll make an indentation. But still, I find he's going to have his work cut out for him to get it past Permissione, who I do find could be in front of him early. Well, I say that. We'll see the tactics, because classically has had a propensity to also be shuffled back as well.
Yeah, and I just wonder if they're not going to try to be, a bit more aggressive to overcome that part of it. Horse that we were talking about, some changes, the 5 Wind Rider. He's a 5-year-old son of Honor Code. Now he takes the blinkers off and he returns as a gelding. Now when I watch this horse run on replay, he always looks like he's running with the emergency brake on, a little bit in stops and starts, right? There's not a lot of continuity to his run. Do you think that, like, on one hand, the blinkers off, is that going to lose some focus? But also, first-time gelding, is that going to gain some focus?
You know, I've read and just talking to trainers and figuring out when it comes to equipment, sometimes I find, and trainers have told me, that blinkers sometimes do the opposite effect. Sometimes it causes them to run with the emergency brake on because maybe they're too dialed in as far as their line of vision. And perhaps that's exactly what this horse needs to break loose and be able to settle into a better rhythm. And I'm always a sucker for a first-time gelding angle, especially with these older 5-year-old, 4-year-old, 6-year-old horses that just, I find, need to just wake up a bit, because this horse does have some past races. I mean, this horse was running as long as 1.25 miles and was doing so hitting the board. So maybe he's one that just likes to stretch his legs and get that added distance, as he does get 1.16 miles off of 2 back-to-back sprint tries. I just don't find that distance is at all what this horse wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, you would think, right, like you said, for a horse that has run as far as 1.5 miles, not with very much success, but also 1.25 miles actually was one of his better races. 6 furlongs is always going to kind of take them off their feet a little bit.
I mean, he's just been completely outrun in both of those tries sprinting. I'm honestly surprised they shortened him back up to that 6 furlongs. I found it was way too sharp for him when I saw him last time out on December the 21st. And I do find, especially dropping back in tag, he could have a little bit of a wake-up call, especially getting to this route of ground distance.
Well, I like him on the stretching back out, and I certainly think he's one of 3 or 4 that could win in here, although these races at the lower levels, nothing really ever surprises us, does it?
Nothing surprises me at Oaklawn Park. Nothing. And it makes it fun. You know, we talked about this yesterday, handicapping puzzles, and sometimes horses surprise us, and sometimes we're surprised in a good way, and sometimes we're like, wait, where did we go? But at the same time, I think it just really rewards the players and everybody out there who go through each horse and who are able to kind of decipher and get through these sequences, because boy, are they rewarding, but they're also incredibly tough to find sometimes.
Well, I think it's helpful after races when you see a horse that you really didn't give a long look to. Why did this horse get there? And try to fit the puzzle piece afterwards to learn going forward for the future.
Exactly, and also just tracking races and tracking different tracks where they might have come from. We've got a melting pot of different jurisdictions. I know I circle when horses come from whether Remington, Fawn, or Hawthorne, maybe some other places that we don't really see very often, especially on this program.
Well, you can see the horses are loading up in an orderly fashion, and we get a split load here at Oaklawn, so they'll always go from the beginning, the inside, to the middle and work their way out. Let's set it up to Matt Dinnerman. We got 12-5 claimers going 1 mile and a 16th.
Wind Rider coming up to the gate. Classically has loaded 2-back Wind Rider. And then to the outside, Tarp Storm to round out the group. We're ready to go. And we're off. Phenomenal Dream away slowly. Point Blank had to steady shortly after the start while getting towards the rail. From the inside, going to the front, that's Texas Cyclone. He's on the lead as they corner into the turn as a narrow edge in the early stages from Classically, who runs in second. Wind Rider, he's in the 3rd position, placed pretty well today. Skibbity Riz in the purple jacket, parked outside of him. They're 2 lengths ahead of Promisione, racing alone in the bridle early, and he's 6 or 7 behind. Another 3 back to Tiz Charming. He's racing in lonesome. Then comes Heavenly Deacon inside of Tarp Storm, a gap of 2 to Point Blank on a hold second to last. Phenomenal Dream well behind, will attempt to do his best running later. Down the backstretch, decent tempo set here by Texas Cyclone. He's on top 3 parts of a length. Classically in a good stride now. He's pressing from the outside, second. Gap of 2 to Wind Rider. He's in the 3rd spot. Skibbity Riz to the outside. Another 3 to Promisione. Tiz Charming has come under a bit of a ride as they go into the forward turn. Point Blank trying to pass horses outside. Claims the 4th last position with Heavenly Deacon. Then Tarp Storm, who's giving way, and Phenomenal Dream has yet to pass pass a runner as they round the far turn. Texas Cyclone on the lead a half length. Classically sent hard. Win Rider making a 3-wide sweep. Now here comes Tiz Charming. He's getting underway behind the leaders. He's got horse searching for a way outside of traffic, but there's nowhere to go. Promissione got the jump on him on the grandstand side. They're off the turn. Win Rider has pounced on the early leaders and kicks on now. Promissione right there battling. Phenomenal Dream from dead last is trying to surge to the top pair. Coming to the 16th pole, it's Win Rider on the lead. Promissione, Phenomenal Dream, and now Tiz Charming finds a seam, and here he comes, punching forward, Tiz Charming to win it under Eric Asmussen. Second home, Win Rider, then Promissione and Phenomenal Dream.
Well, it was one of the two, Asmussen's and Tiz Charming. Eric, for his dad, Steve, he kind of got stymied in traffic up at the top of the stretch. He was looking to get outside. He ducked back inside when the 5 Win Rider started to drift out, and you could see how pumped up Eric Asmussen is when he comes to the wire. He's like, I negotiated my way through rush hour traffic.
He did, and wow, this horse has been so one-paced and has not shown a whole lot of run. As we take a look at the very valuable drone footage, as you'll see up the rail right there, he's making his move there in the blue and white silks. So you'll have to double trouble here with the same silks of their dad, Steve Asmussen, who owns this horse right there. He'll get into some traffic, has to negotiate his way out. Mig, I thought that was impressive.
Well, it really was, because you could see here he got kind of
boxed in.
You know, just run up in behind horses a little bit, but he stayed cool, calm, collected. Now he's going to go down back towards the inside, and his horse really, you're 100% right. Normally one-paced. He showed some turn of foot today. He actually finished, and sometimes when you get held up in traffic, you're just saving more of that energy
saving more
for
horse,
late.
Right? And that's exactly what happened. I was so shocked when this horse came on from the inside, but he got it done today. He was able to drop down to that 12.5 tag from the $16,000 non-winners of 2.
Look at Steve's left hand here.
And
a little fist bump there. Eric, excuse me. His dad, Steve, the trainer.
He was pretty happy for that one. He worked for it, too. That was a beautiful trip.
Really impressed with the way Eric's been riding. You know, a jockey has to have confidence, and it has to border on almost arrogance, and you got to have swagger. Well, I'm seeing a lot of swagger in Eric. He's just very, very comfortable in his own skin and making all the right moves at the moment.
He is making all the right moves, and I feel like Eric kind of has maybe a bit similar of a personality to his dad, I might say, but I don't know him personally. He just kind of walks around with that air of confidence, as you mentioned, but he negotiated the right trip. One paced on the short comments, not today, with Tiz Charming, who was able to nail them late, as they looked like many of them were getting leg weary late stages of that race.
Well, we're going to say goodbye to you for a little while. You're going to take a little bit of a break. You've got 2 races off, and you'll come back to relieve me, but let's head back to the desk up at Aqueduct.
Thanks, Meg, as we see riders up in the paddock here at the Big A for our 3rd race. And this is the start of the mandatory pay Pick 5 races 3 through 7 here today. And we see 8 to 5 on number 3, Commuted. He is the drop down, Ray.
Yeah, taking some action off a 3-1 morning line here. He looks pretty good. First time back in for a tag since he won and never win 2 for 50 back in Saratoga last summer.
Exactly. And then he rattled off another win in that entry-level allowance. His number 1 is the One-Eyed Wonder, Glint.
A big step up from 10 to 30 off of a couple poor performances.
Yet again in a new barn, Steve Schauer sends out for Zante.
Yeah, kind of dead on the board right now. Takes the blinkers off after subpar performance for 20, stepping up today.
Here's Commuted. Now, do you think he can win without the lead?
I think he can. I think he's probably, the class will help him the most here.
Exactly. As number 4, Sharp Spark, went by. Number 5 is Market Maven, the other Ilkay Canterbury runner.
Yeah, it's the same race as the 2, but he had a much cleaner trip, and he was second best, but ran very well.
Yeah, he was with the racetrack that day, too. Now, I don't know. It's kind of hard to discern who the speed of the speed is. I thought it could be Sagamore Mischief.
Yeah, I was really intrigued in his replay. He really kind of gave it up early. I thought that Kendrick broke and had some intent, and another horse press. I can't remember now. Another horse in the race had the
Cicciobello
had the gas pedal on
Yeah.
early.
Who
and
isn't the fastest horse?
But as soon as he kind
I
of got in
agree
front of him
with
a
you.
little bit of him, his head went up in the air,
well,
and he was just like, no.
It was a day you didn't want to be on the rail, and it was like Kendrick was so worried about being on the rail rather than going forward.
Yeah.
And I think it actually, in hindsight, played out the wrong way in that he should have been more forward than what he was.
He's a very need the lead type, in my opinion. I was
agree.
surprised he didn't go on with it because all
Yeah.
of his best races usually is when he's on the front end. He beat me over the summer in Saratoga. He ran a massive race when.
Oh, with
oh wait, wasn't? Oh, maybe not. Oh, I'm wrong. I thought it was in Saratoga. Oh no, he did. He ran an 85 buyer. I ran From Another Mother in that race, I think it was.
Oh,
And,
yeah. That didn't go so well, did it?
No. He eased across the wire and he got claimed.
Well, there's one upside, I suppose.
It happens. But he run big that day.
Yes, he did. And he's a funny horse where sometimes he's kind of consistent in his numbers, maybe outside of his last race. But he also doesn't necessarily win all that often. I mean, look, he's run 53 times with 6 wins, which is respectable, but 13 runner-up performances.
I think when he has things his way, that's when he shows up. He gets big when he gets on the front end here, there. But I don't know if with outside post and Flavian, he's going to give him as good of an option as good of a chance as you're going to get. So.
Does look good warming up there on track. Sorry, he was on the bottom screen. Commuted was on everybody's screen who's watching us as we do see Frisante now on your screen. As you said, he's pretty DOB.
Yeah, it's weird. I think he ran great 2 back, and he had been in pretty good form. I thought that he was in a really tough spot in that last race. He's kind of running. He just had a horse on his inside and outside. He looked really uncomfortable. I did think that when he tipped him out down the lane that he would at least run him down and pick up second. And he just kind of is a little stymied and didn't kick on with it and was just content sitting behind the rest of the horses in that race, including the 5 who beat him that day, who actually got a really good trip.
It does feel like Frisante lacks a little bit of a killer instinct.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he's run well, but he kind of like Sagamore Mischief. He doesn't often win.
When he won 2 back, I know he went wide in that race, but he really didn't have any adversity in there. He sat in a great spot. They went quick in front of him. He tipped out, and he did go 7 wide, yes, but the race kind of fell apart, and he didn't have to go in or out of any horses. Last time they broke and he was mid-pack and he was just uncomfortable. I get the angle taking the blinkers off of him just because he looked very rattled the entire race, and I think that compromises finish a little bit. But it's weird that he's so dead on the board after being morning line 9-5 for a guy that wins at a really high rate first off the claim for the last few years he's been doing it.
Yeah, and relatively new trainer in Steve Shower. He was a owner for quite a while, and kind of decided he was going to try his hand at actually training them.
Play the field or something, was it? Not playing the field. Players group?
Man. Players group. Yes, that's what it was.
Yeah,
I was like, I know there was exact same silks, just with a different PG, I think, on them.
Yeah.
Instead of SS. So, we'll see what he does here. 4-1 on him. I'm gonna try to wire things with Sagamore Mischief, but I have no problems with Commuted. And at the end of the day, Commuted could be the one that is in front here. It always seems as though they're quite intent on having the lead, especially when Ricardo's in the irons.
I was just going to say, Ricardo's in the irons. They do take the blinkers off, but I don't think it really changed him too much. I wonder
if it had the
reverse
counterintuitive effect where it kind of like made him more dull in a way, where he's just
weird.
like, I can't see, so I'm not going to be competitive with the horses, breaking to my outside.
But they went slower even in some of these races, and he still wasn't able to get to the front with blinkers. It's weird. And then his races before that in Belmont here at Aqueduct and Saratoga, he was able to get to the front and kind of control things when he had no blinkers on. So we'll see.
The one consistency there is, besides the first race off the bench, was Ricardo Santana getting him to the front.
Totally. Yeah, he's 2 for 2. His 2 wins are with, or I guess 2 of his 3 wins are with Ricardo.
For
his best races
for
too.
Rob. Yeah. Heading into line, I am surprised at the amount of money that the 6 Sagamore Mischief is taking, as he is co-favorite, or just slight second choice, behind Commuted here. We'll see what shakes out with the drop-down runner Commuted. I think we'll know a lot, right, in the first few jumps out of the gate.
Yeah, well, you know exactly. If it's whoever is most aggressive, I feel like is going to have is going to eliminate some other horses in the race.
Absolutely. Sagamore Mischief will take his place in line, and we will send it up to Chris Griffin for your call of race 3 from Aqueduct.
For Mischief. Going in. All set. And they're off. Good speed to the outside. Sagamore Mischief gets the first call. And in between horses, here comes Commuted to join that early leader. Commuted and Sagamore Mischief 1-2. Market Maven is now taken third. Glint is back to fourth. The two at the back, Frizzante, and off a step slow with Sharp Spark to be the trailer. They work to the backstretch, and now the leader is Commuted. Commuted is comfortable and up by a half length, 23.71 the opening quarter mile. Glint is making an early move, and Glint sees a seam, and Glint is going to now push the pace, and here comes Glint to challenge Commuted. Holding that position, Sagamore Mischief 3 wide, 4 wide, Market Maven. Sharp Spark starts a run from the back, and the trailer, Frizzante. They're approaching a half mile left to go. Commuted is still there. Glint made that early move as a stalking presence from second. Sagamore Mischief trying to keep up in third. Market Maven still wide, and Commuted now hugs the rail and tries to open up. It's Commuted who's back up by a length and a half and doing it all on his own. At the rail, Frizzante. Jamie Rodriguez sees a seam, is all in, and here comes Frizzante, who does find the gap, is chasing Commuted. 47.24 half mile time. Can Commuted keep going? Commuted, an all-in Frizzante. A heavy ride here from Rodriguez down the center of the racetrack to try to catch this leader. Glint is in third on the far outside that Sharp Spark, but Commuted is opening back up again. Commuted with a 16th left to go. It's going to take him almost all the way. Well deserved, and Commuted wins it. Frizzante second, then Sharp Spark, and Glint is in a photo with Market Maven in 1 minute 38.49 seconds.
Commuted delivers despite some scrambling for the lead early, kind of asserted himself around the turn, Ray, and he held off everyone.
Yeah, Ricardo did a great job of getting him out there, getting him in his comfort zone on the front end, and blinkers off, go figure, showed that old speed and found that old form today. I'm sure the drop helped a lot, but he turned the whole field away and held off the closers. A powerful push from Frizzante as well down the lane, and he's much the best.
Yeah, I will admit that Jamie Rodriguez gave Frizzante about as good of a ride as you possibly could as he sat back, watched that pace unfurl, and cut the corner to secure a obvious second in here. But it was all about your winner, Commuted. Of all the races that we've run today, I feel like Commuted was the most likely to get claimed.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree. I thought this race, you could probably take a few horses out of this race, honestly. I think that Market Maven was probably one that was on some people's bingo ticket, and probably Commuted, and even Frizzante as well. I mean, he's very popular in the claim box.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's done some barn jumping around as Commuted returns as the 2-1 favorite at post time over number 2 Frizzante for 1 to round out the Super. Well, that will do it for me as of now on the desk. I will be downstairs and then back up here. So I'm going to go get something to eat, and you guys are going to be in the hands of Andy Serling, who I don't know where he just ran off to, but I guess he needs some reinforcements.
Yeah, I don't blame him. He probably saw me and had to scram.
Well, Chad Brown, he will be well represented with his second-time starter. Iron Honor ran a 95 buyer in his career debut to get the win. He's back in this Saturday's Gotham.
there's nothing like being there at the race and having the horses go by and your horse is at the front of the pack. Nothing better.
We provide an inside look at the game. If people were to do this on their own, it would take years to develop the kind of relationships that we have with Hall of Fame trainers and horsemen. Here, you get to cut the line, so to speak, and you are in the thick of it at the highest levels of the game, and that's something that we really want for our partners. We want them to be dealing with high-class horses, have the chance to run in really big races, and we take care of the rest.
I look at spreading our placement of horse equine purchases as just a wise investment. They don't all work, but you're going to have ones that work because of the caliber of people at West Point that go through the horse selection vetting process. It's very thorough, super impressive.
Everybody here at West Point strives to provide a really comprehensive educational experience. We want you to be behind the velvet rope. Our partners get to know the trainers, the jockeys, obviously the horses. This is a real immersive experience to really get your feet wet and just feel like you're part of the action at the very front row.
I think it starts with the top, Terry and Debbie, ethics, this industry, having the right leader sets a tone for an organization. And they bring all that in every interaction, as does the entire West Point team.
You know, there aren't that many investments where you feel like part of a team, part of a family, but that's really true here, and that's what makes West Point Thoroughbreds so special.
Well, it's a good week for West Point with a piece of Reagan's honor winning down at Fairgrounds, but welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Andy Serling taking over for Maggie Wolfendale. It's not a good position to be in, taking over for Maggie, but it is what it is. And here with my man Ray Handel. How are you?
Yeah, feeling great. Yeah, we're off to a good start here.
Ray, I texted Ray last night to say, are you ready for a 3-hour shift? Because I don't know that you've ever even been on for more than an hour. And you said you were totally ready.
It's locked in.
I was just talking to my friend Mike Joyce about it. He thinks maybe about 2:15, 2:30 you're going to start to waver in the stretch. Not unlike some of your horses.
Hey, listen, at least I got you to carry me home if I need be, unlike the horses do.
I wouldn't want to have to rely on being carried by me, but apparently Ray's good with that. Anyway, good to be on. Some fun action today. Looking forward to getting down to Oaklawn. Of course, the racing here. And our buddy, Robbie Falcone, getting it done here with Commuted, much the best.
Yeah, blinkers off, showed his regular speed, and kind of owned this field. He took them all on early and turned away the closers late.
He was just looking for class relief. I just think, he's a horse that they got a little ambitious with. And as you know, there are times to get ambitious when the payoff's good, but at some point when you're overly ambitious, it just doesn't work out.
He ran good 3 back, and he ran 4th in the allowance. He
Yep.
was worth trying, and then he gave another clunker, and it's like, okay, do we want to go out of town, or do we want to win a race in New York and just move on? They've lost a starter. They've won all the conditions now. So really, the upside is fairly limited unless somebody, rewrites the book on them.
Well, obviously you deal with this situation as a trainer. It's much like you win a maiden 40. That horse is now worth 20 in most cases.
Right.
You win the non-winners of 2 lifetime and a 50 claimer. That horse is not a 50 claimer in all likelihood.
Never win 3 for 35, 30, somewhere like this usually.
One of the biggest jumps I always feel like is getting out of those conditional claiming races and having to run in the open claiming races where you're running against old warriors that have been competing at that level.
Even this horse, yeah, he's going to be in steep waters after this. I mean, you're almost better off sometimes. The 1X comes up a little bit easier than some of those open claimers.
There are a lot of times when you have a horse that you don't want to break that maiden that quickly. You don't want to win the non-winners of 1 that quickly and get some checks because it's tough. It gets so much harder. Anyway, lots of good stuff to talk about it today. Race number 4 will be coming up in a little while. I'm gonna have to lose a few dollars on the 1 confabulation to wire the field. The Flavian Pratt money is just insane. I'm not saying Whiskey and Soda can't win, but 3 to 5?
I like this horse today, but yeah, 3 to 5 is a bit short. But he's been riding great. He's getting him home, so it wouldn't surprise me either.
No, I don't think this horse would surprise me. But I love Michelle Nevin and think she's sensational. But I don't know if this is a 3 to 5 shot. I thought this was a fairly competitive $20,000 claiming race.
Yeah, well, 5-year-old that's ran 9 times. I mean, that says a lot right there. About inconsistency and running at this claiming level.
Is this your first Oaklawn post parade you've done in the air?
Yes.
You were here for it. Ray's maiden voyage doing a post parade at Oaklawn. This is where you really separate the wheat from the chaff, you know, when you got to really dig in that quick post parade at Oaklawn. I mean, a lot of people can handle situations, but, you know, you get to that post parade at Oaklawn, and that's where we separate, you know, the fakes from the real thing. So this is it, Ray.
I'm looking forward to it.
Your career depends on this, how you're doing. Are your owners watching, by the way?
Yeah, oh yeah, we got
Really?
the whole audience. We
Okay.
got the whole crowd coming.
I promise to not be particularly nice to you. It's not really my thing being
Oh,
nice.
boy. All right.
Yeah, Oaklawn, I find Oaklawn to be some of the most competitive racing
It's tough
to handicap
It's
there
tough
is.
to handicap. It's tough to put into words what you're seeing on paper. The whole nine.
Yeah, no, it's an arduous handicapping puzzle, to say the least. I mean, I think you can get paid if you're right, but I find it not that easy to be right
Well,
anywhere.
You got an 11-horse field, and you know it's
One
just-
after the other. Here it is,
Yeah.
Ray. The
All right,
one
let's
is
go.
Rocket Tretta for Terry Brennan.
Yeah, stepping up significantly in class after being beaten soundly. Hard to see this one.
Have you been to Zia Park? That's where this horse ran last
never.
time. I have not either. Honduras Passion, the number 2 at 8-1.
Hasn't been super effective in his first 2 races this season at Oaklawn. Does have some last year that make her somewhat competitive.
1 for 29.
Yeah.
I think the lack of starts makes the 3 not for everyone more appealing than not for everyone.
Yeah, I agree. Lightly raced 4-year-old, 1 second time out, but got crushed in a Never Win 2 most recently.
Number 4 is Stephanie Starfish going out for Jamie Gonzalez.
He has done nothing in the last 3 starts after winning first time out at Oaklawn last year. Adds Lasix, but not sure that's enough.
1 for 19, Kokomo Starlet.
7-year-old making her first start off the year bench. Took her 19 starts to break her maiden.
A lot of 1-fers, including Kashmir Baby, the 6 for Michael Hewitt.
Yeah, ran well 2 back in a similar condition, but broke slow last time and did no running thereafter.
Current favorite, Texas Sequoia, going out for Brett Crichton.
Yeah, she's the most consistent of this group, I thought.
A lot of seconds and thirds.
Yeah.
Maximum to Excel is number 8.
Yeah, broke her maiden in a state bred 20 last time at Oaklawn. Finished coming back today in a similar spot where she ran no good.
The number 9, Exquisite Candy, has not raced since Canterbury in September.
Stepping up after a solid run in a much lesser spot. She's got a speed, and we'll be sending away from there.
Ron McQuett is the 10, Very Cosmopolitan.
Yeah, Ron McQuett's having a rough start to the year, 1 for 52.
It is a tough place to win.
Absolutely.
The 11 rounds out the field, Lady Razorback at a big price.
Yeah, soundly beating her last few. She'll need a miracle or 2, and that might not be enough.
Let's head down to Hot Springs to the MIG.
Thanks, Andy and Ray. Yeah, just briefly about Ron Moquette. I agree. Things not really going extremely well, but the last few days, his horses are starting to run, hit the board, and I always think that's kind of a sign a barn is shaking off some of that cobwebs, if you will. Sometimes horses are running well, not winning, and I'm starting to see his barn at least warm up a little bit in that respect. Getting back to this race here, I'm one of those people that is going to go with the more lightly race, the 3, not for everyone. She does have to improve. There's no doubt about it, but I think she's just a little bit less exposed than everybody else. Both of her sprints were okay. She didn't want any part of stretching out last time. I like the fact that they're turning her right back to the 6 furlongs. And again, albeit I thought she'd be a bigger price, not as big a discrepancy as I thought she would be with the 7 Texas Sequoia. But that's where I landed because at least maybe she has a chance to go a little bit forward. And you also get Ramon Vasquez, guys, who just moved into a tie, albeit with a long way to go in the leading rider standings with Christian Torres. The 6-horse Kashmir Baby, listen, she runs races good enough to win here. She's at 1 for 24 with 7 seconds. I don't like when you see them accumulating so many more second-place finishes. Just gives me the impression that a horse that's more herd bound. They're happy to run with horses as opposed to running by horses. That's just the way I've always seen it over the years. Maybe she's just running into horses a little bit better than her, but it always leaves me that question. As a little bit with the same with the 7 Texas Sequoia, 1 win, 4 seconds. She makes a lot of sense because I do think she'll be in front of Kashmir Baby. She's the favorite at 5-2. I just thought I was going to get a better price with the 3, not for everyone, but Texas Sequoia, certainly the horse to beat, guys.
I'm on the same page as Richie is with the 3. I think the problem, and I don't disagree, it's not an easy swallow at 7-2 with this horse, but the lightly race part, I think, to me, is one of the most enticing things, and I also like the cut back in distance.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I thought it was between that one and the 7 Texas Sequoia. I know there's a lot of seconds and thirds there, but, you know, when you get to this lower level and you can find a horse that's really consistent, I kind of like to grasp onto those. I know chalk in a 11-horse field, it's not easy to take down, but I thought
the 7's the horse to beat.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
Yeah.
But I'm with Richie. That 1 for 17 with a 9 seconds and thirds. But on the other hand, they have their day, these horses,
Yeah,
and sometimes
absolutely.
they find fields they can't help but beat. Well, going to be a lot of talk over the next 2+ months about the road to the Kentucky Derby, and you get closer and closer to it. We've got the John Battaglia tonight. Be rooting for the home team there with Atfield running for Tom Morley and of course Maggie. Gotham here next Saturday. Excited about that. The Fountain of Youth. Sunday's the Rebel. We'll be drawing the Rebel on the show later today. Tampa Bay Derby, San Felipe. Have you been looking that much at the Derby at this point? Do you have strong opinions?
No, not really, to be honest. I just kind of take them as they come.
I do have $20 at 122 to 1 on Iron Honor, who's running in the It's an insane price.
That's
I
nuts.
know he ran only once at 6.5 furlongs. He got a 95 buyer in his debut, and he was 100+ to 1. I couldn't resist betting a few dollars. My friend Jackson texted me and said, "You got to bet something on this horse at that price." He beat a horse that came back and ran very well, and Chad Brown had told me that he has been training extremely well, and he's excited to see him in the Gotham.
I saw this. I remember this horse very well at the sale. I loved him at the sale. He was a big, stout, good-looking horse. It went for $475. Yeah, like you said, crossing the channel, came back, ran a big race with the 85 buyer. This is ultra impressive and should get better with some distance as well.
Yeah, no. Chad said he's been surprising him in some ways. He talked to me about a month or so ago. He just brought up that well he was training. He's the horse on the inside. I'll let you talk about this work. I want a full analysis, Ray.
Listen, he's doing everything you're supposed to do as a horse. He's well within himself. They gallop out strong. I'm sure this is everything that you want coming into a big race like this.
Yeah, I think that one of the questions, obviously, about the Gotham is whether or not Napoleon Solo is going to come, because he had been very impressive in the Champagne. I just don't like that we haven't seen him in so long, and it took him a while to get back to the track.
Yeah, he's down in Florida too. It's kind of odd to be up here, or he was racing up here. Chad Summers is a string up here, and to be training down at Palm Meadows to come back up, I don't know, seems like a lot to ask.
Supposed to be in the 50s and sunny on Gotham Day. I know a little snow earlier in the week, and obviously a big storm heading to New York overnight tomorrow, and then to overnight to Monday. Anyhow, we're going to show Balboa, who was second in the Jerome. He's going to have to get better if he's going to win this race off his second in the Jerome.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he ran big this day, but he's going to be in the much steeper waters coming in this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think the horse to beat is a nice horse. I know he went over to Saudi and didn't do particularly well, but I just feel like there's got to be better horses around. And I'm really, I feel like I'm not, one of those people that says we haven't seen the Derby winner yet. But I think there are horses that are going to be interested in the Derby that aren't getting any conversation at this point.
Yeah, no, I think that your Derby winner is probably broke. I would say he's broken his maiden by now, and at this point, he's running and he's out there somewhere, I believe.
I like when people say, "Well, Justified did it," and I know he debuted a couple days ago, but. It's like, yes, Justified did it once.
Yeah, exactly.
Once is not exactly a sample size that I think you want to rely on,
no.
especially for a race that is got to be the hardest race to win in this country.
Absolutely. I mean, I even think that the old eulogy about running at 2 is still important. They had a lot of horses hadn't even won the Derby that didn't race at 2, and I think that's still relevant even nowadays.
I agree completely. I think it's nice to have some bottom,
yeah.
Even if it's a horse that ran a couple of times. But
and then you get a little time off, and then you bring them back. They have that muscle memory and that bone, and they can hold up to the training and what it takes to get to the Derby.
Yeah, and I also think rushing to get to the Derby has ruined a lot of horses.
Absolutely.
And,
you see it every year.
Every year there's 2 or 3 horses, and you say, I'll tell you a funny horse. And listen, I liked Grande if he had gotten the Derby, and he had been scratched, and obviously it was legit. He didn't run for 9 months. Mm-hmm. He comes back and runs a 105 buyer the other day at Gulfstream. Mm-hmm. So maybe the fact that he didn't run the Derby, he didn't get these tough races in there, it's going to benefit him. They could potentially have one of the best horses in the country this year.
I completely agree.
Yeah,
you see a lot of horses, even sprinters, that they try and change their style styles and try and stretch, and you're ruin a good horse just to try and squeeze a Derby in.
Somehow it didn't ruin Groovy, one of the greatest sprinters of all time, and a horse who actually ran the Derby. He was actually favored in the Young American, a Grade 1 back then, won by Stormcat at the Meadowlands. Wow. He was the favorite and finished fourth. A good bar trivia question for you. You'll win some drinks next summer. They're loading into the gate for race number 3 at Oaklawn. Let's head to our man, Matt Dinnerman, with the call.
Post 4. Kokomo Starlet, post 5. Exquisite Candy walking it. Very Cosmopolitan, loading in post 10. They've loaded Kokomo Starlet. Very Cosmopolitan, working with her to go into the gate. Waiting for Very Cosmopolitan. She goes it to the outside. Lady Razorback to round out the field. Lady Razorback coming up to the gate. Goes it. We're ready to go. And we're off. Kokomo Starlet blasts out of the gate, goes to the lead here from Lady Razorback, who runs in second with Very Cosmopolitan, who's aggressively ridden early, strides into second now. Kokomo Starlet has the lead from Very Cosmopolitan. Stephanie Starfish down on the inside, rushing forward. She grabs the lead with Kokomo Starlet, and Very Cosmopolitan right off of them in the third spot. Lady Razorback in fourth. Not for everyone. Down on the inside of horses today. She's 2 lengths off the pace as they go into the turn. Another 2 lengths to Texas Sequoia, already aggressively ridden as they go into that far turn. Then Maximum to Excel. She's running 7 behind as they round the turn. Gap of 3 more to Honduras Passion. She's sent along. Cashmere Baby needs to get going. Is third last, 2 clear of Rocket Retta. The trailer is Exquisite Candy as they come to the top of the stretch. Stephanie Starfish getting away at 11-1, and she turns for home with a 4-length lead now. Not for everyone trying to reel her in. Kokomo Starlet just exchanged a brush with Texas Sequoia. Very Cosmopolitan weekends. 1 furlong to go. Stephanie Starfish all alone on the lead. She's clear by 6 with a 16th to go. And Stephanie Starfish is going to come home strong here. Stephanie Starfish and Joe Belmer. Not for everyone second. Honduras Passion third. And Texas Sequoia was fourth.
Merry-go-round race. Stephanie Starfish, who had run a big figure in her debut, she got very brave when she got loose in the lead.
Yeah, that's the way to do it with this level. You get to the front and keep on going, keep on opening up.
I believe her sire, Stefan Otzi, was owned by Len Riggio's My Meadowview Farm, and I believe is a half to Shackleton.
Impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, I have the PPs here, but it was owned by My Meadowview, trained by Nick Zito. I don't have this.
The dam is Otzi. That's why it's Stefan Otzi.
Correct.
So it's I think Len had actually bought Otzi. Let's head to Richie.
Yeah, guys, I just think this underscores the fact that speed is always dangerous. Stephanie Starfish, this is more speed than she's ever shown before in her life, and she just kept scampering along. I will tell you guys, yesterday it felt like it was a definitive inside flow to this racetrack. Horses that were down on the inside were certainly getting the best of it, and there's nothing that I've seen in the first 3 races today to dissuade me from that opinion. But nice to see Joey Belmere get a win. Really nice kid. I actually rode with his dad, who is now a veterinarian, way back in the day, guys. But Stephanie Starfish gets it done.
Yeah, I know. Richie had been mentioning that yesterday about the rail, and obviously he's a lot more plugged in. He and Meg being down there at Oaklawn and paying a little more attention than I am, trying to watch them. But this horse certainly took advantage of it. And I just think she got brave on the front end, right?
Absolutely. I mean, she hasn't shown anything like this since her first time out. And she actually came off the pace that day. But, you know, clearly big on the front end, added Lasix, so maybe that had something to do with it as well.
Fair. You know, the other thing is, it was hard to make her the speed.
Yeah,
that was
absolutely.
the thing. It's not like she looked like the speed on paper as we head back to our 4th race. We're going to give Maggie a little break here. She's pretty much working the entire show today. Whiskey and Soda, to me, can obviously win. I thought this horse had gotten a pretty delicious trip in a 4-horse field last time and is really overbet because of the presence of Flavian.
Well, I mean, it's hard to, I agree with you, but it's hard to knock the horse. I mean, he shows up, and he ran a big race last time. Flavian's back on board again today, and I feel like this is a pretty similar group to what he faced last time. But again, when you get to these cheaper levels, taking anything like this sort of odds is always, especially when you have some horses that have some legit shots in here.
After the post-parade, I want to ask you about, not that you don't claim that many horses, but the idea of claiming a horse like Mr. Ripple, but we'll get to that in a minute. This is the horse I like, the one Confabulation. I'm going to keep it simple, Ray, and try to wire the field.
Yeah, he stepped him up first time off the claim and gets back down to reality today.
That's the way I felt, and he chased outside against a gold rail last time out.
Yeah.
The 2 is Mr. Ripple off the claim.
Yeah, first off the claim for Peter. Takes a step up in class after running a bang-up second in Open 10.
Yeah, I think he's dangerous and a big price now. The number 3, the heavy favorite, Whiskey and Soda.
Yeah, like we talked about, coming back in a similar spot after he won last time.
I think you're interested in the 4 for Rob Atras, Bob John Ray.
Yeah, I mean, he's the other speed in the race. He's going to have to deal with your rail horse, so we'll see.
But, man, he's aggressive. He'll put him in a good spot outside of him. Brew Pub stretching out a little bit in this race for Ilke Cantermachi.
Yeah, first off the claim and taking a big jump in class after getting beat for lesser last time.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a
like
mile
that
and an eighth horse, but he does like a wet track. The 6 hours in a day for Linda Rice.
Second time in for the waiver, so Linda must see something that she likes with the horse.
Looking for just her 3rd win today. She's been struggling lower. She lost the 3rd race, and then there's Hey Toby on the far outside for Maya.
Yeah, outside speed might get stuck in a chase mode if he doesn't clear, which I don't think he's going to be fast enough to do.
What I wanted to talk about Mr. Ripple, if that's okay, guys, a little bit with you, Ray. A lot of times I would think, it's sort of a dump job with Miguel Clement, but you've got a trainer, in my estimation, who he's taking good care of his horses, and he's got a pretty substantial barn. And do you find you can claim sometimes from a trainer like Miguel, a more high-profile trainer makes a drop, more than you would from a claiming trainer with a big drop down?
It's very individualized, and I don't need to tell you there's certain guys that don't leave a lot of meat on the bone and some guys that do that are big names. But I agree with you with this horse. I thought that he was just trying to get a win and get the horse moved on. He'd kind of fussed with him, tried Finger Lakes. Finger Lakes is closed now, so I think he tried him once in the 30, and he ran no good. And he said, I'm sure Miguel was just like, you know what, we're not up there. Let's just get this horse moved on. And
Funny race, sorry to interrupt,
Sure.
because you look at this race right now, you look at the running line, you think he just fails to quite get the leader. What you don't know is he actually does get the leader, and he gets passed from behind, which I don't love. But this was a time period where the rail was extremely strong. The winner just wasn't good enough to hold on. He carried him a lot longer than it should have. And you've got Mr. Ripper, who did chase outside, but he did spend a lot of time on the rail. I have some positives and some negatives. I just think at 8-1, you could do worse than play him.
I was going to say 8-1. If you like this horse, I would, dive right in.
Yeah, I think he's an interesting horse in this race. Once again, with Whiskey and Soda, I'm not knocking him. I think he is the horse to beat in this race. I just don't think 6-5 is a particularly inviting price.
I like him. Sorry, I like him a little bit more than you do, but I agree with you. I think anytime you take a short price here, I like Bob, John, and Ray. But sorry, we're showing Whiskey and Soda. I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he ran him down late. He had a decent pace to run at, but he answered the questions, and it's very similar type of group to what he faced last time. And there's no questions about handling the distance either. So I think a lot of people will gravitate to that because there are some question marks on distance with some of them, with some others.
Talk a little bit about your pick in this race, the number 4, Bob John Ray, who has been in extremely good form.
Yeah, I like him. It's a little concerning that he got moved up in the 1X and he goes straight to the New York by 25 here instead of trying him in the 2X or even putting him in for the optional 45. But he's running at a lower level. But I think his good race puts him right there. He ran super last time and just got beat, got moved up.
He got moved up because another horse got fouled.
Right.
But having said that, he ran extremely well.
Yes.
Because he was coming back. I mean, the winner, the horse finished first, who came back to win, had passed him, and he looked like sort of hopelessly beaten, and that horse re-rallied to get there. So I actually thought he ran well last time. I thought this might be a little bit of a tougher field than he's been running against, though, overall.
I agree. I mean, New York breds, and he was running at lower levels. He did win. He won at a 10. When they stepped him up to a 16, you could see he kind of struggled a little bit against them. He couldn't get to the lead, and it was going a mile and 8. So he's going to have to show some new dynamics coming into this one.
Big difference between the very bottom and even the second level of claiming race. A very big difference, as you saw the finish. 4-3-2, I believe, at Oaklawn Park in race number 3 at Oaklawn.
Yep.
As we're heading the gate for this race. Well, I'm going to try to wire him with confabulation. I don't have an enormous amount of confidence, but I think at this price, I'm willing to take a shot. He can wire the field at a mile and 1/8.
Yeah, I thought another interesting horse was Hours in a Day. Linda protects this horse again, second time off in a waiver. She must be seeing something that she likes here. I know it's not taking a ton of action, but...
Though his only win in the last 4 starts was the only time Linda didn't protect him. Isn't that odd? I really wish that they could have the waiver as a thing in Formulator to look up, because I think there's some trainers that do use it for preps.
Yeah.
You know, and some you see win with it, so it's not an absolute one way or the other.
The double waiver here makes me feel like she must have some confidence, because if you try him back and they don't run to your standards, you'd think you'd put him in for the tag. He ran back because you get 2 waivers now.
I like when they waive for 20 or 25 and then they unwaive for 10 in the next start. You want to ask them, you were afraid to lose them last time out? Let's get the call from Chris Griffin.
2 left. There's Hours in a Day, and Hey Toby will be last to load. Hours in a Day. Jose Lescano goes in. Hey Toby. Hey Toby. Pick 6 time. All set. And they're off. Confabulation has early speed, and Kochakaya wants the front end. Confabulation sprints to that first turn, is up by a length and a half. Bob John Ray is now going to be a stalking second, just off of that hard scent. Confabulation, who wanted the lead, is up by that full length. Bob John Ray second. Back at the rail is Mr. Ripple in third. Out wider, Hey Toby, comfortable in fourth. They are now 2.5 in front of Hours in a Day. Second to last, Whiskey and Soda, the trailer, Brew Pub. They work to the backstretch in 23.77. The opening quarter mile. Confabulation going to try and take them all the way. Bob John Ray moves in closer, has done it easily, is within a neck, and now Confabulation lets it out a notch again. Confabulation starts the sprint once again, and Bob John Ray is back alone in second. At the rail, that's Mr. Ripple, still travels in tandem with Hey Toby, 47-4, a half-mile time. From the back, Whiskey and Soda starts to run on, is taken 5th. Hours in a Day is in behind rivals, and the trailer, Brew Pub. They're into the far turn now, and Confabulation starts coming back to the field. Confabulation, only a neck advantage. Bob John Ray is ready to pounce. Hey Toby and all in third. In between horses, Whiskey and Soda has made up some nice ground, and Whiskey and Soda is now challenging from the 3rd position. Nothing from Mr. Ripple. Brew Pub's got to pick it up from back there, and same can be said for Hours in a Day. As the top of the stretch, and Bob John Ray has taken the lead. Bob John Ray, but now Whiskey and Soda's got clear running room and no excuses for the favorite, as Whiskey and Soda is trying to run down Bob John Ray and has done just that. Whiskey and Soda, Bob John Ray not done though, comes back on the inside. Whiskey and Soda, Bob John Ray, Whiskey and Soda wins it. Whiskey and Soda, Bob John Ray, Hours in a Day, and Confabulation holds on for 4th at 1:52 and 4.
That was a good pick by you on Bob John Ray, and I think that he kind of got hurt by the fact that Manny had to really ride him to keep up to that fast pace, and there was Flavia on the favorite sitting in the garden spot and waiting to swallow him up, but Bob John Ray ran very well in defeat.
Yeah, it's funny how Flavian manages to do that almost every race, isn't it? But yeah, Manny had to use up some horse early on to keep Confabulation honest. He didn't want to let him get away on too easy of a lead, and it probably cost them a little bit here late, but they both ran big races here.
I agree. I think if I were to separate it, I would argue the second horse ran the best race. And
I agree.
I think with Flavian, and you know, I'm not just saying this, there are other riders in the situation, but when you get to the level he's at, you don't ever worry about getting second guessed. You know, you might make a mistake, and you're probably harder on yourself than anybody else, but you don't worry, did I wait too long? And I think he saw what was going on in front of him. And also, he had the benefit of riding a horse that had less speed, whereas Manny's riding a horse that really wants to be forward.
Yeah, I mean, Manny's on a horse that, you'd almost make the argument he's a need-to-lead type.
Right.
Really, his best races are when he's in front, and he was already outside of his comfort zone. But Flavion's so good. I mean, he rarely makes a wrong decision. I know you've said it so many times. It's almost more obvious when he makes he makes the wrong decision because he makes the right decision 95% of the time.
But that's always the case with the best riders. You notice it when they give a bad ride much more. If a guy's just not a bad rider, you go, well, not a surprise rider. And I think, I think confidence, I put Manny in that category. Think of the difference in Manny, the way he's done, especially working with our friend John Panagot, even though he just made fun of you on a text a few minutes ago. Having Manny, riding these horses for Chad Brown, having the confidence from Chad to ride them, and doing as well as Manny's done, you can just see his confidence has soared for good reason.
Oh, he rode a brilliant race for me the other day. He rode Doppio Espresso, and he had to come through a really tight hold, and he went, and he just, he said, we're going, and we're making space.
It's funny because you talk to Manny, he's one of the all-time nicest guys. He's a very low-key guy.
Yeah.
He's also extremely tough.
Very competitive, very tough, loves to win. He has all the right attributes you want in your athlete.
Yeah, no, it makes me really happy to see him doing well because just being around him and knowing him a bit, and for years, it's great to see how his career has evolved, and he's obviously riding at the top of his game right now. We'll take a break. Crew will be back. Maggie will even be back soon. America's Day at the Races, long way to go.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. All those people are rushing to get to make their bets at Naira Bets. Of course, Grand Central Station, great building. I'm so old, I remember when the OTB was right there. Those windows, you see those windows, Drake? Those were OTB windows back in the 70s.
Wow. Yeah. I think there was a nice restaurant that they've put in there.
Well, there still is, yeah.
Oh,
there's plenty of nice places there. There's the bar that
There's a good
overlooks
bar.
it.
I've been to that bar.
The Campbell House, you mean?
Yeah.
That one? Yeah, it's a good spot. Yeah. There's some good places, too, around, and the Oyster Bar is tremendous. Number 3, third or fourth winning favor in today's card is Whiskey and Soda. Gets it done with Flavien Prat.
Yeah, does a great job. Puts him in the right spot. Runs down my 3-1 second chalk, Bob John Ray.
You got a little gold star.
I'll take it.
Of course, ran very well to be second. The 3-4 exacta paid just under $10 for $1 as Michelle Nevin gets the win with Whiskey and Soda, and I am an unabashed fan of Michelle Nevin. I think she does an absolutely sensational job. As we'll take a look at the prices, $468 on the win then, as we said, $975 for that exacta. And heading into the race number 5. And I think it's very prescient, given the circumstances, that Tariff Mindset, who is not 7-2, is 9-5 actually, is making his debut today.
Yeah, well named for the climate that we're in.
Yes.
But yes, it's some interesting maidens in this race. 2 shipping up for Chad Brown from Payson. So, yeah, should be interesting race.
Chad had mentioned to me, I think last summer in Saratoga, that he had liked the Tis the Law that he had for Klarovich. And when this horse was entered, I said, is this the Tis the Law? And he said, yes. Now, he didn't say, yes, I love that horse. That horse is going to win the Preakness. He said, yes, that's the horse.
Yeah.
I'm presuming he likes the horse, shipping the horse up from Florida.
Yeah, listen, Tis the Law. I mean, he's been on a tear. He's done great through his freshman crop, and they've continued to improve. Dirt, turf, whatever they put him on seem to be, getting to the winner's circle.
I agree. He's got a lot of success with turf horses, and he is an absolutely sensational sire.
He sure is.
But I'll tell you something. This is not a field of bad horses. There's some, the 1 Double Act, the 2 Dr. Sinatra, even the 5 Stream It. All of these horses, and even Print ran fairly well in his 1 dirt race.
I actually love the 6 horse here. The other horse for Chad at the sale. He was at the top of my list, but he went just slightly out of my price range for $750.
I think the Second Dam is one of those really, really good horses that Mark Hennig had for Ned Evans.
Yeah, and produced Family Tree, who won the Iowa Oaks and Iowa Oaks and Indiana Derby. Or Indiana Oaks and Iowa Oaks.
Where are the Indiana Oaks and the Iowa Oaks on the
Prairie
scale
Meadows?
for you to win? Are these like lifetime goals to get out? I mean, you'd be huge in the mid with those tracks. I think they'd have like Ray Handle Day if you
listen,
do there.
You want to send me some horses out there? I'm ready.
Yeah, I think I have about $20 in my pocket, and that's about my net worth.
I'll take what I can
I
get.
can't afford to pay for the horses, much less buy one.
Listen.
Anyway, we got a break. Yeah, I know. We'll work something out, Ray.
Yeah,
we'll figure it out during the commercial break. We'll be back on America's Day of the Races in just a few moments. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Andy Serling and Ray Handel on the desk here. Of course, the Meg and Mig show down at Oaklawn. Maggie will be joining us for this race, and the horses are on the track for race number 4 at Oaklawn as Ray is really enjoying the post parades. The
Super
one
pumped.
is Cozy My Boy.
Now you know, putting the blinkers back on, capable of firing if in this type of race if he decides to put his running shoes
Feels
on.
like speed, right?
Yeah.
The 2 is Hawks Creek, who I kind of like for Armando Hernandez.
Yeah, grass horse who had some dirt races that were okay, but that's a long ways back.
But the dirt races are pretty good. I'm not sure
But
it's
it's
not
been
the right surface.
2 years.
Yeah, we'll get back to that. Jack's Spring Break, the 4 went by, and the 5 is Black, White, and Gold.
Black, White, and Gold. 2 back ran okay, but much tougher spot today.
Michael Lauer and Rafael Bejarano. Texas Hold'em for Tim Dixon.
Yeah, beat a long way in his last couple. He's up against it today.
Poker player?
Taking another drop in class after running decent debut.
Oh, Hoodlum, you mean, for
Sorry.
David Jacobson?
I'm
I was
sorry.
asking if you were a
Hoodlum, I'm
poker
sorry.
player.
Oh,
the
I'm
8 is,
sorry.
I know, I shouldn't distract you. These
I
post
am.
parades are at shore. Lee Me Be.
Lee Me Be got beat a long way last time.
Global Empire. Dropping in class, sort of, right?
Yeah, fairly consistent runner. Has been running okay in his last 3 here.
And Savaco rounds out the field for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, Potts claimed for 10-2 back, ran back in the same spot, didn't do too well. So looking to find some of the good races on
All right,
dirt.
you're off the hook. Let's head to the MIG.
Yeah, guys, we'll start down right on the inside here with the 4-horse, which is Cozy My Boy. This is a 9-year-old. Getting the blinkers back on. They've kind of experimented, blinkers on, blinkers off. This horse runs his best when he's forward, and I think that the inside draw just gives the rider a little more urgency to use that speed, especially with the blinkers going back on. I mean, he is a 9-year-old. Horses, like people, they can kind of get into a rut, and sometimes you change things up. Just trying to spark a little bit more interest. I do think Cozy My Boy, to be effective, needs to be up in the game, particularly with that rail draw. The 2 Hawks Creek, I think, makes a lot of sense off of what Andy was talking about, getting back to those dirt races. He's just faced so much tougher over his career. This is the lowest level he's ever got, been in, and 2 of his 3 starts on the dirt. He was a 2nd, a 3rd, ran decent figures against much better. I think he is a major player here. The 7 Hoodlum makes a lot of sense, but I don't know that you want anybody in lower level races at 7-5, which he is right now on the board. Last time it says Traffic Quarter Pole. Yeah, he had to wait. He never had to steady or check, lose momentum. He just had to wait in rush hour traffic a little bit, finished well once clear. And then the 10-horse Global Empire. I just think this is a horse that is going to get a decent trip from the outside. He's not slow. He, Walter De La Cruz, a rider that allows his horses to get their position going forward. And I just thought he could sit a trip if he doesn't get caught wide in the first turn. And remember, guys, this race starts and finishes at the 16th pole, the 1 mile here at Oaklawn Park. Give them more run to the first turn, but a little less run into the stretch on the back end.
Something tells me that the track announcer will remind us of that at least once or twice. We got Meg to ask Richie the other day if he's ever misjudged the finish line, and Richie is a very honest man in that situation, a tough situation. Race number 4 will be coming up after a quick break.
Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Next weekend on America's Day at the Races, Saturday, catch Aqueduct's Gotham, a Kentucky Derby prep, plus Lafitte Pinkai and Maggie Wolfendale live from Oaklawn Park for the Razorback Handicap.
And they're off in the Razorback.
Then Sunday, special coverage of Oaklawn's Rebel, a key Derby prep, and the Honeybee is a prep for the Kentucky Oaks. Saturday's coverage begins on Fox Business Channel, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern on FS2.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. The horses are heading towards the gate at Oaklawn, but they're also in the paddock for the 5th, and Maggie is back down in the paddock.
Well, Andy, we'll check in with the 2 first-time starters from the Chad Brown barn. And really, when I looked at this race, I thought that the 6, given the pedigree, / I low-key like the name a lot better, given that Poyak is one of my favorite wines, but I have to say physically, it's reflective what we see on the board when it comes to number 3, Tariff Mindset. And I questioned the pedigree a bit because it's actually a little bit more of a turf-tilted pedigree, given that he is a Tiz the Law, who we saw perform very well, his progeny, I should say, on the turf, up in Saratoga, you think of it, and throughout the year last year. And on the bottom side, the dam, she was all turf and synthetic, and one of the 2 siblings won, and that was on the turf or synthetic. But it's kind of counterintuitive, the fact that Chad Brown ships this horse up back here to New York, where there's obviously no turf options, and just does that to begin with, and furthermore, doesn't look overly turf meant at all. It's just a big, good-looking horse. I mean, he is physically imposing here in the paddock and looks fit as he possibly can be. He's sporting that nice Florida tan where he just looks resplendent in his coat. He really paints a lovely picture here, and the fact that he's taking so much money is very meaningful and definitely like the mile first time out. Now, Poyak here is number 6, a son of Gun Runner, as you guys were touching on, has a lovely pedigree, especially for going long on the dirt, but maybe not quite, and just slightly as imposing or as together as his stablemate here. He just kind of looks as though he'll benefit from a start, maybe tuck up a little bit through his barrel and girth and kind of come up over his top line. Very laid back and professional, spotted in the right condition, probably just needs one, Andy.
Thanks, Maggie. As we're heading to Oaklawn, they're going into the gate for race number 4. Matt Ditterman will have the call.
Liam E.B. coming up to the gate. Black, white, and gold. Global Empire. Global Empire goes in. Black, white, and gold in the green jacket. And to the outside, Sivako. We're ready to go. And we're off. From the inside, Cozy My Boy is sent for speed, adding the hood today, the blinkers. He's got the lead in the early stages, Cozy My Boy, by a length and a half. The Great Texas Hold'em runs in second, Global Empire third. Hawks Creek down at the rail as they go into the first turn. The Great Texas Hold'em has to steady there into the first turn. Leah Me Be is in the 5th position, 3 lengths off the pace. A length back to Black, White, and Gold. Jack Spring Break to the inside with Hoodlum, who's deep on the course, and farther out, Sivako as they make their way up the backstretch. Cozy My Boy on the lead, just a neck. Texas Hold'em a bit keen here on the outside, pressing the issue now. Global Empire in the 3rd position, gets a good trip, 3 wide. Hawks Creek on restraint 4th to the inside of Black, White, and Gold, and Liam E.B., who's 3 deep. Length and a half to Hoodlum, bides his time in the second last spot with Jack Springbake, and Sivako is at the rear as they're halfway home. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Cozy My Boy on the lead. Texas Hold'em begins to give away a little bit of ground here as they go into the far turn. Cozy My Boy opens up a length. Global Empire sent after him from second. Hawks Creek riding the rail around the far turn. He saved ground the whole way around so far. Texas Hold'em begins a retreat as they round that turn, and in the meantime, Hoodlum is trying to make a move, but he's got 8 lengths to make up and has a lot of work to do. He's getting outside. Cozy My Boy's trying to steal it on the lead here. Cozy My Boy off the turn. 2 ahead now coming down the lane. Global Empire in Game Chase second. Sivako trying to run on for third. Hoodlum did not fire his best shot. Cozy My Boy getting a little leg weary, but he's grittily holding on to the lead. Cozy My Boy, gate to wire. Global Empire was second. Hawks Creek third. Sivako finished 4th.
Wire to wire, baby, with Cozy My Boy. Got cozy on the front end. And, there might be something what Mig said about the inside being good.
Yeah, and the blinkers on, I don't think hurt either. This 9-year-old might have just needed a little wakening up, and he broke sharp and took no prisoners.
Yep, got the job done, Richie.
Yeah, speed's always dangerous, and the inside post position, Savine Carmona doing a really good job. I mean, this is a guy making the most out of his opportunities. I tell you what, halfway through the race, guys, I'm watching the body language of every rider in the race, and they're all up against the bit, pulling, and I know they're going slow. 49 for a half in a 2-turn race here at Oaklawn is glacially slow. Pace makes the race. Cozy My Boy, he got it done, gate to wire.
Cozy My Boy holding off the number 10, I believe, was second in this race. Global Empire getting second with the 2. Took a ton of money to go down as the co-favorite at 2-1. I mean, he got a little tight, but he had no excuse, Hawks Creek.
No, I think, if anything, the Cozy My Boy really took the whole field on here and turned them all away.
Yep, got away with a pretty moderate half as the horses are getting ready to leave the paddock, and soon we'll be doing Ray's favorite moment, the post parade. You're a little more comfortable with the post parades here in New York than you are at Oaklawn?
Yeah, I know all these horses here, and I know all these connections here.
Yeah, there's going to be a quiz for Ray coming up a little bit later. It's the old post parade quiz. I'm looking forward to this race. I think there's the potential. I mean, the money for Tariff Mindset's a little insane at this point, but it just, I don't know if there's somebody out there that has to bet $10,000 on every horse that Flavien Prat rides, but every single horse he rides opens up as the favorite here as the 1 double act on the track for Bill Mott and Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, gets the kitchen sink today for a $5 horse. He's got Lasix and blinkers.
Cutting back from 1 1/8, Dr. Sinatra, who should be forward in here.
Yeah, listen, ran a bang-up second. Too good to lose, really, last time.
Very generous price right now. Tariff Mindset, the current 4-5 favorite.
Yeah, Payson Shipper, 1 of 2 for Chad. By tis a lot of a grass mare, but you figure if he's coming up here, Chad must know that this horse is going to like the dirt.
The number 4, Print, actually ran okay in the 1 dirt race for Bobby Robato.
Yeah, exit the same race as Double Act. I thought he ran a little lackluster.
Okay, he's got to improve off that effort, but it wasn't a terrible effort.
It was a tougher spot
I
today.
think Stream It is dangerous in this race. I'm going to play an exacta 3-5 and a little to win on Stream It.
Yeah, he's a tap-it colt out of a graded stakes winning mare on synthetic who hasn't produced much.
Got to get out of the gate.
Yeah.
The other Chad Brown firster, Poliak.
Yeah.
Polak, I don't know.
Maggie said he looks like he might need one, but he's a big, good-looking horse by Gunrunner and, shipping up here for Chad as well.
You're going to need one, too, a glass of wine in a few moments. The 7 closes it out. Casbrio, a long shot.
Yeah, ran decently in a maiden auction, but takes a big step up to maiden special company today.
The late pick 5 starts in this race, and if you're playing through Naira Bets, make sure that you opt in for the $2,500 hit and split. Hit that late pick 5 and get a piece of it. And don't laugh, I have some friends who have gotten half the pool, $2,500, and have made a quarter of it even, and have done very, very well in the pick 5. So make sure you opt in if you're playing the pick 5 through Naira Bets, as we're taking a look at Tariff Mindset, who's drifted up a little bit.
Yeah, he was just being a little naughty there for a second. I thought he was trying to jam on the brakes, but he's all right now. Look, Flavian's kind of getting after him a little bit, get his mind on business.
Let's get more from Maggie.
Yeah, Tariff Mindset, it was acting up kind of when he hit the track. He gave the pony a couple longing looks, and I think that's Flavien is trying to assuage that behavior out on the track. So just acting maybe a little green, more so than you'd want from a heavily bet first-time starter. But let's look to his inside and talk about another one who has been acting up. That's number 1, Double Act, who this is no new act for him. He has been a proverbial punk since he began his career, and not much has changed with blinkers on, blinkers off. It still doesn't matter. I think he would, be one that would benefit from the ultimate equipment change, but that's neither here nor now because he was an $850,000 yearling purchase, so he has a lovely pedigree. But the blinkers go back on here, and I say that in mind of him getting Lasix for the first time. A lot of time Lasix will knock the edge off a horse, and it really has not done that whatsoever with Double Act. But on the flip side of that coin, he is incredibly good looking. I love the way he's put together, obviously, like I mentioned, with the sales price and the pedigree. And he's really fit, too, as he gets a little less ground to work with. And watching his last race, he was chasing between horses kind of right off the pace. Then he took himself out of it around the turn. And then he kind of got back into it in the stretch. So I'm wondering if, they saw that and saw that he probably would benefit from getting the blinkers back on. So a horse that does lack a bit of focus in his entire realm of being, whether it's in the paddock or on the racetrack. I like Dr. Sinatra. I liked him from the get-go. He was a huge price when he ran third on debut at 32-1. A fraction of that last time. He was with the racetrack last time out, but I still like him. He's just very classy acting. He's a beautifully put together horse. He carries really good conditioning for this barn. So I'm going to try with him here again at 7-2, just banking a little bit more on experience. But yes, Andy, I am scared, honestly, of both of Chad Brown's first-time starters here.
Thanks, Mag. Ray, you're going to go to the other Chad Brown, as so they say.
Yeah, listen, I love this horse at the sale, so I feel like I'm a little biased. I went and looked up my notes, and he was top notes for me. I know that these horses have been working together, and maybe the other one might be working a little bit better, but it's game day. Sometimes somebody might do something better in the morning, and they don't replicate it in the afternoon.
Right,
so
I think the
we'll
3
see.
has been outworking the number 6.
Yeah.
But as you say, that can change during the afternoon. Listen, there are horses that surprise people for sure. I remember when Kelly Kipp broke his maiden and obviously went 55 and change. I remember Jean-Luc Samine, who rode him, saying to me after the race, I had me by the tunnel, and he stopped and he said, never showed us anything in the morning.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it was a maiden claimer.
I've had it many times. I have horses that I would work together, even on a lower scale. But, you know, one horse might outwork another horse. I find this a lot. But the ones that, when you go longer, the horse that might have been getting outworked does better because you don't breeze a mile in the morning. So you don't really know until you go on game day and race. So, listen.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's so many things that can happen in the game.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that can make it very frustrating, but also makes it fun.
Yeah, it's a little. I'm wondering why Flavian has this 3-horse here circling behind the gate. I mean, it definitely seems a little abnormal. So, I think Maggie touched on maybe mentally he might not have it all together there. First time out, so
I have a hard. Now, listen, I don't know what's going to happen. I cannot believe that Chad shipped this horse up from Florida if he didn't think he was ready to go first time.
Oh, listen, yeah. There's only so much you can prepare for.
Right, it doesn't mean that he won't surprise
day.
Chad, and Chad might say to me,
yeah,
maybe he needed a start.
Yeah, no, you never know.
And it's a wet track also, which, you know,
they start splashing,
may or may not,
and the dirt starts
right.
splashing up in front of them. It's just a lot of elements you never see.
Well, the good thing about a wet track with a firster, if you like it, is it already gives you an excuse to tell the owner he didn't like the track.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
If you're a trainer, the more excuses you have in your pocket, the better off you are. The most successful trainers are the ones who have the best excuses.
You got to have them ready.
Yeah, it is a great game, but it can be a very, very frustrating game.
Fickle.
As the number 4 print is going in, I think Stream It is a ridiculous overlay at 20-1 right now. Watch the start. Got to break, but if he breaks with the field, I think he has a decent chance to at least get a piece of this, and he should not be 20-1. We'll find out if that's true as they're getting ready to start, and Chris Griffin will have the call of the start of the late pick 5.
2 out. First time starter Poyak goes in. And Casbrio all set. And they're off. Tariff Mindset off very slowly. Stream It a step slow too. Right to the front, it's Poyak, who's on the early lead, and at the rail, here comes Double Act, and in between horses, Dr. Sinatra. Casbrio is joining on them. Up the far outside is going to be a close-up 4th. It's another 2. Back to Print. Another length and a half back to Stream It the Gray, and Tariff Mindset is at the back end of the field. The early trailer as they work up the backstretch. And Double Act is in front, has a nose advantage. Dr. Sinatra is right there in second. Poyak is a close-up 3rd. Casbrio's lost some ground in 4th, and Print moves through smoothly at the rail, has taken that 5th spot. Stream It is the Grays in the 6th position there at the tail end of that group, and far back, Tariff Mindset. 23.54 was that opening quarter mile. 4 furlongs left to go. 47.39 for a half-mile time. Double Act is still there. Dr. Sinatra has been there the entire journey, and here comes Dr. Sinatra ready to challenge. Poyak is an all-in 3rd, making hard work of it. Here's Stream It towards the outside. At the rail, there's Print. Tariff Mindset is starting to warm to the task, and learning about this horse racing game has now gotten within 4.5 of the leaders as they approach the top of the stretch. Stream It's going to loop very wide here, trying to run down the leader. Double act down towards the inside. Dr. Sinatra's right there. Print is in between horses. Tariff Mindset continues to make up ground as they've got a furlong left to go. Stream It is trying to put away Print towards the inside. Tariff Mindset, could this happen? They're approaching a final 16th. Stream It, Print, Tariff Mindset from way out of it. Print is the leader. Tariff Mindset, photo! Tight photo there between Print to the inside. Tariff Mindset, they're in a photo for the win. Stream It finished third in 1 minute 40.37 seconds.
I'm going to tell you, and I do think we'll watch the replay here. Hang on. Looks like the 3 Tariff Mindset got up.
Wow.
You know, it's funny. Right around this time last year, I think a little bit earlier, a horse named Cloud Computing broke his maiden for Clarvich. I don't think he got left as badly as this horse, but he didn't break that well. He came back. The reason I know is a little bit earlier because he ran, maybe it was right around now, he ran second in the Gotham, but he ran super, and then, of course, he won the Preakness in his fourth start. This is some horse.
Wow. Yeah, and a pretty solid maiden special here.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe my 5, by the way. I'm a little bitter. I had a big 3-5. I bet a 5 to win. The 4 ran very well. I don't want to knock the 4. He ran extremely well for Bobby Roboto. But, I mean, this horse didn't break. And we'll show you the start again. And you see it's 3, 4, 5, 6. He didn't break. And he was completely not handling the track at all.
Wasn't handling the kickback.
At all.
It didn't look like, or the track.
You said to me it looks like Flavian's easing him.
I thought he was going to ease him up.
I mean, I imagine Chad was watching it thinking maybe Flavian's just going to protect him, and he's not doing it today, and we'll get him next time.
Wow.
Wow.
It was impressive. That was impressive.
And I'll say something else. I know a lot of speeds didn't hold on. It was contentious pace.
Yeah, look at his climbing.
But it's not like others. I mean, oh, my God.
That was impressive.
Jeez. I mean, I don't know how fast a figure it's going to come up, but this could be a horse that's at least 5 lengths better, if not more, than this suggests.
Yeah, you don't see maiden special weights like this in the middle of middle of February here. I think this is a really impressive performance today.
Wow.
Absolutely wow.
I mean, wow.
I'd say he's got some stakes races in his future.
Yes. An incredibly impressive win. I mean, there are wins and there are wins. And this guy, I mean, he's good. You know, I'll tell you something. How do you pronounce it? Palak, the 4th. Didn't run that badly considering where the other speeds ran, as it was a contentious pace. But,
it was.
Wow, this horse was crazy impressive to do that. It's like, I mean, It's not even that he broke as badly, because he didn't break that well. It's that he clearly didn't just hated the track early and didn't know what he was doing.
Climb in, you could see his head went up for the 3-4 strides when he first started getting the kickback. But, I mean, Flavian kind of gave him a shot, get his legs underneath him, and he got into the bridle down the backside. Even going through the turn, I'm like, all right, he's making a move. Maybe he's going to pick up some pieces here. And he pulls him out, and the horse is still full of run. I mean, that was spectacular.
Yeah, this is, you never know what you're going to see. It might be the winter, but we just saw a good one in Tariff Mindset, the well-named Tariff Mindset. We'll be back. I don't know how much more exciting it's going to be, but Bohemian Bo is going for back-to-back wins in the no double in the 8th race at Oaklawn. going to guess this will not be the only appearance in the winner's circle for Tariff Mindset, who could not have been more impressive in this race. And if you haven't seen it, you're just putting it on, watch the replay, because you see where he is now, but you don't realize he blew the brake, Ray. He didn't, maybe a length and a half, but he looked like he might be eased. He wasn't handling the track at all.
I think he went out of the picture at one point down the backside and managed to find his way, get his legs underneath him, and he just rolled down the lane.
I think Chris said far back to Tariff Mindset. He wasn't wrong. I'm not.
He was very far back. I mean, he had to have been about 5 or 6 lengths behind the last horse.
Oh, more.
Yeah.
We'll watch the replay when they put it up. I mean, I can't wait to watch the replay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very impressive performance. You know, we'll see where he goes next. A couple of impressive-looking maiden winners for Klarovich with the Emerging Market, winning down at Tampa with that 96 buyer. Obviously, this is not going to be that kind of performance, but given what happened in the race, a very impressive performance by this horse. And, you know, we'll see what they do with him next, but this is a horse that we could hear more from as we go forward.
Stakes definitely in his future.
And 'tis the law. The New York bred just continues, and there it is right now. And on our other screen, we'll watch and see. He's about 4 lengths behind the second to last horse right now. It gets further. Race number 5 coming up. Some key scratches and took a lot of speed out of the race, which probably helps cool Andy. I prefer the other Linda runner, though, Sacrosanct. But you know, Flavian's going to be favored.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, yeah, he was about, what was that?
About 6 or 7 lengths behind.
Yeah,
not as far as I thought. No, you weren't that far.
That's what I thought. Yeah, Sacrosanct came on the scene in a big way. Obviously, things didn't go right in the Gotham. Came back with the, I don't know, subpar performance to my eye, but still taking a lot of money here. So
I like Sacrosanct. He was against the track last time, and I think he's going to run much better today. But no doubt, Cool Andy is he has a tactical edge, but I don't think Sacrosanct's going to be that far out of it.
Well, he's in form right now, so
yep. Off 2 wins. Oaklawn's 6th race coming up, or 5th race, excuse me. 10 minutes to post for there. We'll get more. Meg will be hanging around when we get back. A lot more to come on America's Day at the Races.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Why wait for fortune to be revealed when you can make your own move? Because no one ever talks about the time they played it safe. So go ahead, press your luck, tempt fate, and claim your destiny. Because around here, once in a lifetime can happen every night. Welcome to a world like no other. Resorts World.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including Champions National Treasure, Corniche, Abel Tasman, and recent Grade 1 winners Hope Road and Clicquot. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Witness history.
Sandman is getting a little bit closer with Hypnus.
Greatness.
Here comes Cole Battle and Juan Vargas rolling towards the lead.
And legends in the making.
Cole Battle, the story continues. Cole Battle does it.
Sunday, March 1st at the 2026 Rebel Stakes. Watch champions rise on the road to the Kentucky Derby and compete for a $1 million purse. It's all happening just a short drive away at Oaklawn Hot Springs. Plan your stay today and come join the fun.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Ray Handel and Andy Serling in the desk, Maggie Wolfendale in the paddock, and of course the Meg and Mig show down at Oaklawn. I misspoke earlier. Bohemian Bow actually won the Noble 2 years ago. Navy SEAL won it last year, so it's actually a battle of the last 2 winners of the No Double. And you're going to be off the show by then. I bet you're kind of annoyed now, aren't you?
I'll be watching. I'll be tuning in. I can't wait to see it.
He's lying. Completely lying. Ray's very excited, though, for the post parade for race number 5. I'm so excited I don't even have it open on my program. The number 1 Navali, second-time starter for Dwayne Loy.
Yeah, didn't do much running first time out. It's going to have to improve today.
Ditto on the 8 Engagement, who has not run since Churchill, though.
Yeah, beat a long way on both turf and dirt.
I think he's the wise guy horse in there on the barn switch. The 3 is Scratch. The 4 is Cowboy Killer for Robert Klein.
Adds blinkers, but has been soundly beaten all 3 races.
Steal Your Soul.
Beat a long way and his only race so far.
The number 6, Silvertown, goes out for Gennaro Garcia.
Drops in out of the same race as Just Addiction. Had a little speed, but...
First time in the dirt for What's the T, the 7?
He has 2 uninspiring races so far. It's going to have to get a lot better today.
Not a lot of pedigree, really, for dirt to say that should be moving up. The 8 is Pippa's Nonsense.
Yeah, well beaten the last 2. Takes a big drop today, or drop back down. Looking to get back to that first race where he ran 4th, beaten not too far in a 30.
Co-favorite, and looks like the horse to beat to me, Gwen to win. Went by the 9, and the 10 is Divine Selena.
Yeah, Divine Selena raced well, too, back in a similar type of spot. Was claimed from Steve Asmussen. He's going to be looking to get back to that form.
Not sure what you can say about Flat Out Chrome as we go to Plain Flat Out on the outside, sired by the great Flat Out. Back-to-back Flat Outs, the 11 and 12.
Yeah, both of these from Oklahoma breds that are going to have to do a lot of improving the 12 and 13.
Something nobody's ever said to me. You're lucky you're cute, closes out the field on the outside.
Has been ran twice, 2 uninspiring races. Going to have to get a lot better today.
Race number 5 coming up, but next week, I believe on Sunday, on that Rebel card, a card that will be drawn in its entirety on Monday. But they did draw the Honeybee, and I know a lot of people have been waiting very patiently, and we're sorry we took so long to bring it up. But Explora, who just ran a couple weeks ago in the Las Virgenes, I don't know what something it's called, Las Virgenes, thank you, will be the favorite as we head to Megan.
Hey guys, it's always nice to see both of your faces while I can't see you in person, but I thought this Honeybee was a stacked group. To me, the best Kentucky Oaks group, or Kentucky Oaks prep that we have seen so far, the deepest field list. We'll take a look at Explora, shipping in for trainer Bob Baffert. As mentioned, she just ran second to meeting in the Las Virgenes, but she comes right back. And this is a pretty impressive performance in the Santa Ynez, where she just dominated this very compact field. That day, kind of tracking, taking dirt, and being able to prevail in the end. And I just find that she's very much giving the read of a Bob Baffert horse that just has not beaten very much. I think last time out, she really faced what I think is a talented runner in the likes of Meaning, as she comes out of that group in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, looking to springboard that campaign into her 3-year-old career. But the number 10, taken by the wind, you're undefeated, 3 for 3. Filly, trained by Kenny McPeak, who comes in off the heels of a win at the fairgrounds here in the Silver Bullet Day on the 17th of January. And I just think she just got a perfect, to me, the kind of setup that you would want. I mean, slow pace there that day in the Silver Bullet Day. She managed to edge out the fields by a neck, and what I thought was an okay group overall. I do find she's going to have to take another serious step forward, as she will be a short price with her undefeated status, as she also handled the Pocahontas last year at 2. And again, just barely got the edge on this group with a 50 and change half. I just find she's going to have to do some improving. I think Search Party coming right back off of her score in the Martha Washington will be tough, but it's going to be a really exciting weekend next weekend. But we're going to take a look, though, at race number 5. Some maiden claimers, maiden $24,000 claimers to be exact here. And I have an eye for the number 2 Engagement here for Armando Hernandez. They will be traveling the 6 furlongs, as I think this horse comes off the layoff. It looks fantastic at what I've seen on track, and been able to me, I think, take a step forward, and has a pretty deep pedigree, all things considered, for the level. The dam was as a half-sister to the dam of National Treasure, and this horse has been training really well. Just hasn't shown a whole lot in the 2 starts so far, but gets the blinkers on and gets the addition of Lasix, which I think will be key, but been training really well from what I've seen here at Oaklawn Park, particularly for the level, and I'm excited to see this horse hopefully take a step forward. The trainer, though, 0 for 5 in the past 5 years, first off of the trainer switch, as he does do so but 3 for 5 have hit the board. So I'm encouraged. Small sample size. We'll see if this horse can do a little bit more running off of those 2 dismal performances, getting back to the dirt. But the number 7, What's the Tea for the Rudy Brisset barn, gets the blinkers on. And I know, Andy, before you say anything, it's going to be a shorter sample size again here, but maiden special weight, maiden claimers, 4 for 8 in the past 5 years, 5 for 8 in the money. And I just find that this horse has at least done some running in a field where it's kind of lacking in that regard. But as I mentioned, gets the drop in class, gets the blinkers on, tries the dirt for the first time. And we saw a son of Independence Hall just rally so well earlier on in this card, as this filly is by Independence Hall out of a dam. That was 6 for 15 sprinting on the dirt. I think the 6 furlongs is just what this filly wants. And I'm very interested to see her drop to this $24,000 tag off of a series of some solid drills down in Kentucky. But rounding out, I was really interested in the number 9 as well for the Lindsay Schultz barn there. The number 9, Gwen to Win, another taking the class drop like so many in this group do. I do find when I saw her last time out on January the 4th that she's a bit more rowdy as she does get to the 6 furlongs. She's cut back here in distance as she was on debut. And she has done some running 2 back. She was just way behind some better horses that day. I think she will be probably mid-range. We'll see. The only qualm that I had with her is her shortening back up in distance, but hopefully maybe we'll see her be a little bit more tactical as she is taking tepid favoritism, fighting there with the 7, What's the Tea. But Andy, these races can really throw you for some curves, as some of them are dropping in class and others have experiences amongst these lower level claiming ranks.
Thanks, Meg. I don't love small sample size because they're not really stats, but I would actually look more at the 7 for synthetic to dirt moves for trainer Rodolfo Brisset, and he's got very good numbers going synthetic to dirt. Not as much with maidens, but overall synthetic to dirt has been a very profitable move for him as we head back to the Aqueduct and to Maggie in the paddock.
And Andy, Linda Rice has a formidable duo in here, while Cool Andy is your heavy favorite as of now. Rightfully so. I have no problems with Cool Andy. I always get a chuckle, especially when I'm on with you, when mentioning that horse. Let's take a look at the question mark animal of the barn, and that is number 6, Sacrosanct. I mean, what Sacrosanct do we get here? It seems as soon as he got a year older, he got a lot slower, which usually doesn't happen, but sometimes horses are just precocious types that they're better than their competition are earlier on in their careers, and they just kind of level off or don't take that next step forward. Is that the case with Sacrosanct, as he is back for a 4-year-old campaign now for his second start for Linda Rice? Now, I saw him going 2 back, and that was a long time ago, nearly a year ago, in the Gotham, which I just didn't love the way he looked. Granted, he just wasn't good enough for that spot, but he still was a short price that day, so he should have run better. He just did not look particularly good in his hind end. He just seemed a bit lighter and drawn up. Now, I was not in the paddock for the December 13th effort, his first one for Linda, but I do think, at least based upon what I saw from him a year ago, he has strengthened up considerably behind the saddle, which I think is so imperative. And he comes in here yet off another bit of a layoff, looking incredibly fit. He's forward and engaged here in the paddock. I'm on the positive end of the spectrum with Sacrosanct coming back here in this spot, Andy.
Thanks, Maggie. So am I. And if he stays around 3-1, my money will say the same thing as they're heading into the gate for race number 5 at Oaklawn. Matt Dinnerman will have the call.
Steal Your Soul, post 5. Flat out Chrome walking up to the gate, goes right at Steal Your Soul walking in 2. Plain flat out, post 12, then Silver Tap. 2 back, What's the Tea? And to the outside, You're Lucky, You're Cute. You're Lucky, You're Cute, coming up to the gate. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Uneventful start. Engagement from towards the inside, showing the most speed today. What's the T taking the second spot? Divine Selena is outside of her. You're Lucky You're Cute in the 4th position with Silvertown. Novale down on the inside, punching forward to be fairly close. Glenda Wynn in the blue cap is only 5 behind with a half mile to go. A gap of 2. Pippa's No Sense in midfield with Steal Your Soul and Cowboy Killer. Another 2 to Plain Flat Out, second to last. Flat Out Chrome is the trailer, kept off the rail as they hit the forward turn. Engagement has cleared off on the lead with Francisco Arrieta. Scurries away to a 2-length edge around the turn. What's the T? Still in second, trying to run on here down on the fence. Slips inside of Divine Selena, who retreats to third in the 3 path. 2 back to You're Lucky You're Cute. Novale just plotting in place, 6 lengths off the lead. And in the meantime, What's the T just rode the rail to the front and ran right by Engagement like he wasn't even there. And now it's What's the T? The question is, how much is he going to win by here? What's the T? A 10-length lead coming to the 16th pole. A huge effort for Rudy Brisset today. What's the T? What was that? What's the T? That was amazing effort. He was wrapped up in the end. Novale was second, Silvertown third, Pippa's No Sense fourth.
Well, I don't think anyone was more excited than Matt Ditterman was with What's the T, who did win impressively, moving from synthetic to dirt. Clearly, this was the right surface for What's the T. Much the best. I wish you claimed him for 24, don't you?
Yeah, I'd take him.
Looking pretty good.
Sure
Take
did.
a break. We'll be back with race number 6. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as the horses are coming on the track for race number 6 here at Aqueduct, and a big relief to Ray, his last post-parade before he leaves us. The number 3, 3-5 right now on Cool Andy.
Yeah, heavy favorite, 2 for 2 since getting to the Linda Rice barn.
It's Flavian Pratt factor. The 4, Remarkably, who I think is better than 15-1.
Yeah, dipped into claim price last time out, won, and goes right back up into protected company.
The 5 is Going By. That's Funny Uncle, a deep closer. The 6, Sacrosanct, who I think Maggie and I like for Linda Rice.
Yeah, it came out as strong as a 3-year-old, and kind of looked like things didn't go right in the Gotham, and come back here second time off the layoff.
Deep closer Brajol and rounds out the field.
Yeah, usually I think this horse is probably better with a little bit more ground, 6.5, 7. But if it gets a hot pace, maybe do some running, pick up the pieces late. I don't know if it's a real.
If there's a hot pace in here,
that's what
it'll be one of the most shocking events. Yeah, this horse is way. You had pace in here.
It did.
The 1, 2, and 3 all had some speed.
Yo Banana Boy would have been a major pace presence.
Without, and I love Yo Banana Boy. He's one of my favorite horses.
Yeah.
Without them, this really does give Cool Andy a tactical edge.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I thought the how do you say his name?
I don't know. It's something to eat. I think it's
he's a horse that shows up when he's got when things go his way and he's breaking from the outside. I think that Cool Andy here is going to be a tough one to beat, and that's why he's 4-5 favorite. He stepped up last 2 races since he's been in the Linda Rice barn, and I think that he'll take another step forward today.
I thought he had a very good trip, taking advantage of the racetrack last time, but I won't disagree. But I do think that he's a little bit dressed up of his last race. And at the end of the day, these Flavien Prat horses are getting so incredibly overbet that I just think you have to look to be playing against him when they're a little bit underlaid. And while he can win, and I won't be surprised if he does, I'm going to try to beat him just like Maggie is with the 6, Sacrosanct.
Right, the other Linda Rice horse as she looks for her 3rd win on the card. Do you want to talk about the longest shot, the total outlier in this short field? And that's at number 4, Remarkably, who will go first off the claim for the Cinefius barn. And he, I know, is going from Bill Mott. But Bill Mott, you guys were talking about it earlier, and I thought Ray brought up a good point where, yes, would you rather claim from a big barn that kind of gets all the expensive horses and runs in the big races, or a proverbial claiming barn where there's a lot of turnover? And it all depends on who the trainer is. And I think Bill Mott is one of those trainers where it's okay to take from him. You're usually getting a well looked after horse that it hasn't been wrung dry, in other words. So maybe there's something you can niggle with. I don't know. The barn is not doing particularly well at this meet, but this horse just really caught my eye. To be fair, he got an ideal kind of setup last time where he was saving ground while sitting back off of a fast pace. He did have to steady briefly when trying to come up through the rail on the turn, and then he got through. He just caught my eye. I thought I liked the way he was moving. Sometimes he can be a little bit kind of girthy and a bit crampy in the paddock. I did not see that today. Maybe he's a touch heavy, touch soft, coming back off a little bit of a break, but I just thought he might be able to outrun his odds. So don't like him as a win candidate. That's what Sacrosanct's for me. Andy?
Yeah, the numbers on horses claimed away from Bill Mott in the dirt are exceptionally good. Not surprising. He keeps them in good shape. Sometimes they just fall through the cracks. Chris Griffin has the call of the 6th.
Brajol. Last to load to the outside. Brajol goes in. All set. And they're off. Remarkably hopped in the air at the start. Speed from Sacrosanct is going to pressure Cool Andy early, and these two hook up in the early opening quarter mile. Sacrosanct will now press on, and Cool Andy is going to sit back. And Flavien Prat is going to settle in that second position now and move right to the outside as Sacrosanct gets the rail position. Cool Andy is going to range back up here in the 2-path. Following them is Remarkably from 3rd, 23.44 for that opening quarter mile. Then comes Funny Uncle from 4th. The trailer, late running Brajol. They're chasing Sacrosanct, and Sacrosanct is up by 3/4 of a length. Here's Cool Andy trying to move in closer now. Remarkably is asked to do more, not making up the ground. Funny Uncle. Brajol starts that late run. Brajol is ready to challenge for 3rd as they reach the top of the stretch. Sacrosanct has found a bit more. It's Sacrosanct who's now trying to skip away here, and Sacrosanct is back up by 3. Cool Andy is giving game chase, but Sacrosanct does not come back to the field yet. Sacrosanct and Cool Andy going to try one more time inside the final 16. Sacrosanct, Cool Andy lunging late. Sacrosanct will win it. Sacrosanct over Cool Andy, then Remarkably re-rallied for 3rd. Funny Uncle and Brajol in 1 minute 11.71 seconds.
Sacrosanct able to clear to the front in this race. And I'll tell you something, it looked for us like top of the stretch. Maybe Cool Andy was going to pack it in, but he kept on running and narrowly beaten. Sacrosanct was best.
Yeah, when he switched to his right lead here, he finds another gear. But yeah, it was a little touch and go for a while, but no doubt about the winner who took him start to finish and really looked like his old self, I thought.
Yeah, he this is a horse that, this is one of these things, and
he did
from your perspective, watching biases. December 13th was a big inside track, and he was chasing 4 wide. The winner was a lone speed for Wesley Ward, able to take advantage of it. So to me, even though he ran a 74 buyer, it was more like an 85 buyer, to be honest. And when you look at the kind of races he was running in his 2-year-old year, I thought there was a reasonable chance he could get back to it. He got to the front. He's no bargain at 8-5, but he got it done.
He did, and actually, Cool Andy did not switch leads. He stayed on his left lead the whole way down the lane, so that might have compromised him because he ended up only getting beat about, half a length, long neck?
Yeah, no, it got a little close at the end, but it was Linda 1-2, and that's 3 wins today, for Linda Rice, in this case running second. Ray?
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's great.
I enjoyed it, as I
Thanks.
always enjoy spending time with you.
Yeah,
we'll
pleasure.
see you again soon, so thanks a lot for everything.
Thanks, appreciate it. Can't wait to get back on.
Ray Handel. Sarah Obadwi will taking over that spot. When we come back, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back. Still a lot more to come on America's Day at the Races.
And a Dare Manor will take the Clementelle Hirsch. Archangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
It is Timberlake who's going to win.
She's so speedy in that sprint. Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Well, the snow's gone for now on the infield, but unfortunately, probably going to be a lot more next time we see you next week, as there is quite a bit of snow expected to hit the metropolitan area over the next, I would say, 36 hours. Sarah Obadwi joins me, Andy Serling, now on the desk. How are you?
Doing pretty well. I'm looking forward to what the final forecast may be for snow this weekend, but nice to see some of it melting here and good racing on deck.
Yeah, we have a heavy favorite coming up here, the speedy Irish Maxima. Of course, she's not the opening favorite because somebody has to bet $10,000 on every horse that Flavien Prat rides. God only knows why. Anyhow, Flavien Prat did not win here. He was the favorite, but there's Linda Rice and owner Aaron Yagoda in the winner's circle for a popular win for Sacrosanct, a good aggressive ride by Manny Franco.
Absolutely. Linda Rice running 1-2 in here, and this one actually going off as the better price of the two, just against the racetrack in that last start, coming back off of a layoff. And this horse had shown so much ability early on as a 2-year-old, able to find himself back in the winner's circle. And Cool Andy looked like he was about to throw in the towel and perhaps get passed by somebody else, but sort of made things interesting in the very late stages yet again. Sacrosanct, though, just a little bit better.
Gets the job done. Well, back to the other runners who bunched up at the finish, remarkably filled out the try, which paid $10.85 for 50 cents in race number 6. Race number 7 coming up by post time. The 3 Irish Maxim will be favored, but got to make that huge bet on Flavien Prat, whoever he's riding. I feel like he could be on a goat. They could say, just goat, and the horse would open up odds on. It's really remarkable how people just cannot get enough on him.
I know. It's the new Ira Ortiz Jr. money, and almost in a way over the wintertime, it feels a little bit more impactful.
Looks like $12,000 to $15,000 somebody bet. I hope you're doing okay with Flavien licking your wounds after the last race. Dave Duggan, we'll be talking about him a little bit when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Trainer David Duggan has always had horses in his life, starting from an early age in his hometown of Tipperary, Ireland.
We were on ponies when we were younger. We grew up as farmers now. My uncle Matt had a couple of horses. He was a permit trainer and there was always ponies around. I went to the apprentice school in Ireland. Some gravitated towards being jump jockeys or flat jockeys. We got into a good yard and they got us on horses and had like a mini career as a jockey for a while.
An injury ended his career as a jockey before he arrived in the United States, but that did not derail his dream of working with racehorses. Duggan would go on to assist trainers Neil Drysdale, Owen Hardy, and John Kimmel. A purse increase at Naira emboldened Duggan to go out on his own.
We saw opportunity in New York when the slots came here, and we thought that, if we were ever going to take a chance, it was obviously here, and we had a history of being here.
Dave's not the only Duggan destined to work with horses.
I was born and bred into racing. My dad used to ride. He was quite a famous jockey in Ireland and in England. So I've been riding since I was 3 years old and involved in racing all the way up. We lived on the Curragh, so my sister and myself were totally spoiled. We had our own ponies. We took off on the Curragh and did whatever we wanted to do. We were really lucky.
Since the very beginning, the Duggan barn has been a family affair.
We think along the same lines probably 95% of the time, and I think that just makes things work. As I always tell my kids, Dad's the boss at the barn, I'm the boss at home. So he basically does all the set lists and the plans for the horses. We do discuss what's best. We'll back and forth a few times that way, but mainly Dave's the main decision maker.
Port Bonheur! Port Bonheur! Poke that head in front. Can't hurry. Love wins the Dancing Renee. It's Sunday Girl. She's going to win impressively.
Here's Drafted coming on to win the Grade 3 Run Happy Stakes.
Through it all, Duggan strives to compete with the best in the game.
You have to keep on upgrading your quality as a trainer and how you communicate with people and the service that you put out. To be consistently good at what you do and keep on churning out the right kind of horses for New York, because New York is very competitive. You look at Chad, you look at Todd. Why are they successful? That's the reason you keep on trying better every day.
Always nice to see David Duggan do well, and he does have a bit of a price in this race, the other Speed in the 6 Twirling Beauty, but she did run well last time out.
She's in good form. She's a horse that can be forward. I just think that if we see Irish Maxima, the number 3, show up and run her race, she might just be a little bit better than the rest of the horses she's running into.
But she did in her third start off the layoff last time, finally run an improved performance. We'll see what happens, as even though the Atara is ridiculously overbet right now at 2-5, by the time we get to post time, I think we'll see a favorite in the number 3, Irish Maxima, and probably a fairly substantial favorite at that. Are we heading over to Oaklawn, guys, or what are we doing here? We're going to Oaklawn for the post-parade of race number 6. They're going 1 mile here, and this post-parade, I believe, is on tape. What are we doing here, guys? Number 1 is a long shot. The number 1 Mighty Message for Ike Green.
This one is stretching back out in distance, needs to break running from the inside with an apprentice aboard, and there's other speed in here.
Number 2 is Lear for
second.
John Horan.
At this level, last time out behind Mark Cassey trainee determinedly was 37-1 that day.
Tejas, the number 3.
You got the hot jockey with Ramon Vasquez, who's been in sensational form, but this one seems to run better when forwardly placed.
Long shot, the 4, Tis Wicked Strong for Todd Jordan.
The gate issues seem to be habitual at this point for this one, and it was just over at the start last time out.
We Need a Favor, dropping down for Kim Poole.
Speed and Fade, 2 starts back. The cutback didn't work out for this one, so getting some class relief.
Kenny McPeak Shepherd comes in from Fairgrounds.
Comes in off of a win while on the front end, going that mile and 70 yards. Might have a little bit more pace pressure here.
The number 7, Brilliant Man for Steve Asmussen off the claim.
Yeah, this one stepping up off the claim for Steve and does come in off of a victory.
Callie Canthus, the number 8.
First time on the dirt for this horse.
And currently favored, number 9, Barricade, dropping down of a second place finish and claiming a new gelding. We'll see.
Yeah, this one going out for Peter Miller, who's had a good meet so far at Oaklawn and makes sense as your favorite.
Let's get more in the 6th from Meg.
I thought this was an interesting race as I screech at meeting you guys, but nice to see you, Sarah. And boy, is the wind picking up behind me as the weather kind of deteriorates there in New York as well. But the number 6, Shepherd here for Kenny McPeak at 5-1. And I'd agree with Sarah. I think this horse might not have as cushy of a pace setup as far as the dynamics as he wired the field last time out there for Kenny McPeak. And what was just finally, it was aggressive with this horse, which I think is exactly what this horse needed their last time out with that 75 Beyer speed figure, but was on the pace, dueled there, was contested, even though it wasn't exactly a fast one there, 48 at the half, and drew away nicely. I just think that being aggressive with this horse is the key yet again. Right back here, I did land on him. I all the credit. I will stack the number 9 underneath him and barricade, but I just thought being more aggressive and working well out of that effort. He looked fantastic to me on the screen. Liked what I saw from him. And to me, he's just one that I think perhaps, despite might seem like an outlier type performance last time out, I think he is right where they need him to be on the front end. Hopefully aggressive yet again. And honestly, while I did mention that there will be other pace presence, I still think that he is going to get a nice trip there on the front end as we take a look at the number 7, Brilliant Man for Steve Asmussen. This horse has had historical gait issues, especially, you know, we just go through his form lines. It just always seems to just not break and precludes him from any real early position. But a spot on claim. It claimed this horse last time out for $12,500, now in for $24,000. Just really consistent efforts. I feel like once he can get out of the gate, that's his game, right? Is he going to be able to get past that quirk? We shall see, but he's formidable if he does. I do think he has some pace to run out on the front end here, as again, even when he does get out of the break, he does come from off of it. The number 9, Barricade, there for Peter Miller. Gets the first time gelding angle, which I do like for this horse, is when I took a look at him last time out on December the 28th, I thought that maybe he was a bit sticky behind, just not maybe as free a mover. And not only is it a disposition aspect when it comes to gelding horses, but it can really free them up, get them looser, lighter on their feet. He's kind of a heavier bodied individual, son of $725,000 son of Quality Road, who was previously trained by Kent Sweezy, now lands in the Red Hot Peter Miller barn. And again, last off, he was kind of off slow. He got a fast pace to run at, made up ground with the 4-wide charge, just couldn't get past the leader. But Peter Miller is 21% first off the claim here at Oaklawn Park, 2 for 14, 7 of those runners hitting the board. And I like what I saw from him as well. And I especially like that they ended up gelding this horse from what I saw from him last time. I think he's a formidable favorite up there at 8-5, Andy.
I want to ask you a question, Meg. You were talking about the 6 being the speed, something I completely disagree with. How is Mighty Message not the speed in this race? A sprinter who was going 21-4 last time,
the speed.
Breaking from the rail. Isn't he supposed to be in front here? I'm not saying he's going to win, but isn't he the speed?
Yeah, Andy, I don't find that he's going to be the clear speed. He's going to be up on the front end right there with Mighty Message, but he contested the pace last time out. While it wasn't an overzealous pace, as I mentioned, I think those 2 horses are certainly going to be on the lead, but I'd agree with you. I think Mighty Message is going to be quicker from the inside, but I do think they're going to be both of your pace threats. And the number 6, Shepherd, was still able to handle himself, albeit it might be quicker today. We'll see if he can continue to move forward with being more aggressive. Andy?
Yeah, I got to say I see it differently, Sarah. I think the 2 is faster than the 6 early. I think the 5 potentially could get in that horse's way. A horse who's stretching out, who when the horse was, was forward at a faster pace 2 races back at Oaklawn. So, I mean, listen, you don't know what rider intention is going to be, but what concerns me with the 6, and I don't like the 6. I'm not saying he can't win. My problem with him is I think he probably needs to control to win going longer. He rated winning shorter, but I think, with 3 potential speeds inside him in a 2-turn race, it's not going to be that easy to clear, is it?
No, I hear you on that, and I think that intention will play a major part in where we see this horse early, because maybe last time they figure out this horse needs to be forward, needs to be up and on the pace to be effective, and that's where they intend to be at all costs. Now, that may not be the case, but naturally faster, all given that opportunity, I don't think that he is the quickest early in this group.
Well, we'll see how it plays out as they're getting ready to load, or I should say break. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
Second to last to loaded. One back. Barricade, your current 8-5 favorite. They're going a mile here. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Barricade off just a little bit slowly. From his inside, Calicanthus broke alertly. He's taking back. Mighty Message on the inside strides in front. We Need a Favor right up alongside as they go into the turn. Shepherd third as they corner. Lear down on the inside. Level third now racing around the turn. Calicanthus off the pace with Tejas to the inside. Another 2 lengths to Barricade. He finds himself in about the 3 path. He's third last today. Brilliant Man, Tis Wicked Strong run as a pair at the back. They start to bunch up here. 6 lengths from first to last as they make their way up the back stretch. Mighty Message, even with We Need a Favor. These two nose and nose down the barn side. Length back to Shepherd. He runs in third. Barricade's made up steady progress. He's deep on the course, and Lear's making an early move to challenge the top pair. There goes Lear down on the fence, and the rails open up for him to come and challenge the pace. Shepherd coming back to him. He's with Tejas. They're just 2 lengths behind as they're halfway home. A length and a half to Brilliant Man, getting a little bit closer. Has some horses. They go into that turn. He finds himself on the rail. 3 back to Calicanthus. He's lost position, under pressure now, and Tis Wicked Strong is still the trailer. Lear made that bold move to the lead, and he's clear up top now. Mighty Message calls it an afternoon. We Need a Favor's trying to stick around. He's second with Barricade, who's under our hard ride, but here he comes, and Shepherd's gathering momentum on the outside. Top of the lane now. The 2 favorites pretty much together with Lear. Lear cuts the corner. Barricade between horses, and Shepherd on the outside is running on strongly. Shepherd grabs the lead with a furlong to go. Barricade between him back in second. Lear alongside, battling for a minor placing. It's Shepherd and Manny Esquivel. Barricade in a photo for second with Lear, and then We Need a Favor, who was fourth across the finish.
Well, he may not have been forward early, but he was first when it counted.
Yeah, kind of a changing of the guard with who was forwardly placed in this race, and we did see this one break okay, and once they backed things down up front, Andy, this one was able to take back and make that run, and it was the last one that counted. It was the right one at the time, and this horse gets the victory for Ken McPhee.
You know, it was just a much better ride by Esquivel than it was on by Mendoza on Barricade. You know, I know that it seemed like they were slow. They weren't that slow. I mean, they did go 23-35 and 47-57, and the 9 made that, you know, big 4-wide brush on the backstretch, a move that almost never wins races. And you know what? It seemed like the 6 got shuffled back a little, which he did, but in reality, Manny was just biding his time,
just being patient,
knowing that there were sort of, you know, not such good horses towards the front, and he was confident in his mount. Now, I was not confident he'd be able to rate and win. I was wrong. He was able to do that. But, you know, Manny gave the better ride because he was more patient in this situation, whereas Mendoza was a little too aggressive. Would it have mattered at the end? Probably not. The 6 was probably just the best horse. But that big, wide middle move in the backstretch is almost never the winning move.
No, and I get it's one of those situations where maybe you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, but it wasn't the right decision today.
We are going to be moving to the app, unfortunately, in about 1 minute. We'll hopefully be back on pretty soon, about 10-15 minutes on FS2, but you'll want to go to that Fox Sports app. We're going there in about 45 seconds. We'll try to get the post parade in. The ridiculously overbet Atara went by. The horse who will be favored, the 3 Irish Maxima, comes in.
I would love to book this one at the current 3-1.
You want to book this one at 3-1? I think you want to bet this one at 3-1. The number 4 is Reliable Lady off the claim for Brad Cox.
Yeah, Interesting Connections has a race 3 starts back. That would be
Too
fitting.
big a price off the claim, but she'll come down. The 5 is Sweet Brown Sugar.
Maybe moves up over a wet track.
Yeah, she's off a layoff, but she's pretty good. The number 6, The Other Speed, Twirling Beauty.
Can be forward as well and in good form.
And that's the field, a field of 5 going postward. You're going to see some odds changes when you head over to that app. Get over the Fox Sports app. We'll be back on FS2 shortly. Welcome to the America's Day at the Races on the Fox Sports app. You can also watch on Naira Bets as well. Hopefully we'll be back on FS2 shortly. There is the current ridiculously overbet favorite, the number 2, Atara. Not that she's bad, but she's no chance she should be the favorite, and she won't be.
I'm with you. And did you think that this price would be holding up until this point?
Well, there's just not that much money bet, and she has such an overwhelming advantage. So, and there's, all the money really comes in. And there's a misconception in racing that it's just CAW money that comes in at the end flashes. Doesn't happen here because they're not betting in the same manner here at Naira, but other tracks. It's not true. The majority of the pool comes in the last flash, but it's not just CAW money. A lot of it is other betting. That's just the way the system teams to work. It's a major misconception. This horse will be, I'm going to guess, about 5-2 by post time.
Should she even really be the second choice?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think she should be. I think it should be Sweet Brown Sugar, and I don't think you disagree as we head over to Maggie.
That would make 3 of us. So when it comes to the board, I do think the horses that have pretty nice records of 8 for 14 in their careers are the 2 to beat in here, as we'll check in with Irish Maxima. She is number 3 for trainer John Service, and you can automatically see why she was not successful in her turf try at Kentucky Downs, especially turf sprinting. You need a small, short, coupled, typey individual to handle that course and its undulations and just the configuration of it. She is not that. She is a big girl. She's got a big stride to her. She looks fantastic here. And as her trainer John Service said, in his experience, if you can get them to that 5-year-old campaign sound and healthy, well, that's when you'll often see the best of them. And that's what I'm at least observing from her in these prelims. She is fit. She is ready. She comes in here off of some really fast workouts, including 2 back at Parks, her home base, and 46-1, best of 106 that day. Before that, preceded by a 47-3. She just looks happy and really healthy heading back to the races and arguably getting back to what she does best, and that is sprinting on the dirt. Moving on to a venerable New York bred that makes her 5-year-old debut. That's number 5, Sweet Brown Sugar. Ironically, she gets Lasix for the first time, primarily because she has spent the majority of her career running in those stakes races for New York breds, but she's one that always carries her conditioning. My girl likes to eat, and I'm okay with that. But oftentimes it's hard to gauge how fit she actually is. So I like the fact, though, that she's acting very fresh. I mean, when Jose Lascano got a leg up on her, she really came to life. She was bouncing on her way to the pony. She's continuing to do so on her way to the gate. So I like to see that from her. I'm honestly looking at the same horse I saw oftentimes running here on this circuit a year ago and 2 years back. And, I think she's another one that's sprinting on the dirt. This is what she ultimately wants to do. That's what she is built for. Now, a horse that has recency, that's a bit of a price, also has some speed. I don't know if she's good enough to hang with the aforementioned 2, but number 6, Twirling Beauty, I appreciate the fact that she continues to put on weight, continues to fill out, and get stronger here for Dave Duggan. One of the better times I've seen her prior to a race. I don't love the fact, however, she puts on front wraps. And a lot of times Dave Duggan, is kind of reading in between the lines and knowing your trainers and what their MOs are. He will run horses in front wraps when the track is wet. So I'm not too concerned about that. And I just think she continues to progress, Andy. Obviously, I don't think she's as good as the 3 or 5 in here, but maybe she can fill out those exotics.
Thanks, Mike. I think Twirly Beauty is a nice horse. She's just in a very unenviable position here, where she's the other speed with a horse that's probably a superior talent.
Exactly. And look, I will say in her last dirt start, we did see Irish Maxima break a little bit slowly from the rail, though she was able to claim that forward position over ways and means early on. Despite that, if she gets out of the gate cleanly, I think that she's just faster than what she's facing towards the outside.
She's actually a pretty good gate horse. I think more she was bumped coming out of the start in that race. Overall, she's usually a horse that comes out well. Now, whether or not that happens today remains to be seen. Just one more left to load. Chris Griffin has the call of the 7th.
Twirling Beauty, Ricardo Santana Jr. goes in. All set. And they're off. Twirling Beauty broke sharply from the outside, and Twirling Beauty is going to push the pace early. Crosses over, gets in front of Irish Maxima, who's going to have to take back now, and re-engages towards the outside, takes the 2-path to chase this leader, Twirling Beauty. Twirling Beauty is in front. It's Irish Maxima, stalking second, 2 lengths in front of Reliable Lady in third. Towards the back end is going to be Sweet Brown Sugar, and Atara is the trailer. Can't keep up with the early heat right now of 22.45 for that opening quarter mile. Twirling Beauty is winging up top. Irish Maxima is trying to move in closer, trying to keep up with this leader. It's still gliding along. Twirling Beauty from the back, an all-in reliable lady not making up ground. Sweet Brown Sugar tries to get rolling. Atara's got a lot of ground to make up. They reach the top of the stretch, 45-4 half-mile time, and Twirling Beauty, the long shot, is still there and pulling away. Twirling Beauty has a final furlong to get, is 6 lengths in front. Twirling Beauty is opened up on the field with 16th left to go. Atara's running up into second. But the longest shot in the field, Twirling Beauty, dominates. Atara's second photo. Irish Maxima trying to hold off the oncoming Sweet Brown Sugar in 1 minute 11.02 seconds.
The old Bet the Trainer we show the feature on in that race as she broke sharply. I thought that Pennington probably was right to let her go and stalk with Irish Maximum. She was terrible chasing in this position, but Twirling Beauty, she crushed the field at 12-1.
And credit to Ricardo Santana Jr. getting this horse out of the gate, being intent on going forwards, even with the knowledge that you likely have this other speed type that could potentially be faster than you early on, not being intimidated by that whatsoever. Crossing over actually on Irish Maxima, and I agree with you. I thought it was the right move to take back, go to the outside and sit right there, but this horse had absolutely nothing, and Twirling Beauty just ran away with this race once she was able to put away anyone else who was forward.
A speed horse taken out of her game will often underperform, so I don't want to be too hard on Irish Maxima, but she obviously didn't run well. But, you know, I think that David and Ricardo understood that they weren't going to win this race stalking the favorite. Now, they might have run last, they might have gone the lead and tired, but their only chance to win was to take it to her, go to the front end, and I think the rider, you're going to be more confident in a horse like Irish Maxima. Let her go, let her set a quick pace, and assume that you're better than her. She wasn't. Nobody was close to Twirling Beauty, who gets it done. Ricardo and Dave Duggan teaming up for the win at 12-1. We'll be back.
Anybody else want $650,000 not a minute? $1,650,000 not a half. $1,600,000. Thank you.
She's so spicy. She won it by 4 lengths on the wire. Side by side and stride for stride. Who's it going to be? My Soldier Citizen Bull. Bear has it close to home from Brussels. Side Bears, the Breeders' Cup winner. Van Tornado and Gerard Ortiz have won the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show and to bring this, who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By Quality Road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
Farther back, best separated and fair.
that photo finish went to nobody, as it was a dead heat in there. And, you know, obviously Lure was really an all-time great turf horse, a turf miler. But he was a very good dirt horse. He just was better on the turf. And Devil is Due, I think, won over $3 million. Was an incredible old pro who did nothing but run against the toughest of the tough horses. And I was here for that Gotham, and it was a memorable race.
Printing out their lifetime past performances with both of these horses, it's nothing but, for the most part, triple-digit buyer speed figures at the highest level of competition, and both of them having extremely successful careers overall.
How the world has changed. It starts with the Remsen, you know, there's the Champagne, obviously, but the Remsen, now the Jerome, the Withers, the Gotham, the Wood Memorial, and you go back in time, the Remsen, I was here when Believe It beat Alydar in 1977, but, you know, what it would start with was the Swift at 6 furlongs. 2 weeks after the Swift, they'd run the Bayshore at 7 furlongs. 2 weeks after that, they'd run the Gotham at a mile. 2 weeks after that, they'd run the Wood Memorial at a mile and an eighth. And 2 weeks after that, they'd run the Kentucky Derby. And back in those days, the Bluegrass was held on the Thursday, just 9 days before the Kentucky Derby. And Alydar ran the Bluegrass. Ali Sheba finished first, was disqualified in the Bluegrass. And just the game has changed so dramatically. Now, I don't think a lot of Derby types ran the Swift, though one of my favorite horses going way back, Zen, made his 3-year-old debut in that race. But we would see Bold Forbes ran the Bayshore. We would see Derby-type horses run the Bayshore, and the Gotham and Wood as well.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen these races play prominently in some of the Triple Crown races, but at the same time, you mentioned it often, the Remsen, just a few years ago, your Preakness winner, and we saw several horses have plenty of success coming out of those races with Dornoch as well.
Well, to be fair, I mean, the Withers winner 3 years ago or 4 years ago was early voting, and he won the Preakness. You know, we mentioned before Cloud Computing had run second in the Gotham. He came back to run third in the Wood Memorial before winning the Preakness. So, you know, while we've seen some late bloomers in those races, you know, there's a lot of stuff. You look at, like, the Arkansas Derby. Well, we haven't had a Derby winner come out of the Arkansas Derby since American Pharoah. There's a little, you know, those races are grade ones. They're going to get some of the better horses, but there's also a lot of randomness to who runs in those races and going forward. So, you know, there is a bit of a myth that the good horse won't run here. Well, you make the Wood Memorial a grade 2. It's not going to get the top horses because they're grade 1s. The reality is the Grade Stakes Committee, which makes, in my opinion, a lot of mistakes. One of them that they badly need to correct is there should be no Derby prep for 3-year-olds. It's a grade 1. There should not be a prep for the Kentucky Derby that's the same grade as the Derby. And I think if they do that, they'll also level the playing field out a little bit among the preps.
Yeah, that's a completely logical argument, and I think that it's one that a couple have gotten behind as we see some of these races attract more attention than others, but at the same time, if you have the points to get in the race, anything can happen.
Well, that's the thing. You know, some will go maybe to these races thinking the fields are less to try to get the points, and, you know, we'll see what happens, obviously, going forward, but looking for that Gotham, which we will draw tomorrow. Race number 7. A big price, but a nice win for trainer David Duggan as the number 6, Whirling Beauty, blows them away with Ricardo Santana.
This was a plan executed to perfection, able to go forward and commit to that early position with this horse who may not have looked the fastest on paper, but she was out of the gate, and ultimately that ended up being the winning move, taking that speed type Irish Maxima out of her game and able to draw away pretty impressively from the rest of this group.
Yes, she won quite easily. As we move towards the 7th race, Linda Rice is in a position where she has the first and maybe third choice. Of course, Nina Kay had to open up the favorite because Flavian Pratt's riding her. How's that working out? But she'll probably be the third choice. But Linda Rice in a position in this race with Munnings Express and Nina Kay to perhaps get her 4th win on today's card.
Yeah, it's not a position I'd be too upset to be in terms of going into this 8th race.
And of course, she has the favor the 9th as well, so it could be a 5-win day. 26.56. That's a mouthful as Atara gets 2nd, picks up the pieces, and a dead heat for 3rd. Jamie Rodriguez was able to catch up recently with Maggie Wolfendale. We'll have more on that when America's Day at the Races comes back.
Jamie, we see you making quite an impression here in New York, winning races left and right. But many people might not know that you actually began your career here in New York 15 years ago. Talk a little bit about the early days.
I came in 2010. I came straight to Belmont. I rode in Belmont. We went to Saratoga. I was doing great and everything. And when we back to Belmont, I was a little bit frustrated because I was winning and everything like that. And I packed all my stuff. I got frustrated. I said, you know what, I'm leaving. And I said, once I finish riding, and then I just go back home or I going back to a different track and everything like that. And that day, I think I went 4th. And then I came back home. I unpacked everything. My ego went up and everything like that, you know. We came here in the wintertime and we are doing amazing here. And I think I was leading Bug Boy. Ramon was first, I was second, and everything was going awesome.
After injuring his collarbone in December of 2010, Jamie spent the next decade riding at Tampa Bay Downs, Mahoning Valley, and Finger Lakes before finding his biggest success at Delaware Park and Laurel Park.
Shas Bullet and Jamie Rodriguez. They're racing into history here at Laurel Park. It's a record-tying 7-win day for Jamie Rodriguez. Unstoppable Jamie Rodriguez.
You should be really proud of your accomplishments. But one thing that I've noticed that a lot of horsemen have noticed about you is your emphasis on teamwork, and that you like to go out, you like to work horses, you like to be familiar with your mounts from the morning to then get to ride them in the afternoon.
And I love it. Like when they tell me to work, I even told my agent, I say, I don't care, it can be cold, whatever. And I like that, you know, I like to see people, I like to see the horses that I work and everything like that. I never get scared of working.
Do you remember this?
My God, that's an old picture. Wow, that's Leah Grameri. Yeah, the great filly. Wow.
And it's going to be Greeley's Law. A decisive move by Jamie Rodriguez to the quarter pole.
It's been 15 years of starting proverbially at the top here in New York, and then having to slide back down and now work your way up. What's the next step up?
If everything goes the way he's going right here, you know, I would love to keep going with the me, Belmont, Saratoga, and then that's one goal we gotta finish. I got the support from the family. My wife always tell me, I say, you can do, and then we be behind you 100%.
How important is it to have the support of your family?
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot. My 3 kids, basically they're my engine, you know?
Yeah.
If I gotta go to another side of the world for them, I do it.
I love that.
It's good, you know, because the way they grow, the time go fly, you know, and every time that I got a little bit of time to spend with them, and I go and do, and then if I gotta go back to work, they even ask me, Daddy, you go back to work? I say, yeah, I gotta go back to work. When will you back? So I'll be back Sunday night. And it's awesome, you know, and especially the little one, oh my gosh. And the older one, that's me completely, the older one, completely. She jump horses and everything, like, I love it. Whatever they want to do, I'm gonna be there, you know? But I'm gonna give them what I know how when I was a kid, you know, and I don't care how much expensive they are, you know, and if they are happy, I'm happy.
He's very quickly made a mark here in New York, and I think there's a good chance that we'll see him sticking around, and I think he's shown that he belongs.
Absolutely. Give it a couple of nice opportunities over the summer in Saratoga, getting that Grade 2 win for Miguel Clement in the Flower Bowl with Baeza. I mean, he can ride.
Horses are in the paddock for our 8th race, but they're also on the track and heading towards the post, I should say, at Oaklawn. Let's head back to the Mig and Meg show.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm back on set with you, and I agree. Jamie Rodriguez has made a really nice impression. I really like what I'm seeing from him. Such a maturation as a rider from, you know, when he had the bug in New York. But let's get right into the post parade here. Megan with the 1, Austrian Navy.
If this horse manages to break, he'll be up on that lead from the inside.
Yeah, bumped at the start last time, didn't show his usual speed. The 2, Miranda's Rocky.
Always been a closer, 2 back. Honestly, that lone try at sprinting as of late was pretty impressive.
The 3, Icy River.
I think it'll be this horse will certainly be off on the early pace with a trainer that has gaudy numbers first off the claim.
Yeah, been running for cheaper, but running well. The 4, Progeny.
Tough group at the level last time out. Another that kind of comes off of things.
The 5 First Hill at a big price.
Big price should be a part of Ford Lee tracking that pace, as it does drop in tag, though, from that $30,000 claimer last time out.
The 6 for Tom Amos, a Bitterby.
Oh, I know, that one was
I'm
tough.
not sure.
That one was tough. But a two-back beat a next out allowance winner in a Gloriette. She faced a good field two-back. We'll see if she can get back to that form.
And the 7, Little Sister Sue, went by. We're up to the 8, Lady Dreamer.
Lady Dreamer drops in tag off of a dismal performance last time out.
And the 5, Bolt on the Rocks on the far outside.
Your 2-to-1 favorite so far. Ran well, and the likes of some allowance runners we'll see later on in the card against Miss Arlington last time out. She's tough in here.
I think it's a really competitive race. I do think you want to be forward and you want to be towards the inside. Horses are closing, but it does feel like, Megan, to me, the inside is played a little bit stronger than horses closing on the outside.
It has, and it's not necessarily a speed bias by anything or by any means, but you certainly, I feel the same as you do, Meg, as far as being on the inside. But at the same time, you know, this racetrack, it feels like everybody from anywhere has been able to either do well or run well, Meg.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick timeout, a quick pause here as we rejoin on FS2. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races for our Fox Sports 2 viewers. We're here at Oaklawn Park. It's gotten a little bit cooler, a little bit windier, but some great racing. And we're up to race 7 as they're circling around by the starting gate. And next up after that, the 8th race, the No Double for Arkansas Breds, $150,000, a real competitive edition of the No Double. And then the draw for the Rebel Stakes. So we got a lot of action to go on, and obviously a lot of good racing action from both New York and Arkansas.
Yeah, I got my dance partner back. You were on break, but I'm glad to have you back, Meg, as we take a look at a $20,000 claimer field. You know, I thought that Bolt on the Rocks makes a lot of sense, the number 9, but I also find this field could spring an upset, just depending on how things shape up. I thought it was an interesting one.
So where did you ultimately land here in this spot?
I'm gonna take a shot against the favorite and go back to the number 4 Progeny for the Cantor-Mossy barn, who has not been able to really heat up just yet this meet, looking for their first win of the meet for Matt Cantor-Mossy, and just 2 back. You know, last time out faced the likes of Philly Crystal, who came back to win an allowance race out of that cheaper $25,000 claimer. But if you look 2 back, this horse did some running and beat the likes of Bolts on the Rocks, that goes favored in this group, as she tracked just off the pace, angled out, just not quite enough late for Antique Silver, who was a next out allowance starter as well. So I think 7-to-1 is a bit of an overlay on her, just considering her form lines, and we'll see if she can run to her best as she did 2 back.
Well, that race 2 back would be very, very tough to beat if she can run back to that. This is the daughter of Golden Sense, a 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. And, you know, last time maybe just regressed. I mean, she didn't break particularly sharp, but I couldn't make that as an excuse.
You're exactly right. It was very interesting to me because she just didn't quite, after she was just bumped, maybe she's just a quirky kind of mare as they climb up in age. She was a little bit bothered at the break, but nothing overt. It just seemed after that, she just completely spit the bit and gave way. We'll see if she can wake up, break a little bit more on pace, and see if she can be a little bit more sharper today. But I just couldn't get past her at the price. We'll see if she can get past your favorite, the number 9, Bolt on the Rocks. But who'd you land on, Meg, quickly? Sorry.
I did go with the favorite on the outside, the 9, Bolt on the Rocks. You get Amir Mendoza, an apprentice I've been impressed with, so you get a 5-pound break in the weights. And she should be forward from the outside, and I think that outside post gives her the luxury of kind of getting into the race the right way. Well, we'll see how it pans out for race 7, as we'll send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Lady Dreamer, Progeny, and Bolt on the Rocks to the outside. Bolt on the Rocks, Amir Mendoza sitting currently at 2-to-1 on the board. Bolt on the Rocks goes zip. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good beginning for all. Icy River gets the first call, blasts into the bridle, goes to the front. Lady Dreamer matches her from the outside. First Hill runs in the third position right off of them. For a sprint, they're not going all that fast early. Austrian Navy, offensive-minded, trying to move forward on the rail, pretty tight in there. Not going to get through. Austrian Navy's going to have to tap on the brakes here. Not a good go for her. Progeny, in the meantime, joining Austrian Navy, who eased off the pace. Progeny, Austrian Navy, 3 from the top down the backstretch. Both on the rocks, out of harm's way on the outside, 3 deep. Going into the turn, level third with Icy River, who backs away from the speed. Abitibi is sent hard past by Little Sister Sue, and Miranda's Rocky well behind as they approach the quarter pole. Lady Dreamer getting away from the competition, opens up a length and a half here on First Hill, who's under a hard ride second. Icy River coming back on, getting to the outside for the stretch drive, and Bolt on the Rocks is with her. They're down the lane. Lady Dreamer at 22-1, trying to pull off the upset here. Icy River, game chase. Bolt on the Rocks third, but she's beaten. Coming to the 16th pole, Lady Dreamer keeps chugging along on the lead, and it's a price here to start the late pick 4. It's Lady Dreamer, Joe Belmer with a double today. Icy River was second. Photo for the Shodo, Progeny, and Bolt on the Rocks.
Well, Lady Dreamer takes some gate to wire, and I think it just reinforces what I've been thinking about this racetrack for the last few days. You're getting horses that are outperforming themselves, outrunning their odds, because it just feels like they're on that moving sidewalk. They're showing speed. They're, getting to kind of carry it all the way. And the horse that, the gray filly who wound up second, the number 3, Icy River, she sat right in behind the leader and saved every inch of ground before she came out in the stretch.
And then it was just all bets off from there. Lady Dreamer coming off a dismal performance, giving way, chasing on the front end, gets the job done for Lonnie Briley.
And we're seeing, guys, I think a track a lot more like what you guys were seeing in New York right here at Oaklawn, kind of flip-flopped a little bit.
No, I tend to agree, Richie. A classic gold rail race and a bad ride on the favorite, who should have been clear from the outside. They're on the track for race number 8, but we're already middle of the post parade. There's the number 4, Jackson's Dixie, at a price.
Steps back up in class, but this horse is in decent form.
Dave Duggan looking for back-to-back wins with Intentious.
Another price going out for him. Jamie Rodriguez will be aboard this one.
She does not have the speed of the last winner. The 6 is Majestic Return, who does have speed for Steve Shower.
Taking quite a bit of money first off the claim here. Steve Shower just 2 for 10 first off the claim past 5 years.
And the 7, Monetary Monarch, who does have a nice race on a wet track for Lisa Lugovic.
She does. I just don't know if it'll be good enough to make her competitive.
The 3, Munnings Express, who had gone by in the post parade, is currently the 9-5 favorite for Linda Rice as she looks for her 4th win. She comes off a 2nd place finish behind the streaking Bam's Bliss Kiss.
Yeah, Bam's Bliss Kiss has been in excellent form. She went to the Jorge Abreu barn and followed it up with yet another victory. So in good form, like you mentioned. She came back to win with an 85 by her speed figure. And I don't think this one, Munnings Express, lost anything in finishing 2nd to her. She's a tactical type. She's shown that she can be up close enough to be within range and be competitive. The only question for her is handling the wet track.
The other Linda Rice runner in here, Nina Kay, is coming off a win. Now, she is moving up, though, I think, against much tougher horses here.
She is, and Jockey change, first time Flavian Pratt. She does have some losses at short prices that concern me a little bit as well, but she has handled the wet track. It'll be interesting to see what sort of position she gets early on from that rail post, because I think there's plenty of other horses that want to be forward to her outside.
Yeah, I don't know. I think with Flavian on this horse and how things have been playing, given the rail, I got to think she's going to look to leave this on a merry chase. Now, we'll see how much speed Majestic Return shows. I don't know how much faster she really has been lately. I don't know about you, sir. I'm very surprised with the money Majestic Return is showing. I know that she won last time. That was a conditional $17,500 claiming race. And, boy, I mean, she has burned a lot of money if you look through her PPs.
She has, and she's beating a horse that we've seen mostly prefer the turf to win that last race by quite a bit. This is a much tougher group.
Let's get more from Maggie.
We'll check in with one of 2 Linda Rice horses here on my end. And while I definitely have no problems with Munnings Express, I do think Nina Kay is one that you have to give a little bit of a longer look to, given the fact that we do have a wet track today, and she is 2 for 2 over surfaces like this, sealed surface that we see here today. And she is her usual self. She is a kind of eye-catching, dapple gray filly, but she's always so energetic. She's always, ready for the fight, but not ever over the top. Just when she's in the paddock, she's very keen. Probably a real pain for her groom. Probably can't feel his hand anymore. But then she kind of settles into her groove once she gets out on track. But I just always like the way that she presents herself. And for the most part, she has been very consistent, especially when it comes to dirt sprints. So I'm going to take a shot here with her. I do think she was with the racetrack last time out in that victory, but again, just making a really nice impression. Now, we do see Majestic Return taking a lot of money. She does feel as though she is the main speed in here, and she's definitely acting that way. Typical for her too, and that she was very sharp and aggressive in the prelims, continuing to be so from the paddock to the racetrack. And look, I get, you brought up the stat of Steve Schauer being 2 for 10, but it's kind of a weird thing because he hasn't run that many horses. He doesn't have that big of a barn. And, 2 for 10, when you speak in, regular terms is obviously 20%, but it's negative because he's such a higher percentage when it comes to his wins. I still respect this horse. I like what I'm seeing from her. I do think sometimes when you have smaller barns, you get that more individualized care, and you can really hone in on kind of fixing things and things that might make a horse better. So we'll see what she does here. I do find her very intriguing, just given the way that she has appeared throughout the preliminaries here, Andy.
Yeah, I'm going to be very surprised if the one Nina K breaks, if Majestic Return is in front of her. I just don't see Flavian as the kind of rider that's going to give it up that easily. And I think the point about Steve Schauer is, and Sarah made a good point about this, he won with a couple of horses that either he took over or were off the claim when he first started. And I think a lot of us thought this is a guy to keep an eye on off the claim, and we weren't really paying attention to the fact that he hasn't really done it recently. That's the only point that we were making.
And I will say, the past 5 months, to Maggie's point about only a couple of horses, he's run 3 times with 2 horses, one of those a win, one of those a second. But if you look at the past year, he's 27%, 63%.
He took an extended break and only got back to training just about a month or 6 weeks ago. So it's not that he ran a lot of horses, and you say the 3 horses, he just has been away from the game for a little while. But you know what? We all have opinions. We'll see how they all play out as race number 8 about to break. Chris Griffin has the call.
Monetary Monarch. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Majestic Return, right to the front. Sprints clear, is up by a neck. Here comes company from the inside. It's Munnings Express to join that leader. Munnings Express now puts a neck in front. Majestic Return is not going to give Munnings Express an easy time on the front end. At the rail in third is going to be Nina K. That's the gray. Monetary Monarch is now shoved along, is taken fourth, is in between horses Jackson's Dixie. Towards the back end of the field, Solo Shot. Nowhere to go. Red Blinkers and the trailer, Intentious. 22.42, and they zip through a pressured opening quarter mile, and now Majestic Return has put Munnings Express away for the moment. It's Majestic Return, Munnings Express trying to hold that rail position, but has now been fully passed here by Majestic Return as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Majestic Return, Munnings Express is going to have to dig deep down on the inside and come on back on this leader. Also now weaving through rivals Intentious. Jamie Rodriguez has made the move and now tips towards the outside, and less than a furlong left to go. Intentious is now rolling past these leaders. Intentious just moved to the outside, thrust on by, and will win, and win it well. Intentious won it. Munnings Express did come back and get second, then came a photo. Majestic Return with the oncoming Solo Shot to Nina K. in 1 minute 11.60 seconds.
It's the second time in recent races where the Linda Rice horse that did not look like the faster one early ended up on the front end. She took some real heat from a Majestic Return, who not surprisingly wasn't able to finish up the race, but an absolutely flawless ride on the number 5 Intentious. Gets it done with a perfect trip for Jamie Rodriguez.
Nice
David
stuff
Duggan.
for trainer David Duggan, just as you said. And this one able to save the ground angle out. And once you saw those 2 horses getting a little bit leg weary on the front end in here, this horse was just sitting in the absolute right position to roll by those two. Munnings Express was forward, had to deal with Majestic Return to the outside, able to put that one away, but couldn't hold off Intentions.
That was a very quick pace, I think, for these type of horses. You know, I mean, Majestic Return is just a bit of a faint-hearted horse. Folded a bit late, but Intentions. Back-to-back wins for David Duggan. We've shown two interviews, two features, one about David Duggan, one about Jamie Rodriguez, and they have both produced winners as Intentions gets it done at 5-1 in race number 8. Mark Cassey certainly having a terrific 2026 so far. We'll hear from him when we come back.
Next weekend on America's Day at the Races, Saturday, catch Aqueduct's Gotham, a Kentucky Derby prep, plus Lafitte Pinkai and Maggie Wolfendale live from Oaklawn Park for the Razorback Handicap.
And they're off in the Razorback.
Then Sunday, special coverage of Oaklawn's Rebel, a key Derby prep, and the Honeybee is a prep for the Kentucky Oaks. Saturday's coverage begins on Fox Business Channel, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern on FS2. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward. It is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Nick, how are you? How you doing? Good to see you. How you guys doing today? Good?
Walt Barasinik owns Old Tavern Farm with wife Michelle, who's on the board of directors of the racetrack Chaplaincy, New York. Together, they welcome the chance to introduce these children to the breeding side of the thoroughbred industry, as most of the students already have some idea of what it's like to work at a racetrack because many of their parents work there. Andres Garcia has watched both his parents make a living taking care of racehorses at Belmont and Saratoga.
I really admire how hard my parents work and how everybody with horses work.
This is a yearling filly. If you're looking to buy a racehorse, let's talk about some of the things buyers are looking for.
The Chaplaincy's Dick Harris explains that field trips like this are meant to inspire the students to aim high.
The world is open to them, and whatever they pursue, we are there to stand alongside them and guide them and direct them.
Got a nice back line.
Today they learned about yearling confirmation, what it costs to buy a horse, and that if a yearling's airways are less than perfect, it can drive down the sale price. Among the students paying close attention, Jacob Alicia.
They put the tube down their throat, and they see they're breathing good. It means they can run fast. But if they can't breathe good, they can't run at all.
The farm mascot, Pork Chop, was a big hit.
He's a pet, okay, so we don't harvest them, meaning that we don't, we're not going to barbecue them in the future.
I liked feeding the horses and feeding the pigs. I really had a fun time here that I learned a lot about different horses, and different animals.
And they leave the farm knowing much more about another aspect of the industry in which their parents are involved.
Well, welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and I'm a big supporter of the chaplaincy and the great work they do for the people on the backstretch here at the New York Racing Association. I think, between the chaplaincy, BEST, the Backstretch Employee Services Team, as well as the BCCA, the Belmont Child Care Association for Anna House and Faith's House, they all do a great job supporting the backstretch workers, the backbone of our industry. And it's hard to tell people to give money. A lot of people just can't afford to do it. But if you're thinking of giving some money, it's good to do it for the horses, but also for the people without whom we would have no racing. And these are all great organizations that do a great deal for the community of racing in New York.
Yeah, it's always great to highlight the good efforts that are put forth by these organizations, and really racing as we know it would not exist without them.
No question about it. These are the people that do all the hard work for everybody in the game to put on the show, and we owe them a huge debt of gratitude. As the number 5, Intentious, heading into the winner's circle. We saw sort of opposite wins for trainer Dave Duggan, right? He wins on the front end in race number 6 at 12-1, and he wins coming from the back of the pack with a terrific ride by Jamie Rodriguez with Intentious in the next race. Those Duggan horses can do it all.
I guess so, and with this one able to sit a nice trip and have some intent rides by Ricardo Santana Jr., wanting to be forward in the race with Twirling Beauty 2 starts back, and this one right here, I felt as though Intentious got the right kind of setup.
No question about it. An excellent ride from Jamie, who seems pretty happy about the win as he heads to weigh in for race number 8. One race left to go, and it'll be interesting to see. Right now, the number 8 is favored. The Mitch Freeman runner, Gray Ace, or the number 2, Cat Fast, will probably be the favorite when we get to post time for Linda Rice, as she has another chance for her 4th win. Just under $14 in Intentious. Hope you're alive in that pick 5, and if you are, I hope you play it through Naira Bets and you opted in for the $2,500, because I got a feeling there aren't going to be a lot of winners in a pick 5 where I think the smallest payout is over $1,000. Cat Fast likely to be favored by post time over the current favorite, the 8, Gray Ace. Now talking about Rhodes the Derby. I mean, I know you're excited and you think, I'm pretty upset that I won't be on the desk for the Rebel draw.
I know it ruined your
I love a
day.
draw. Having hosted about 30 or 40 of them in my lifetime, I can tell you nothing gets you excited like the draw. The Rebel, the Honeybee was drawn earlier. The Rebel will be drawn in the show in just a few minutes. And, of course, that full card will be drawn on Monday. Rebel Day is next Sunday, March 1st. We've seen the Smarty Jones. We've seen the Southwest. We've seen Mark Cassie win both those races with different horses. How will we do in the Rebel as we move forward? Silent Tactic, the winner of the Southwest, but isn't the going supposed to get at least a little bit tougher in the Rebel?
Especially with some of those out-of-town horses that are likely to draw into the field, and this one just got a great setup in that Southwest win. A horse who has plenty of ability, but he got to close into what was a blistering hot pace that was starting to come apart in the late stages.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree, to be honest. I mean, the second and third finishers were right on top of the pace in that race. And while the race was coming apart in the very late stages, it's not like others were doing any running. Now, to be fair, the others might not have been that good. I thought he ran fairly well in the Smarty Jones when there was no pace whatsoever to go into, and his stablemate took advantage of it with an absolutely easy trip. So I think he has improved, but I just think that mostly those are sprinters, and I know Steve's going back with Soldier and Fortune or Soldier and Diplomat, and Baffert's talking about coming back with his runner who finished 3rd in there. To me, these are not routers. I think they are sprinters, and eventually, if they're going to be successful, be cutting back. So I just kind of wondering right now. I don't know. I don't believe. We'll see if Brandt shows up. Does he really want to go long? How good is he really? I don't know. So maybe that horse could move forward and win again, but I still have some question marks. He's just not that fast.
Yeah, this is a group that it's going to be a contentious Rebel, as it is most years, and you can usually try to hunt down a price in that race. We'll see who ultimately does draw into the field. Andy won't be here for it, but it's coming up shortly.
It's going to be incredible.
Riveting.
So don't just turn your TV off. Many people will be turning it on when I leave, but don't turn it off when I leave. The Rebel draw will be coming, and the no double stakes is coming up, and we will have that great no double feature after our break.
This is the Arkansas Derby that was won in '68. That's my mother right here, my father. My dad was Gene Goff. He was basically in the oil business. He was in Australia and had read up on the English bloodlines and all. So he bought 41 horses and brought them to Australia. The last horse he bought was No Home II. No Double was in the first crop, and he actually ran in a $7,500 claiming race at Detroit in September of '67. When you win by about 13 lengths, they take a notice. You go to the head of the class real quick. And then went to the Arkansas Derby. This is a No Double scrapbook my father, Gene Goff, put together of some of the clippings. He set a track record at Belmont, set a track record at Santa Anita. He equaled a track record at Hawthorne in Chicago. The biggest race, I think the most exciting, was probably in Detroit. Won the Michigan Mile. He beat Damascus, Horse of the Year, and was fifth or second off track record in that race. He became known as the 100 Grand Specialist or the Arkansas Traveler. This is very interesting here. This is a map that Pebb, the great artist, drew. This is called the Arkansas Traveler. This No Double scale, his average weight was 127 pounds. He won $846,749. The Goff of Arkansas, named after Goff. A lot of memories, a lot of memories. Oaklawn, they've named a barn after him, but the greatest memory is in the lobby of the Oaklawn Hotel, the trophies. It's really something to see. No Double is the biggest Arkansas bred. He was twice Older Horse of the Year. In 1981, he was the leading sire in the world with 16 stakes horses, the most that anybody had, and the most progeny earnings, $2.6 million that any stallion had had. He bred some good horses and all, and he's not in the Hall of Fame. He's an Arkansas bred.
Quite a racehorse, No Double, most accomplished Arkansas bred in history. Not only did he win the Arkansas Derby, but a Santa Anita Handicap, a Brooklyn Handicap, a Met Mile, amongst many others. He was a two-time Older Horse of the Year, leading sire in 1981. Just a prolific broodmare sire as well. A great source of pride here in the great state of Arkansas is No Double, and send it back to you guys for the post parade of the No Double.
Slacker. Making us do the post parade. What are you doing down there? Probably having like a little something to eat or something. You know, you had like a half an hour off earlier. What do you want around here?
He's talking to the people. Come on.
There is no man that is a bigger man of the people than my friend Richard Migliori. That is for sure. The one is Al's Romeo at 14-1 right now. Louis Saya is running for Stuart Shea.
Third last time out in the same race that Touchdown Arkansas does exit, that one towards the outside, but unlikely to be forwardly placed.
Current longest shot on the board is the number 2 Lockmore for Bruce Ricken.
Goes second off of a layoff. He did run third in the 2025 No Double Stakes, which was won by Navy SEAL.
Bohemian Beau, who won this race a couple of years ago, 5-2.
Winner of the 2024 edition. He might benefit if the track is playing towards early speed, but with or without that, he was already a major contender.
The number 4 Navy SEAL won it last year, a battle of the last 2 winners, the No Double.
Yeah, fast closing second, 2 starts back, but couldn't quite catch Bohemian Beau.
Currently 9-1 as Rudy Brissett looks for another winner, this time with Willow Creek Road.
He's consistent. He's a horse that shows up. He tends to finish in the money in spots like this, but is he better than the top 2 contenders?
He was second in this race last year. The 6 is Cybertown at 21-1 for Stuart Shea.
Does cut back in distance, but might be just a little bit of a cut below these.
The number 7 110 Stadium for Ron McQuett.
Not entirely impossible. Did have a win at a big price 2 starts back, but that was going further.
And the appeal of Touchdown Arkansas is eluding me.
Lightly raced and somebody that is a new face to this group and could have some early speed, but I agree. I wouldn't want him at a similar price to some of the more proven types.
Thanks, Sarah. Now, Meg is standing by with the trainer of number 4 Navy SEAL, Nancy Knott.
Joined by trainer Nancy Knott, who will send out the number 4 Navy SEAL, and this is such a story. This is your only horse in training, but boy, do you do a tremendous job at conditioning him as he sets out to take this race yet again with a formidable foe as he tries to get around Bohemian Beau again in here today.
Thanks. Thank you so much. We're going to try again to get Bohemian Beau. He, was way out in front, and we just try to do our best to come and get him. So hopefully we can get it done today.
Absolutely, but Julian Leberoux is back aboard, and you mentioned with Javier last time out that maybe didn't ride him to perhaps his style. He likes to sit back and then make that run when he's asked late, right?
Correct, yeah. Castellano was encouraging him to keep up with the speed the whole way, and he just won't finish 100% if he's sitting that close. So hopefully, I asked Julian when he came out today, I said, do you remember all your rides last year? He said, I remember everything. I'm like, perfect.
He knows him, but tell us something that we might not know about him. You know him inside and out. You are there with him every single day. I know when I first came to Oaklawn Park, you were one of the first people that I saw out grazing this horse, Nancy.
Well, sometimes I'm, a little worried when we come over for the race, but he seems to be doing everything perfect coming up to this race, walking over in the paddock and everything. So I'm excited to see how he can run. I hope we have good racing luck.
I hope so as well. We love your story. He's just such an honest, hardworking guy. Best of luck today, Nancy.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
Navy SEAL looking to take this race for the second time, I believe, against a really quality field of Arkansas breds.
And he is a quality Arkansas bred, earner of nearly $700,000, Navy SEAL, son of midshipman. But he is a closer in a race that I do feel like is playing a racetrack that's playing kind to horses that have more natural speed and are inside. Bohemian Beau looks like he's the speed closest to the rail. Walter De La Cruz, a rider's rider, real professional, really like the way he conducts himself. So I got to give the edge to Bohemian Beau because of the way the racetrack's playing. Touchdown Arkansas, lightly raced, has shown some ability, but I think he gets cast into that outside chasing position, which doesn't seem like what you really want. Navy SEAL did get ridden against his style last time. Rushed a little bit too much in the game. If Julian Leberoux can work out an inside trip and close towards the inside, obviously he is the horse to beat. But Megan, I know you had some opinions about this as well. I just think we got to factor in that the racetrack is playing kind to inside runners.
It is, and I think that even before we knew that, I was drawn to the number 3, Bohemian Beau, who I'm drawn to yet again in this spot, Richie. He looks great, and he's one that's a good doer. The last time out off the bench, I thought, this horse needs a start. He's a little bit overdone in his flesh and condition, but now looking at him, I find it's just him. He's a burlier sort, really robust, that stout, compact sprinter through and through, a son of Gentleman's Bet, who has earned over $550,000 as just a leading Arkansas bred earner. I liked what I saw from him today. He's very sharp, indicative of his speed, and skittish in the paddock. It's a very crowded day here at Oaklawn Park, and the paddock is tight-quartered, loud. As he got onto the track, I saw him settle down a bit, which was really encouraging to see. And if he could hold off the likes of Navy SEAL and Willow Creek Road off of the layoff last time out, particularly getting on a track that I think his style will hold well on, it just checked all the boxes for me up there at 5-2. The number 4, Navy SEAL, Nancy Knott does such a great job with this horse. He's an eccentric type. He was kind of kicking at the stall. He's certainly got an attitude about him. But what I witnessed last time out against much tougher group in the Commodore against open foes and that restricted stakes race against the likes of Bourbon Bash, I think he ran well, all things considered, but at the same time was ridden against his style as he is. He's one of those sprinters that settle him down, drop your hands a bit, and then just let him go. Let him when he is asked and when he is able to make that one run. It's a ferocious one, and it's been a successful run as he won this stakes race last year against the likes of some of these similar foes. I mentioned this earlier on the program. It seems these horses kind of take turns beating each other, which brings me to the number 8, Touchdown Arkansas, and I agree with Richie's sentiments about maybe his style and how the track has been playing as perhaps against it here, but I did like like what I saw from him. Another very stout sprinter through and through. I think he looks fantastic, even better to me off that quick turnaround on February the 6th. A little bit more tucked up in his condition as coming off of the layoff last time out. And he's a horse that we saw last year was actually debuted in his restricted stake race, came back to win his maiden, and that second start in the form cycle, Andy, was when he peaked. I think you could maybe mix it up a bit as maybe a new face on the scene, but there's no doubt about it. The number 3 and the 4 look to be formidable as those venerable Arkansas veterans that they are.
Yeah, I agree, you know, and Sarah, I mean, talking about what Richie was talking about accurately, that the inside has been very good. Doesn't that give Bohemian Beau an even bigger advantage? I'm surprised he's not favored.
Me too, and I think that he's one that he was always going to be bet in this spot because he seemed to have that early advantage over a horse, even like Touchdown Arkansas, that I think that he's faster than if the track is playing towards inside speed. At 2-1 versus the other 2 shorter prices in here, I'd much rather go with him.
Yeah, and I think the 8 is sort of doomed to an outside chase. I don't understand why he's a comparable price to the 2 and 3. I understand why maybe he's the 3rd choice, but it seems to me, or 3 and 4, excuse me, like they kind of tower over these. We'll see how it plays out. Matt Ditterman will have the call of the no double.
Coming up, Bohemian Beau walking in. 2 back, Navy Seal and Julian Leperoux. Touchdown Arkansas to the outside. Looks like one of the runners in there, Al's Romeo. It appears he's stirred up in the gate. Luis Saez hopped off there. Al's Romeo. They're going to back out Al's Romeo here for the Shea Stewart barn. They've loaded Touchdown Arkansas. Just taking a look here at Al's Romeo. He's going to reload into the gate. Luis Saez is going to hop back aboard. The vet has given Al's Romeo the green light to compete. We're ready to go. And we're off in the no double Breeders' Stakes. Al's Romeo with a clean beginning. Bohemian Beau quicker, steps on the gas, accelerates to a 1.5 length lead early on Al's Romeo, who runs in the second spot. Willow Creek Road joining him, now claiming second. Touchdown Arkansas third with Al's Romeo. Navy Seal on a good gallop. He's 4 lengths off the pace, 3 parts of a length to 110 Stadium. A similar margin back to Lockmore. He's second to last, and Cybertown is at the back. Approaching the forward turn, it's the speedster. Bohemian Beau into the turn, a 1/2 length in front. Willow Creek Road pressing him hard. They've opened up 2. Touchdown Arkansas gets the Dream Trip in third. Al's Romeo begins to back away. Navy Seal has come under a ride now. 110 Stadium joins him. He's 5 lengths off the pace. 3 back to Cybertown. Passing 2 runners. Lockmore under pressure. Al's Romeo dropping to the back. Top of the stretch here in the no double Breeders' Stakes. Bohemian Beau cuts the corner. Goes for home here. Touchdown Arkansas on the grandstand side, about to pass Willow Creek Road. 110 Stadium right behind with a furlong to go. Bohemian Beau keeps going. Touchdown Arkansas. Navy Seal up the inside. Touchdown Arkansas lunging after Bohemian Beau. Here comes Touchdown Arkansas. Touchdown Arkansas to win the no double Breeders' Stakes. And on the name alone, it's a fan favorite. Touchdown Arkansas gets it done and runs down Bohemian Beau.
I couldn't have been more wrong about this horse. Is Touchdown Arkansas. I don't think he got a bad trip, but I don't think he got the dream. The dream trip was by the 3 on the front end. He's a little faint-hearted. The 4, no run whatsoever from last year's winner, Navy Seal, but Touchdown Arkansas, he really stepped forward to win this race.
He did, and he was never towards the inside in this spot, and he was sitting that nice stalking third, but this horse was always off the rail and a little bit awkward in the stretch there, not switching leads, but at the same time, it just seemed like he was the one with all the momentum and able to get that victory.
Yeah, absolutely. He was best in this race. I don't think he got a decent trip, but I think the 3 had the right trip. He just wasn't good enough. As we are moments away from our 9th and final race here, I know you prefer Cat Fast, Sarah, who is now the 3-2 favorite. I prefer the 8 Gray Ace.
And it's kind of a long way back on paper to the rest of this group, so I understand why bettors are focusing in on these 2 horses, because there isn't that much to sink your teeth into here with some horses that have proven that they aren't necessarily going to be those winning types. And I couldn't really make the case for too many others in here. I thought maybe the number 3 Solo Flight, a little bit intriguing, but he's had plenty of chances.
I don't disagree. I'll say something about Solo Flight. I think it doesn't hurt to get Manny Franco on that horse. I think that's I'm going to try a little 8-3 just to do something in this race.
All right. Well, I wish you luck.
Yeah, I'll probably need it, but I'm not a big fan of the 3, of the 8. I'm sorry, of the 2. He can win. I understand. There's nothing, as you said. There's very little competition, and on paper, it's a 2-horse race for the 2 and 8. But more often than not, I know this horse appears to be taking a big drop down and is off his last race, but he ran for 16,000 already off the claim for Linda and didn't run well as the 3-1 favorite. Now, I'm sure it was a much tougher field, but I think Gray Ace. If you look at their PPs, Gray Ace has more consistent high numbers and ran well on a wet track last time in a race where the winner came back and improved 5 buyer points, the 3rd horse came back and improved 15 buyer points, and the 4th horse came back and improved 4th or 5th, I can't read my handwriting, 11 buyer points. So it's proven to be a somewhat live race. Now, we're talking about 7-5 and 3-2. I just happen to prefer the 8. You happen to prefer the 2, which means somebody else will probably win.
In all likelihood, and it's not as though these are the kinds of prices that you really want to rely on in these types of maiden claiming 12-5s.
In all likelihood, one of them will win. They're about to break. Let's get the call from Chris.
And they're off. Gray Ace right to the front, and hard sent his Perfect Shepherd towards the outside. Joining these leaders is Dr. Merciless, and Dr. Merciless now with a neck advantage. Gray Ace keeping up in second, 3 wide is Perfect Shepherd. Selling off of them is going to be Dawson Maws, now in the 4th position. Killybegs Kid is to the outside of a Stern Command. The Hero Code is up there on the far outside towards the back of the field. The 2 trailers, Cat Fast. Cat Fast has got to be about 7 lengths off the lead with the trailer, Solo Flight. The leader is Dr. Merciless at a number. Gray Ace alone in second. Ground Saving Journey. Here comes the run from Killybegs Kid. It's just riding the rail, is taken third. Cat Fast, the favorite's got to pick it up, is far, far back and not making up any ground. As they approach the top of the stretch, it's a long shot up top. Dr. Merciless now turns for home. Gray Ace, Killybegs Kid is making up ground towards the inside. Can Dr. Merciless pull off the upset? But here comes another long shot, and Killybegs Kid towards the inside is chasing a final furlong to get. Dr. Merciless at 20-1 is almost there. A 16th left to go and not stopping. Dr. Merciless, no mercy, wins this one at a number. Dr. Merciless won it over Killybegs Kid, Gray Ace, and then rallying on there for 4th was Cat Fast in a photo with a Stern Command at 1 minute 12.73 seconds.
A take no prisoners ride from Omar Hernandez Moreno as the long shot Dr. Merciless takes no prisoners, was merciless, in fact, in this race. My distant 3rd choice, but I did not expect this horse to win. And the number 4, Killybegs Kid at a big price, 12-1, gets second. I mean, at least the 8 chased a little bit. The number 2 has no speed and just was never in the race.
And look, we've seen Omar Hernandez Moreno take some long shots and be very aggressive with them, and it's worked out for him from time to time. That was the case here for a horse that I couldn't quite make on paper, but this was the kind of ride that ends up winning these types of races when nobody really wanted to pass, other than Killybegs Kid, who was able to get up for second.
Well, he was dropping, I guess, after the race. There are some things to see in a weak race, but Dr. Merciless, and you said you thought there was a pick 6 carryover, and you are correct. No, you are not correct. Actually, this pick 6 pays $31,926, so there probably was one winner. Let's see what the pick 5 was. If the pick 5, I'm guessing the pick 5 was $10,408. So I'm going to guess if you had it through Naira Bets, you're going to get a big chunk of that $2,500 if you opted in. Good opportunity. I think I'm done.
You are.
Am I done? I am done.
You're out of here.
Don't turn off your TV. Not only is Maggie coming back, but the Rebel Draw is coming up in just a few moments. So stick around on America's Day at the Races. He's not coming here, but he's coming to Arkansas. Bob Baffert. We'll see what happens in the Rebel Draw.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at belmontstakes.com.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2, live coverage from Oaklawn Park. And we just wrap things up here at the Big A. Hi, I'm back. Maggie Wolfendale here. And please be joined by Sarah El-Badwi. And Sarah, big upset at Aqueduct for the finale.
Yeah, closing things out with a horse who was a gigantic price and 20-1 on that one, who Omar Hernandez Moreno, the jockey, took this horse right to the front. Hadn't really shown that kind of early speed in the past, but anything can happen at these lower levels, and this horse got the right kind of ride to upset the field.
Dr. Merciless, that he was. And we see Omar, so adept at doing this. He's able to pull off upsets, I feel like, all the time because of his aggression.
And I think that he's one that will take some unlikely horses and have them show the kind of speed that maybe you weren't anticipating. And I think that might be something that often catches others off guard, because you expect those types of horses to come back to you. You expect a 20-1 shot to not keep going and have the stamina to be effective. And Keely Beggs Kid, a nice rise by Jamie Rodriguez to have this one come up the rail. But your favorites finish kind of a lackluster 3rd and 4th in here, and you get the nice 20-1.
One convincingly, more like a 2-1 shot than a 20-1 shot. So we'll get those official prices for you in a moment. But back over at Oaklawn, we saw Touchdown Arkansas. He is the real deal. He scored today as he came back second off the bench here for his 5-year-old season. Tom Bamberg, and wow, that was a very crowded winner's circle for Touchdown Arkansas, the aptly named Arky bred in this no double stakes.
You had the winners from the 2024 and the 2025 no double coming back, neither of them able to hit the exacta. And this horse was never over towards the inside. He was kind of running a bit awkwardly there in the stretch, but you can see he has all that momentum to go by your pace setter, Bohemian Bow. You got a nice price with Cybertown up for second in there for that exacta that paid $130.70 without your 2 favorites in there. And the lightly raced type ends up stepping up, and he showed that he belongs in this kind of group.
He never switched leads, but hey, a win is a win no matter how you do it. And hinting at, that 86 buyer that he ran 3 starts ago, nearly a year ago, could be hinting at legitimacy and what he is capable of doing.
Well, and also if you have some of those horses that are those older veterans who aren't necessarily going to be continuing to improve moving forwards, he is the one that is the likeliest to do so, having that upside being so lightly raced.
And a nice win there for Touchdown Arkansas for Lewis Matthews and Tom Vanberg in the irons. Francisco Arrieta, a name we say quite often here on America's Day at the Races. Coming up next, we will have the live Rebel Draw. Hi, Meg.
Hey, Maggie, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good.
Marty Jones in full stride and pulling away. He's one step closer to $5 million.
Will take charge coming at Oxbow. Oxbow will take charge. Will take charge. Gets up to beat Oxbow in a thrilling Rebel. American Pharaoh will rough home in the Rebel, widening to win by about 8.
Coal Battle, the story continues. This fantastic story. Coal Battle does it. It's the Rebel.
And what a great story Coal Battle was last year. Lonnie Briley actually had a winner earlier on today's card. Nice to see lesser known connections get their opportunity to shine. And the Rebel has produced some very, very good winners that have gone on some great Triple Crown success. Obviously, American Pharaoh being a Triple Crown winner. I'm so pleased to be joined by Nancy Holthus. And Nancy, we've got a field of 10 going to take shape here for this year's Rebel.
Yeah, we have seen the Rebel be integral in that springboard, not only to the Arkansas Derby, but later on to the Kentucky Derby. A lot of qualifying points are on the line for the draw.
And one thing that is just so glaring here, you know, such a comprehensive series of races at Oaklawn and 3 races with very lucrative purses.
Yes, we actually are very proud to host the nation's richest path toward the Triple Crown. And a lot of trainers do come here because they kind of still get that Derby environment from the walkover to the crowd in the infield and the crowd screaming for these equine athletes down the lane.
Well, they do love their racing here in Arkansas, and they come out in droves. Well, we've got people from the racing office with us, Mike Feisinger, Jordan German, Eric DeCosta. They'll be pulling the pills, and why don't we get right into it, guys, and let's start the draw for the 66th edition of the Rebel.
Number 8.
8, Rancho Santa Fe.
Number 8 will be Rancho Santa Fe, coming off a good closing effort in the Southwest, Nancy.
Yeah, Brad Cox had his last Rebel winner in 2024 with Timberlake, most recently 4th in the Southwest.
On to the next one.
Number 2.
2, Litmus Test.
Litmus Test gets post position 2. Bob Baffert shipping in.
No stranger to see Bob Baffert. He has a record 8 Rebel victories, and this horse already has 19 points towards the starting gate the first Saturday in May.
Number 5.
5, Honey's to Blame.
Honey's to Blame from the Kenny McPeak barn gets post 5.
How about this is an Arkansas bred who will make the stakes debut in this amazing Rebel running.
Number 1.
1. Bravaro.
The New York bred Bravaro gets post position 1.
Yeah, already does have 10 points towards the Kentucky Derby and was runner-up most recently in the Grade 3 Holy Bull.
Number 4.
4. Blackout Time.
Blackout Time, the early morning line favorite, gets post position 4 for Kenny McPeak. Brian Hernandez, the band's back together.
That's right, as we've seen it here at Oaklawn before. 8-5 morning line favorite. We last saw him to run second to Ted Nafi, who would go on to championship honors.
Yeah, and we know Kenny McPeak has used the path to the Kentucky Derby through Arkansas with great success.
Yes, he has. We saw that most recently with Mystic Dan. He skipped the Rebel after winning the Southwest, but was victorious to get the run for the Roses.
Well, next up.
Number 9.
9. Time for Music.
Time for Music gets the outside post for Keith Asmussen riding for his dad, Steve.
Yeah, does get that outside ride. Might benefit from that as this horse does like to close and is also tested Springboard Mile Company, but still looking to improve.
Number 7.
7. Silent Tactic.
Silent Tactic gets post position 7. He's installed at 9-2, coming off a really nice victory in the Southwest.
Yeah, very impressive. Third choice at 9-2, and Mark Cassie already has 25 points and well represented. And Cassie, so far at this meet alone, is an 8-time stakes winner.
Number 6.
6. Strategic Risk.
Number 6 will be Strategic Risk, the other Mark Cassie, who actually was shorter price in the Southwest than his stablemate Silent Tactic.
Yeah, we saw him in our first Kentucky Derby qualifying points race, the Smarty Jones, and was extremely impressive and does get Javier Castellano back in the irons.
Number 10.
10. Soldier and Diplomat.
Soldier and Diplomat, the runner-up in the Southwest, gets an outside draw again, second time.
Yeah, we're going to see how he handles it. Does get Jose Ortiz in for the bout, and as Richie said, a good second in the Southwest, so he knows this surface well.
And a horse that has tactical speed, could set up his trip.
Yes, we're going to see how that varies out. A lot of times we like to say it's a rider's race out of the gate.
And finally,
Number 3.
3. Class President.
Todd Pletcher, Johnny Velasquez, they've teamed up for a Kentucky Derby win, and this horse, good second in the Swale, going 7 furlongs.
Yeah, this is a magical duo together when they team up. Pletcher won this running back in 2017 with Malagasy, and then right back with Magna Moon.
Well, a nice field of 10, a couple of horses looking to kind of step up and throw their hat into the Kentucky Derby ring, if you will, but Silent Tactic, he's really impressed me here.
You know, he's worked recently, worked extremely well. Can't wait to see Mark. And it's very interesting that in the Southwest, 1-2 for John Oxley, or excuse me, in the Smarty Jones.
Yeah. But you got like this. Now you see Christian Torres, he's celebrating a little early, but this guy got a little bit of pace to run into. He had none at all in the Smarty Jones, and he really finished the deal. I love the way he had his legs up underneath him, Nancy, coming to the wire.
Yeah, Christian Torres knows this horse extremely well. When you go down the Cassie Shed Row, it is stakes winner after stakes winner. Wouldn't be surprised if he gets another chunk of points to head toward the Kentucky Derby.
Now, the horse that has been installed as your morning light favorite is Blackout Time. And you get Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez. Horse has really done nothing wrong. He was second best to your 2-year-old champion in Ted Nafi.
Yeah, and that was your stakes debut. Very impressive. So I think Kenny is going to be really targeting the Southwest and, the Rebel Stakes and gearing up for that run in the Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, he looks like a major player, and you love the fact that they've already know the roadmap to the Kentucky Derby. They've had that success together. And I think that breeds a lot of confidence between a trainer and a jockey.
Oh, it absolutely does. We've seen Brian Hernandez Jr. as his go-to guy. A lot of confidence with this power duo. So very exciting because it's always a stellar field. And if this is your first time to the track, you are guaranteed to be a fan for life.
No doubt, especially the enthusiasm of the Oaklawn Park racing fans. Horse that drew outside in the Southwest. He draws outside 10 of 10, Soldier and Diplomat, but he took a little bit of a different tact in the Southwest where he rated a bit more off the pace than he had previously.
Yeah, I can't help but think that he really learned a lot in that race, and that might parlay over to the Rebel Stakes. And Steve Asmussen most recently won this race back in 2019 and is a 4-time winner of the Rebel Stakes himself.
Yeah, Steve knows how to get it done, and this is a horse that I just think will improve off of that effort. Experimenting. You have to find out if your horse is going to be capable of rating, particularly to get the 1.25 miles. And one characteristic that all good horses share is they possess speed. It's how they learn to use that speed.
Yeah, it's very integral from the training in the morning, how these horses will learn to rate, and again, how that parlays over to the afternoon, because a lot of times it is those lessons that they learn during the morning that help them in the afternoon.
Well, absolutely, and a trainer that knows how to win the Rebel and knows about teaching horses the lessons, Bob Baffert, he has litmus tests, the Los Alamitos Futurity winner from last fall.
Yeah, we all know that he used the Rebel Stakes as the springboard to the Arkansas and Kentucky Derby in 2015 with American Pharoah, who did break that 37-year drought of the Triple Crown. And I remember in the Rebel, it was sloppy that day. He actually pulled a shoe, and there's an amazing photo of the shoe just hanging on by a single nail. That is heart all day.
Wow. Now, that shows you. He showed his quality early on. And now the final horse we're going to take a look at is, I'm sorry, guys, I didn't hear that in my ear. Strategic Risk, the other Mark Casse, the Smarty Jones winner, where he really got a very soft trip because it was a slow pace and he was attending the pace. And kind of maybe regressed into the Southwest Stakes.
Yeah, he certainly did. It came up 10th after that win in the Smarty Jones. So again, his horses are going to work very, very fit into this particular race. He's already got 10 points towards the Kentucky Derby, and Mark Casse really can do no wrong this meet. He's firing at a 41% win clip. Amazing.
He's actually kind of cooled off a little to 41%, if you can believe it or not. But I think our own Megan Burgess caught up with Steve Asmussen.
Well, joined, as you mentioned, by Steve Asmussen, who will send out 2 runners in next weekend's Rebel Stakes. Steve, we'll just start with Soldier and Diplomat. He does draw wide again, but valiant performance last time out as he gets even more distance. Been progressing along.
Like you said, outside draw the other day, 10 of 10 again on Sunday. Has the race over the track, really like how he's trained since, and expect his best race to date.
I will say, you really brought this horse along from 2 to 3 and said that he's really grown up. What else have you kind of learned about him as he's progressed along as a 3-year-old?
Well, I believe that he's extremely talented horse and that time's going to help him. You know, he's went really well over the racetrack. I love how he's doing. A very competitive field, but obviously we like him.
Time for music. You'll also send out with Keith aboard as well. What has given you the confidence to send him out in this tough group?
We're obviously taking a shot with him. He didn't run his race at all the other day, but he came out of it fine and is due for a good run.
Well, we appreciate the time. Thank you, Steve.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Richie?
Well, we got a nice field of 10 drawn. At first blush, I don't really think there's any negatives or losers in the draw. It feels like everybody is kind of well placed. Even Soldier and Diplomat, it gives Jose Ortiz from that post 10 the opportunity to get his horse into his hands, so if he's a little bit keen, he can work with him.
Yeah, a lot of times out of the starting gate, when that first turn kind of comes up rather quickly, it is going to be important to get in a good position, hopefully not hit some traffic, and leave your horse just too much to do down the lane.
Well, it's going to be a terrific edition of the Rebel Stakes. I want to thank Nancy and everybody from the racing office. And we'll be right back on the other side of this, but there is your Rebel Stakes taking shape.
Thanks to Richie, Nancy, and Meg for that live Rebel draw. Sarah, anything kind of change your view of the Rebel with that post position draw?
Not particularly. I think that we see a couple of horses that maybe we were expecting to draw into the field not come in, and maybe some surprises as well. And it'll be interesting to see, for me at least, where the number 1 Bravaro does end up running next weekend. A horse who's also, I think, pointing towards the Fountain of Youth. So maybe Safi Joseph Jr. wanted to keep some of his top prospects separate, perhaps pointing this one over to Arkansas.
And weighing options, I'm sure, very talented New York bred always has that option too. If the Kentucky Derby route doesn't work out, you know, I thought maybe a tough post position, obviously for one of the speeds in Soldier and Diplomat.
Yeah, I think that he's one that they were likely to try to go and have that forward position early, Jose Ortiz aboard, and now I think drawing that outside position, it kind of solidifies that has to be the game plan going into that first turn.
I'm excited to see Litmus Test come back for Bob Baffert. We haven't seen him since winning the Los Al Futurity back in December. And I don't know, I feel like he hinted at a good deal of ability. Obviously didn't beat that much, but I'm excited to see what he does. I think he could be okay.
Yeah, Bob Baffert always comes in with somebody. It may not be who you were expecting, but he usually brings somebody to run in those Oaklawn Stakes and has a pretty good record of bringing somebody successful to take them as well.
I feel like he just kind of like, it's like,
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
Yeah. That is your Rebel field for this coming Sunday as we are heading over to Arizona. A little Turf Paradise action as we will check out the field for their 6th race. It is a maiden 12-5 for the fillies and mares, 5.5 furlongs. A plethora of first-time starters in here. Sarah, we do see 5-2 favorism, however, with the third time starting Obsessed with You.
Yeah, dropping from the maiden special weight level right there at Turf Paradise. Did debut over at Emerald Downs and was 6-1. Didn't break that quickly in the last start. So the class relief in here makes sense. And this is a horse that it doesn't seem like we have any confirmed early speed with a lot of these first time starters. So you have to think that maybe this one, as well as potentially the number 5, Janice, could be the forwardly placed types.
Yeah, I didn't particularly love this horse. Obsessed with You. She was awfully slow into stride in that last race. She kind of runs with her tail up and out, and I always find that, you know, horses that run like that visually don't use their stride as effectively. She also didn't switch leads down the lane, so she's one I'd be willing to take a shot against here. You know, the first-time starter, relatively speaking, that's taking kind of the most money is the 8 in here, Gorda. She is a daughter of Dad's Caps. Obviously, that's some sprint pedigree, to say the least, with some speed. 2 of the 4 siblings have won in dirt sprints, primarily. And then, you know, you have I don't know, some other horses by sires that maybe aren't as proficient. I did think that Malibu Fire, from a pedigree standpoint, of course, it's never going to rain out in Arizona, has a really good wet track pedigree. Well, you know, it's all relative. Oh, as we see, we see number 6 actually get loose there. A Whole Lot of Mischief, aptly named.
Guess so.
Reared up and got away from the pony and rider. Looks as though she's running loose
towards
the chute. All right, so
we'll see
what
happens
how that
there.
goes. Oh, geez. As we will check back over an Oaklawn. Their 9th race, they're in the paddock for that one. We do see 2 scratches in here. Take out the 2 and the 5 as number 3, Pistol, your favorite. Sarah, she comes in off a pretty poor effort, but it was against pretty good company. And then 2 back, she was able to win over at Churchill.
Yeah, she's one that has kept some quality form and consistent for quite some time, so I can forgive her for facing some better horses last time out.
As we'll check in right there in the paddock is Meg as she brings us a paddock report.
Yeah, the number 3, Maggie Pistol, as you mentioned, coming off a dismal performance last time out. And I was catching up with her trainer, Tom Van Berg, who was perplexed at that. And it does get some class relief in here as riders are fixing to get aboard their mounts, but I'm playing this filly again right back in here. She was shuffled back last time out, and I'll explain later in my trackside analysis, but the extension blinker really was what turned her around. And hopefully she can seek out a trip. She looks fantastic, just as she did last time out. And when catching up with her trainer, he's optimistic that she can redeem off of that effort. And Stakes Company dropping back into the allowance foes. But the number 8 Titled Lady, I've always been quite a bit fond of just seeing her last time out. Another one that's coming off a poor performance in that Bugler alongside of the number 3 Pistol. But two back, she stalked. She was very game to win by 8 here in a lesser, weaker group. But while I do like what I'm seeing from her physically, she certainly looks like a good doer. She's a heavy-bodied, robust sprinter. There was no next out winners from the 6 to run back in that 2-back performance. So she's taking some attention. She's not really floating too much off that 9-2 on her morning line, but she could be the other horse for some in this spot. As the number 5 Maggie Spring Dancer was a pretty significant scratch in this group.
Yes, Meg, from a pace perspective, Spring Dancer coming out does change the complexion of this race. Absolutely. So, Sarah, I mean, does that leave it to Swift Wind possibly securing the lead?
Well, it's actually time for us believing that it's the other Asmussen runner towards the inside of that one, Miss Arlington, that Keith will be aboard. That one taking a little bit more of the action.
I did write down speed for her.
To be more forwardly placed.
But
Swiftwind should be up close. Certainly wouldn't be one that I think should be too compromised in terms of where her early position is. And then I think that the one sort of in between those two is probably the horse that Meg touched on, Titled Lady.
Do you like Titled Lady in here at all?
I think that she makes a lot of sense. And if you have those questions about Pistol's last effort, like it seems as though her trainer does, I think that she's a completely viable alternative at 9-2 especially. We'll see how those prices do end up changing, but she's one that I trust to be a little bit more consistent.
Well, can't we say the same thing, though, about Titled Lady?
But she was inside and just never had any forward position in that race, and it was a step up in class. And I think that the race won by Foie Gras was just an effort where everything went her way, and she's been able to show us more consistency in the past. Now, I think that it's a valid point to say, look, they both come out of efforts that were not anywhere near their best. I'd rather take 9-2 than 5-2, though.
Foie Gras was able to run a 91 with that performance, so definitely a fast race. I had a little interest in the outside runner, Liuza, for Matt Shire in here. She goes turf to dirt. Last time she was on the dirt, it was a win over at Oaklawn, and then even 4 back. She ran a very fast race, albeit for previous connections, with an 86 buyer. I thought she was a bit intriguing. Back over at Turf Paradise, they're going to try this again. Take 2, number 6 does come out. A whole lot of mischief. We'll have to wait for another day to make her debut, and hopefully she's a bit more well-behaved and not up to a whole lot of mischief. As 2-1, holding steady with Obsessed With You as we head up to Vic Stauffer for the call of race 6 from Turf Paradise.
Smoking Hot Chick with Frank Alvarado coming forward. Pretty Red and Gorda are the last 2. Ready for start. And they're off. Lots of Kitty charging out with Janice Sue for the early lead. Obsessed With You, the far outside. Radio Charlie hard ridden at the rail. In between runners, that's Smoking Hot Chick, a close-up 5th. Malibu Fire a length back in 6th. Gorda to the outside 7th. Pretty Red is slow in the stride. She's a half dozen lengths last. And the lead is held jointly by Janisu and Lots of Kitty. They are stride for stride through an opening quarter of 22.41 seconds. Obsessed with You is right there poised for the stretch drive in third. Malibu Fire gearing up on the far side. She's coming into contention, now fourth with 3 lengths to make up. Then it's Radio Charlie in fifth. Smoking Hot Chick is sixth. Gorda's come off the bridle, and Pretty Red can see them all. Top of the stretch. They turn for home. Janisu and Lots of Kitty still locked in battle. Obsessed with You is in third. Then it is Malibu Fire in fourth through the stretch. Janisu, Lots of Kitty continue to slug it out. Then it's Obsessed with You who's in third. Lots of Kitty, Janisu, they hooked up at the start. They're still toe-to-toe. Here's the line. Janisu, I believe, prevails. Lots of Kitty was a game and determined runner-up. Home third, that was Obsessed with You.
First of all, my apologies to today's track announcer at Turf Paradise, John McGarry, for that call. As Sarah, we saw the 2, Lots of Kitty, and the 5, Janisu, Ding Dong, literally the whole way around the racetrack.
This was a battle where neither of these horses wanted to relent, and you saw it seemed as though Lots of Kitty was ultimately going to get the better of Janisu, but that one finding a little bit more, and an exciting race for the level, absolutely.
Yeah, it really was. As we are going to meet the rest of the field, though, for today's penultimate race at Oaklawn here for this restricted handicap, going the 6 furlongs, and we'll start things off with number 1, Demi Danu, who adds blinkers.
Blinkers going on this horse who hasn't really been able to keep pace in the last couple of starts.
Holy extension blinker, that is what Pistol is wearing.
Yeah, this one had that big victory at a huge price back 2 starts ago, and lackluster performance last out.
Turf to dirt for best cupcake.
Seems like this one is better on the turf.
There's your likely speed now with the scratch of the 5, Miss Arlington.
Comes out of a race where she was forwardly placed, and that led to a victory.
26-1 on Key to Success.
We'll need to find some of those keys to success to be effective here, but did have a win streak going back a couple of starts.
You've got me wanting to do it, but Titled Lady.
Ooh, I almost
Tilted Lady.
Almost gotcha, but this one has the race 2 back that would absolutely make her a victor.
Paparina, number 9.
Ramon Vasquez will be aboard in good form himself, having plenty of success so far this meet.
There's Eric Asmussen aboard Swiftwin.
Yeah, this one trying to go 3 for 3, has those 2 wins coming in over at Sam Houston.
And number 11 rounds out the field, Liuza.
Yeah, this one was far back in that start on dirt 2 starts ago, but is capable of being a little bit more tactical than that.
You ever been to Fairgrounds?
I haven't, unfortunately.
Their, known place right outside the racetrack is Liuza's.
How many times have you frequented there?
Quite a lot, especially for lunch. It is literally a hole in the wall, but it's like a huge spot for Jazz Fest too. But I miss NOLA. As missing you, Meg, what are your thoughts here on the 9th race at Oaklawn?
Yeah, very competitive. There's, I think, a lot of ways to go. I thought obviously Pistol's start 2 back, kind of makes her look like she'd be very difficult. But I do want horses with speed, and I want them inside. And I'm going to call an audible and go to Miss Arlington because I think she clears and makes the lead. I'm going to go to Megan trackside and see what she's thinking.
Liuza's does sound good right about now, Mag. That po' boy, sounds really good up there. NOLA, down there, NOLA, I should say. But quickly, the number 3 at Pistol. I'm betting her back again, as she is taking a favoritism up there at 3-1 for Tom Van Berg. And I mentioned in my paddock report, and just to extend on that, though it really it might seem, she kind of woke up a bit in that big performance 2 back against a very solid field of N3X foes. I find that the extension blinker is the key, and that's what her trainer, Tom Van Berg, had shared with me, that she was incredibly hard to handle for a lot of the jockeys. They were exhausted getting off of her because she just had the tendency to be all over the place, just didn't settle into the right rhythm, very much on and off, and the extension blinker was what really was the key for her. And today I think she gets a bit more tactical, not as much speed, gets the class relief, and now in a ratings handicap that will see us specifically kind of a special condition here at Oaklawn Park, as it relies on the Equibase speed ratings, I should say, from 79 to 69. And I will say this, guys, it is not counted towards their allowance conditions. So it's more like a starter allowance in a way that they can continue to migrate through those allowance conditions without this race going against them. But as far as the number 11, Layuza, is concerned, she makes a lot of sense. She's an on and off type horse that, you know, I've gotten to know her when she was back in the Brett Calhoun barn. And then from there, she's just kind of a really cool horse, but at the same time, sometimes shows up with her run. Sometimes she just doesn't quite fire. Just looking at her, I get why they tried turf as they kind of went back to the fairgrounds, avoided some weather, tried the grass. It didn't really work out. She's kind of got a little bit of angular behind, a little bit slacker in her passer, and she's very versatile as she does have. She's 2 for 5 on the grass and 1 for 3, 3 for 9 on the dirt. So she's just so versatile there for Matt Shire, who does a fantastic job. She's athletic, she's fit. I just have my issues with her, especially with that outside draw. She'll likely come from behind. We'll see what kind of trip Abel Cedillo works out. But I thought this was a very competitive race. Just quickly, the number 10 Swift win there for Steve Asmussen, rolling off those 2 victories at Sam Houston. Looked formidable and was incredibly well meant and turned out often as Steve Asmussen horses are. Maggie?
Well, I've got you. Favorite meal at Layuza's?
Favorite meal, a shrimp po' boy, right? It's got to be a shrimp po' boy.
Yeah,
and a
100%
giant
barbecue
drink of any variety.
Right, a barbecue shrimp po' boy, which is preceded by the duck tenders, and if it's lunch,
yes,
with a Barks root beer.
You're making
all the
me
way.
miss it so bad.
Oh, same
Delicious.
here, girl. Same here.
Love it.
Matt, well done. As Matt Ditterman will have the Colliers horses head into line for today's 9th race over at Oaklawn Park.
2 back, Swift Wind. Waiting for Swift Wind to take her turn in the gate. And to the outside, Layuza. Layuza goes it. We're ready to go. And we're off. Demi Danu away awkwardly from the inside post. Best Cupcake on the lead with Miss Arlington, who's quickest. Best Cupcake right there to the inside, not far off. And third is Titled Lady in the orange cap. Then comes Swift Wind. Layuza is farther out in the purple, 4 lengths off the pace. Pistol is down inside of her. Gap of 2 to Key to Success. Paparina gets shuffled back to the second last position. And Demi Danu is at the back, 9 lengths behind dueling leaders Miss Arlington and Best Cupcake. Into the turn they go. Those 2 locking horns here with Titled Lady right behind them. Got a tap on the shoulder right there in third as they go around the far turn. Layuza now finds herself between horses. Swift Wind is next in Pistol, and a tight spot here down on the rail. And Layuza also had to steady severely while giving way. Coming back to the lead, Miss Arlington has shrugged off Best Cupcake, who's had enough. In third is Titled Lady coming off the turn, needs to get going. 4 outside, Key to Success putting in a bid at a price. Furlong to go. Miss Arlington has opened up. Miss Arlington, Keith Asmussen by 5 hitting the 16th pole, and Miss Arlington well ahead. Demi Danu from far out of it coming on for a minor award. Miss Arlington, impressive today. Won by 3.5. Key to Success was second. Demi Danu third. Swift Wind checked in fourth.
Miss Arlington back-to-back wins here for the Asmussen barn as she virtually takes them gate to wire here, and good to see Keith get the win aboard Miss Arlington for Zed.
Yeah, absolutely. This one had that early speed that we were talking about, and took no prisoners early on in a race where it seemed like a couple did want to be forward, wasn't bothered by the challenge towards the inside from who I think is more of a turf horse in Best Cupcake, but did have that early speed, and she was able to draw off well from this field after putting that one away without a ton coming from the back. I will say the number 1, Demi Danu, missed the break completely.
Like
and
went
was
to
able,
the ends, like trying to make the gap.
slow, her head was up in the air. She made a decent run from far back, and if you think that today's racetrack is playing more towards early speed, maybe she's one to watch for next time.
Absolutely, because she had that wide rally in the middle of the racetrack. So Miss Arlington gets the win and was followed up by a couple of long shots in Key to Success, as well as Demi Dano putting those blinkers on. So we will have these official prices for you after the break here on America's Day at the Races. Miss Arlington takes down race number 9 at Oaklawn. A little more coverage coming up from Turf Paradise as well as Oaklawn.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 not a minute, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000, $1,650,000 not anybody else $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A warrior from the start. He's got grit, the kind champions are made of. In his biggest battles, he showed his mettle.
Sierra Leone is plugging in. Dornock is coming back. Dornock is a Remsen.
What separates the best isn't just talent, it's meeting the moment. A will to win, to scrap, and fight like your life depends on it.
Dornock in an absolute thriller. Dornock and Mind Frame, it will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Look your rival in the eye and say, not today.
And Dornock stubborn. Dornock wins the Haskell.
A world-class athlete made for the fight. That's Dornock.
Such a privilege coming from a family of jockeys that they understand the trials and tribulations of being a jockey and what it takes mentally and physically. When I first started, I wanted to ride one race more than anything, and this kind of snowballed into something that has, blown my wildest expectations.
And it's Ian Glass fending off all the challenges, and he'll prevail going away too.
Today, the Asmussens are better known for training thoroughbreds, thanks to the accomplishments of Keith's father, Steve, who was the only trainer to win 10,000 races in North America.
It's impossible to explain how much fun it is. I mean, I've been unbelievably blessed in horse racing, and I think a lot of it is, growing up, my dad rode, and then my older brother rode and stuff. So the excitement of that, and then to get to relive it with your kids is unbelievable.
I imagine he's got an immense source of pride from it, given that he is, other than horses, taught me about everything I know. Grew up around the racetrack, handicapping races. Hometown Arlington, Texas, 20 minutes away from Lone Star Park. Obviously infatuated with jockey as a profession growing up, just having known my father and my uncle and my grandfather, who were all jockeys.
Keith Asmussen's mother, Julie, was an accomplished rider in her own right. She competed in the rodeo event, barrel racing, through high school. And his younger brother, Eric, is the latest Asmussen to forge a path as a jockey. Keith and Eric have already ridden on the same card at several racetracks, just like their uncle and father did at Aqueduct in the 1980s.
It was always, a dream, but I would go as far as saying like a pipe dream of being a jockey. Probably 7th grade, I was about the same size I am now, so I thought I was going to blow right by it.
It was Keith's height and weight that steered him towards a more typical career path after graduating from high school.
Applied to the University of Texas, and I got in their business school. I'm an accounting major. I have a 5 years master's degree in professional accounting. And it wasn't until my junior year at college, when COVID hit, 2020, that when classes went online, I came to work here at Oaklawn, because I'd already poked my father quite a bit about is it possible I could ride a race? Before I even rode, my parents made me promise that, so once you start, you're not going to want to go back to school. You got to promise you're going to go back to school. And I kept that promise, and I went back for 2 more years, and I got my degrees. And as soon as I graduated, I went straight to the racetrack.
Rivet has won his 3rd straight, and Keith Asmussen has an Oaklawn Stakes victory.
Keith James Asmussen is named after his grandfather, the family patriarch, who rode quarter horses for 38 years. In fact, grandfather and grandson both won a race for Hall of Fame trainer D. Wayne Lucas 54 years apart.
These two to the wire, Papa Rocket.
I love being a jockey. It's such an incredible feeling. There's nothing like the feeling of being on top of a thoroughbred racehorse at full flight. And, when you add the art of race riding, it was such a spectacle watching it growing up and just being so attracted to it, and then being able to actually do it, it's beyond words.
We promise that feature was meant to air before we see Miss Arlington and Keith Asmussen get the win. Little feature red boarding there, but this winner's circle lead-in is brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more about the auction schedule at digital.fasigtipton.com. Let's get digital, Sarah.
Miss Arlington was great. And we have the digital as well as the on-paper proof of the intention to run the Keith Asmussen feature prior to this victory. However, showing it afterwards is never a bad thing, as we do see this one pretty comfortably able to get the victory here, though we do have apparently an inquiry and objection to some of the minor placings.
Right. We did see number 11, Liuza, check pretty severely around the far turn. So it does involve number 10, your 4th place finisher, Swift Win, and presumably Liuza. So does not involve your winner, nor does it, I think, involve your top 3 finishers. But we still have to wait till they adjudicate this situation for those prices.
Yeah, we'll see what they ultimately decide, but I don't think that it's going to have an impact on the top 3 either.
Well, the Asmussens could be gearing up for a big weekend next weekend, as we will see Magnitude, who was on that Kentucky Derby trail early on last year. He's really shown a new dimension as he comes off of a win in the Clark, and he's heading to the Razorback. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're proudly brought to you by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance, as we are going to take a look at the schedule for next week. A huge weekend of racing spanning from Friday to Sunday, which is obviously marqueed by the $1 million Rebel. We'll also see $750,000 for the 3-year-old fillies and the Honeybee. But of course, on Saturday, we're headlined by the Razorback Handicap for those older horses. Let's take a look at one of the main players in magnitude, Sarah. This is him winning the Clark. We saw him, be so successful in that 3-year-old campaign by kind of, serving his opposition the slip from the get-go and just running off on the front end and being able to last. Now we see him more rateable, more pliable, as he ran a really good second in that PA Derby.
He did, and he's one that, as you mentioned, he had used that early speed to his advantage, trying to upset the Risen Star is what he did for this first triple-digit Beyer speed figure, but he's backed up that kind of number, especially in his last 2 starts, and he was able to duel with Chunk of Gold and still hold off your Dubai World Cup winner, Pit Show.
I low-key love Chunk of Gold.
He
such
tries
an
so hard.
overachiever. I love him. Magnitude will be one of the key names in next Saturday's Razorback Handicap. We are going to have to take a quick pause here on America's Day at the Races, as we are sadly leaving FS2 and heading over to the Fox Sports app. Make sure you turn it over to catch more racing coverage. Welcome to those joining us on the Fox Sports app. This is America's Day at the Races. I'm Maggie Wolfdale alongside Sarah L. Bodwee. We have the M&M team out there at Oaklawn, and Megan Burgess and Richard Migliori. We'll be checking in with them for the last race over at Oaklawn Park. But Sarah, before the pause, we were talking about some older handicap horses, discussing the Razorback, which will be next Saturday. But we saw another horse who was briefly on the Kentucky Derby Trail, actually a late scratch for the Kentucky Derby in Grande, come back in impressive fashion at Gulfstream Park.
Those horses that are showing that promise early on and really making themselves known as potential contenders for that Triple Crown, if they don't get to those races themselves, they are ones that we often see come back with a vengeance. And that was the case for Grande, able to put away Praetor on the inside, which is not the place you necessarily want to be. And I think that he is one that really took that step forward. A 105 Beyer speed figure for him, his first triple digit as a newly turned 4-year-old.
He looked woefully beat for the majority of that stretch, and then suddenly he just found this other gear and was going away from Praetor in the end. So an auspicious start of that 4-year-old campaign as we are heading back over to Turf Paradise. It is their Arizona Thoroughbred Breeders Association handicap, if you will. This is all horses that sold at that sale that are generally Arizona breds or Cal breds in here. And we do see 3 to 5 on the outside runners squeeze the day, looking for her third start and win in a row.
She's been in good form. This horse has been able to be tactical and makes plenty of sense coming in.
John McGarry has your call of the 7th from Turf Paradise.
And they're off to a perfect beginning. Diamante Elegante shooting out for the lead with Lucky Burglar. Grease Missile advancing from the inside in 10 with Arizona Reina. That's the top 4. Go-Go Sadie 2 lengths back in 5th. Squeeze the Day the far side. Dad's Estrella looking to push forward while in traffic along the inside. It's a tight pack that works their way past the half-mile pole. Diamante Elegante just in front. Grease Missile takes it to her from the inside. Arizona Reina is watching that pair 2 lengths back in 3rd. Lucky Burglar on the outside 4th. Squeeze the Day circling up on the far outside. Dad's Estrella, Go-Go Sadie, 22.31 for the quarter. Still tightly bunched midway around the turn. Diamante Elegante, Grease Missile sticking with that one. Squeeze Squeeze the Day approaching from the far outside, and Lucky Burglar is coming with that one. Go Sadie, hooked to the grandstand side. Plenty of hopes as they straighten for home. Here's Squeeze the Day up and after the lead. Lucky Burglar fighting on. Inside Diamante Elegante. Then it's Go Sadie. Grease Missile is giving way. 16th pole. Squeeze the Day spurting away. Go Sadie coming on with Lucky Burglar. Squeeze the Day has won it. Lucky Burglar, Go Sadie were second and third. Diamante Elegante was fourth.
Prohibitive Favorite powers away from the field in today's 7th race from Turf Paradise. Squeeze the Day, Sarah. This is her 3rd win in a row, and again, by open legs.
She's been moving in the right direction. Her recent form has been some of her absolute best, and she ended up just being too much for the rest of this field.
She extends her record to 6 for 16 so far now as a 4-year-old. So congratulations to Kevin Eichelberry, as he's also the co-owner as well as her trainer. We have one more live race coming up for you. It is the 10th and final from Oaklawn Park. We'll take a look at the field, learn a little bit more about connections after this break.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, secretariat-like.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel. This winter, give the gift of racing with Naira Bets gift cards. Share your passion with friends and family or instantly fund your account. Choose the amount and redeem online. Find gift cards under the promotions tab at NairaBets.com. Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I grew up resenting horse racing a little bit. My dad and my mother divorced when my brother and I were very young, and I didn't get to see Dad a lot. And when I did go to see Dad during the summers, we'd have to go to the races in the barn all day. And then being a little kid, there was a lot of resentment there. I didn't really have a direction early on in my life. I loved sports. I loved baseball. I actually played a year of college baseball. But I mean, at some point you realize, you know, you're 5'6", you're 5'7", you're slow as hell, you have terrible arm. You're not going to be a Major League Baseball player. Growing up in Louisville, I fell in love with horse racing on my own.
The unbeaten colt, Smarty Jones, is drawing away to win the Derby.
In the year that Smarty Jones won, I caught the bug really, really bad and decided that's what I wanted to do. I remember the conversation really well because it took a long time to have it. Probably a couple years to tell Dad I knew I wanted to be a trainer. I knew I wanted to follow in his footsteps, but I wasn't brave enough to tell him that yet. I was embarrassed to admit it for whatever reason, and it was an emotional thing to tell him, and I don't know why, because as soon as I did tell him, he's like, well, then let's do it. Let's make you the best that you can possibly be, and we hit the ground running.
But Tepid has a 5-length margin and deep stretch. It is Tepid.
Tepid in front. Tepid, Parado racing it out near the line. Tepid from Bamboo. Wins for America
Tippin in front. They have a furlong to run, and she has turned them away. And she is going to make this her own personal playground, Tippin.
I just give credit to Tepin for a lot of things. Tepin is definitely the reason I went on my own, because she gave me that confidence. You know, when I left to go on my own, there was no handouts. I got my own clients. At the time, I was a little upset about that, but in hindsight, that was the right thing to do, because now everything has been that much more rewarding.
Hard Legacy still going strong. Hard Legacy goes coast to coast.
To win my first graded stake at Churchill Downs, we did it for Mary Lou Whitney while Mary Lou was still with us. And to win a race named after a horse that Mary Lou bred, the Whitney's bred regret. You know, it's kind of fairy tale, and it was a good moment.
It is Pretty Birdie, jockey Louis Saez, wearing the colors of the Mary Lou Whitney stables. Pretty Birdie takes the Schuylerville.
Being associated with Mary Lou Whitney and her husband John, who have been so great for the sport and so great for the town of Saratoga, I knew there was a lot of pressure riding on Pretty Birdie and me, and she delivered. I've been a part of a lot of big races, won a lot of big races when I worked for my father, but that was the biggest moment of my life in racing so far. There's two simple goals. I would like to be the guy in Kentucky, you know, at that very top tier at Churchill and Kingland. That would be one of my main goals, but the only goal is to win the Kentucky Derby.
Welcome back to those joining us back on Fox Sports 2. This is America's Day at the Races. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Sarah L. Bodwee. We are joining you from our Equestrian studios here in South Ozone Park, Queens at Aqueduct Racetrack. And we have one more live race for you from Oaklawn Park, as we have the team on site there, Richard Migliore and Megan Burgess. As Sarah got to learn a little bit about Norm Cassie there and how he decided to go out on his own after being his father, Mark Cassie's assistant, for quite a while there. And he'll send out Manfredi here in the finale.
Certainly has a live opportunity to take this one. Luis Saez will be aboard this horse, who is getting bet a little bit off of the morning line. And you do have a pretty contentious group for the level $10,000 claiming race going the mile on the 16th. And you've wanted to be a little bit more forward on today's racetrack over at Oaklawn.
As you said, it is contentious. When you have a 7-2 favorite, then you know it's pretty wide open. And that horse is number 11, East Side Cool for Randy Morse. More on this field after the break on America's Day at the Races.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel. This winter, give the gift of racing with Naira Bets gift cards. Share your passion with friends and family or instantly fund your account. Choose the amount and redeem online. Find gift cards under the promotions tab at NairaBets.com. Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Jimmy Wingfield is probably among the most remarkable stories in thoroughbred racing history. You're talking about one of the most accomplished jockeys in a very short span in America, the only black jockey in the 20th century to win the Kentucky Derby, and he did it in back-to-back years. He was only the second guy to do that, following in the footsteps of Isaac Murphy. But his career in America is very short. After 1903, he was basically forced overseas. He had a conflict with John E. Madden, who was one of the top turfmen of the era. And there was also a lot of racism on the American tracks that really forced a lot of the black jockeys out of the game in America. Some went overseas, some just had their career end. But Wingfield had a remarkable journey throughout Russia, throughout Europe. He won over 2,500 races, and then he had success as a trainer. But it's also, the other part of the story is what happened off the track. He had to escape the Bolsheviks during World War I in Russia. He had to escape the Nazis during World War II in France. So he had a remarkable life, and he kind of almost got overlooked. But some historians really revived his legacy, and through that he was able to get inducted to the Hall of Fame, to have a stakes race named after him in the New York Racing Association. So just a remarkable life, and it's great that his history has been preserved. It's a different sort of history than you see in baseball. You didn't have that one person that broke that barrier, but Wingfield's story as being the last one to win the Kentucky Derby and one of only a few to win it in back-to-back years, I think it's really inspirational, and it's a big part of racing's history.
What a truly incredible, epic story about Jimmy Wingfield. I would tell anybody who's interested, read the incredible life and epic journey of Jimmy Wingfield, a man that won the Kentucky Derby in back-to-back years, migrated to France, where he just was incredible there, winning a bunch of their major races before riding for the Tsar of Russia, winning the Russian Derby 4 times, the Russian Oaks 5 times, and then going on to an extremely successful second career as a horse trainer. The book is an incredible read, and it'll give you an insight into one of the most magnificent horsemen of the last 250 years. Just an incredible story. And, I love a good adventure. His life was an complete and incredible adventure.
Wasn't it ever, Meg? Thank you for that rating recommendation. I'm definitely adding that to the list. But a fascinating character that, you think about it, Sarah, just the amount of ground across the globe that Jimmy Wingfield traveled, and it was all because of racing. At that point in time, through World War I and World War II, it's just incredible.
It is, completely, and really considering the political climate as well, I think that you have to put even more stock into just how much of an expansion this one was able to make. And I really think that horse racing, it's what really unites a lot of us in various different places across the globe, and that's been true for quite some time.
Makes the world a little bit of a smaller place in a good way. As we will meet the field here for the nightcap at Oaklawn Park. It is a claiming 10 on 2 in a year, mile and a 16th, and we will kick things off with a couple of long shots here down towards the rail. But again, a very wide open field that we are seeing here overall. Sarah, as I am late getting scratches, I must admit, but kicking things off with number 1, Booming.
This one third, last time out, rallying from very far back in a common race.
Number 2, Frost Alert. We'll have to find some more.
Has been a big price in the last 3 starts, and for a reason.
7-2, a Manfredi. He looks good on track.
He's one that's returning to the dirt, is capable of showing some early speed as well.
Wartime Hero, first off the claim for Dan Ward.
Failed to get the job done as your favorite in that race, that Little Steeman and Booming exit.
David Jacobson drops down Excel Calculator.
He's just been facing some better horses overall, and he's one that at this level could be competitive.
Come Out Fighting, second off the claim and layoff for Sean Williams.
I think you have to draw a line through that last race where the rider lost a stirrup at the start and just never got into any position.
Little Steven comes off the back of a big upset win at 44-1.
Yeah, you're not going to get that today, but still a price.
Number 9, Patch O'Brien.
70-1 for his last victory.
Holy moly. That's what happens at Oaklawn. Here's a familiar face for us, and now 7-year-old Gasoline.
Yeah, this is an interesting type who has been competitive against tougher in the past.
And rounding out the field is your current tepid favorite, number 11, Eastside Cool.
Much tougher company in that last start. Drops back down to a realistic level and also could be forward.
I don't know why. It always reminds me of the Red Hot Chili Peppers song, but that's Eastside Love. It's living on the West End. Anyway, I digress, and we head on out to Mig and Meg, who are trackside for this nightcap.
Yeah, Maggie, we only have about 4 minutes to post. We're huddled up in the infield still. It's got a little chilly here. But I thought this was a really difficult race to handicap. I wound up on the 3-man Frady because I thought with Luis Saez on the drop, he should be forward. What did you think about the way this race came up?
Thought the speed of the 11 will be dangerous in Eastside Cool as we take a look at the entree for next weekend, your Rebel Stakes. And Richie, I think this is the most formidable group, at least to me on paper, just as a whole. With Silent Tactic being so impressive, we've got the top 4 finishers coming out of the Southwest, regrouping, coming straight back to the Rebel on a shorter turnaround.
Yeah, and Silent Tactic, the way he finished in the Southwest, he got no pace to close into in the Smarty Jones, and he was still making up some ground late. Got a more fair pace. I wouldn't even say a fast pace, just a fair pace. And he really finished. And the length of his stride is impressive. He really gives the impression of a horse that will stay the 10 furlongs, the 1.25 miles of the Kentucky Derby.
Absolutely. The late acceleration on the dirt as he was initially campaigned on the synthetic up at Woodbine. And as mentioned, you know, by his connections, he's never been the workhorse. He's never been a morning glory, but he sure turned it around in the afternoon. Been an ultra progressive sort. A $500,000 purchase by Mark Cassie's brother, Justin Cassie. And I also think, Meg, you know, I think Strategic Risk will also get a strong, hopefully, and make another strong appearance as we take a look at Soldier and Diplomat. And I actually took this little video. He's a puppy dog. I've fallen in love with this horse. Not only spending a little bit of time around him, but I think he's a really progressive sort for Steve Asmussen.
Well, I liked his effort in the Southwest because you could see they were trying to teach him to rate more, to come from more off the pace. He's a horse that's laid up on top of the pace. The Derby is a very hard race, the Kentucky Derby, that is, very hard race to win up on the pace because usually they go too fast a pace for the distance. And I thought he learned some lessons in the Southwest, and he could take a step forward if he rates even just a touch kinder.
Absolutely. Steve really likes this horse, and I think it's a vote of confidence that he is turning him back around here in the Rebel. I think he's really shown us that he is capable of hopefully attaining this distance. We shall see, but I think Strategic Risk, not to give up on him too soon. I know that he wasn't exactly as impressive as he was in the Smarty Jones last time out, as he just got the perfect trip that day. Slow pace, he was forward in the pocket, beautiful that day, but I wonder if, I think he's the type that he's been doing so well. I'm not wanting to give up on him just yet in this Rebel, Mig.
Well, I wouldn't give up on him just yet either. He did get a very soft trip in the Smarty Jones, attending a half in 49, and he kicked away. They went 47 and change in the Southwest. Now, I do think he's going to continue to get pace scenarios. It's going to test him a little unless he can change his style a little bit. What about Litmus Test? He's a horse that from the Bob Baffert barn needs no introduction here in the Rebel Stakes. Last year's Los Alamitos Futurity winner.
I love this horse. He was scratched out of the Southwest. He was initially supposed to come, but they sent Butane instead, and he is just a really talented, ultra-progressive type, a son of Nyquist that already has Derby points on the board, finishing 4th there in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He's been just kind of behind probably better horses that peaked at 2. He hasn't peaked. This horse is getting good at the right time, and I think that he's going to continue to get better and better. As you know, he was obviously scratched, as I mentioned, but this has felt like Bob Baffert's Rebel horse. You know, he kind of assigns them their paths as he's been so acute and over the years of getting these Kentucky Derby points, and not just getting them to the Kentucky Derby, Meg. I find that a lot of times we're so obsessed with the trail. We're so obsessed with them winning these races. And then a lot of times these horses probably have run their best race before the Kentucky Derby, but Bob Baffert knows better than anyone what it takes to win on the first Saturday of May.
And this is his first start as a 3-year-old. He's got Flavien Prat, a back-to-back Eclipse Award winner for Jockey of the Year. You got Blackout Time. Brian Hernandez, Katie McPeak. They wound up teaming up for a Derby winner a few years ago, coming through Arkansas as well. This horse was a good second to your 2-year-old champion in Ted Naffi.
He was gaining on Ted Naffi late here in this Breeders' Futurity last year at Keeneland, and he's an X-Factor type horse. He will actually work with the older horse, Gold's Gold, at the fairgrounds, and then he will ship back up to fairgrounds or back up to Oaklawn here. But he's going to be competitive. I also think Class President is a huge X-Factor horse, and to me, the stoutest Kentucky Derby prep that we've seen thus far.
Yeah, certainly Class President comes out of a good second in the swale for Todd Pletcher, but a really good, deep, contentious $1 million 66th running of the Rebel Stakes next Sunday. We're going to say goodbye to you guys, and we'll let the guys, Maggie and Sarah, take it the rest of the way in New York. Here comes the nightcap, and Matt Dinneman's going to have your call.
Gasoline. Excel calculator. One back. East side cool to the outside post. Good luck in the finale. We're ready to go. And we're off. Excel calculator leapt in the air at the start. Little Steven, per usual, up on the pace. Frost Alert, quarter horsed out of there by Kelsey Hart to get forward position. Frost Alert has the lead from Little Steven as they go into the first turn run. Manfredi sets up shop right behind them in third. Eastside Cool, after breaking on the outside post, getting over into about the 2-path to come and track the pace in a good spot. There's a gap of 2 to Wartime Hero as his neck in front of Come Out Fighting, who's down on the rail. Gasoline is 3 wide. Gap of 2 to Patch O'Brien, second to last Booming. And Excel Calculator is at the back racing alone, but he's got a fast pace to chase. Down the back stretch they go. Little Steven assumes control on the lead here. Frost Alert takes a hold. He's tracking now on the inside second. Manfredi alongside. Eastside Cool going pretty well in the early stages here. He's 2 lengths behind in the 4th position in the bridle, followed by Wartime Hero, who's racing with him. Gap of 2. Gasoline pushed upon a little bit. Then comes Come Out Fighting down on the inside as they go into that far turn. He's being asked to pick up the pace. Patch O'Brien is past him. Booming still second to last, and Excel Calculator at the back being encouraged to pick it up while showing a little more rain. Around the far turn they go. Little Steven neck in front. Manfredi cruising up alongside. Manfredi going a little bit better here, coming to the top of the lane, and Manfredi, Louis Size riding him with a lot of confidence here. Manfredi off the turn. Little Steven second. Manfredi asked to go, and he sticks ahead in front. Little Steven very game today, though. Manfredi, Little Steven head and head. Manfredi on the outside with a narrow lead. Little Steven has run a gallant race, but Manfredi just has too much horse and starts to shake away. Manfredi to win the nightcap, opening up late. Little Steven was second. Good battle for third. Got pretty tight there. Excel Calculator in that photo with Frost Alert.
The favorite delivers. Manfredi at 2-1 looked like the winner entire way around there. Louis Saez up for Norm Cassie, and 3 for 3 with our feature angle today, Sarah.
It's got to be a record, I guess, right? This one was your favorite, but a little bit of a fight from Little Steven of trying to hold off this one from Manfredi with Louis Saez and Norm Cassie, and it just seemed like he was traveling better of the two.
Yeah, 7-pound apprentice Amanda Poston on your runner-up, being aggressive, pays off as she gets that long shot to deliver a good second behind the favorite. Well, that will do it for us here on America's Day at the Races. For Sarah El-Badwi, I'm Maggie Wolfendale. Make sure you check out the show tomorrow, as we will have more on the Rebel Stakes, which we saw drawn today. Silent Tactic, 1 win, 1 second in the Oaklawn Park Road to the Kentucky Derby. Soldier and Diplomat, he was a runner-up to Silent Tactic last time out. Showed a new dimension and being able to rate as strategic risk. He'll look to get back on track and back to his Smarty Jones effort in the Rebel coming up next Sunday.